Legends and Myths of Ancient Greece by Nikolai Kun. Part 1. Gods and Heroes. The myths of the gods and their struggle with the giants and the Titans are told mainly from Hesiod's poem Theogony, The Birth of the Gods. Some of the tales are also taken from Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and from the poem of the Roman poet Ovid, Metamorphoses, Transformations. In the beginning there was only eternal, boundless, dark chaos. In it lay the source of all life in the world. Everything arose from that boundless chaos, the whole world and the immortal gods. From chaos came also the goddess Earth, Gaia. She spread wide, mighty, giving life to everything that lives and grows upon her. Far beneath the earth, as far as the vast bright sky stretches above us, in immeasurable depth was born gloomy Tartarus, a dreadful abyss filled with everlasting darkness. From chaos, the source of life, was born also the mighty power that quickens all things, love, Eros. The world began to take shape. Boundless chaos gave birth to eternal darkness, Erebus, and to dark night, Nyx. And from night and darkness came eternal light, Ether, and joyful bright day, Hemera. Light poured across the world, and night and day began to follow one another. Mighty, bountiful earth brought forth the boundless blue sky, Uranus, and the sky spread above the earth. High mountains rose proudly toward it, born of earth, and the ever-roaring sea spread wide. Mother Earth alone gave birth to sky, mountains, and sea. They have no father. Uranus, the sky, took power over the world. He took bountiful earth as his wife. 6 sons and 6 daughters, mighty, fearsome Titans, were born to Uranus and Gaia. Their son, the Titan Oceanus, who flows like a boundless river around the whole earth, and the goddess Tethys brought forth all the rivers that roll their waters to the sea, and the sea goddesses, the Oceanids. The Titan Hyperion and Thea gave the world their children, the sun, Helios, the moon, Selene, and rosy-fingered dawn, Eos. From Astraeus and Eos came all the stars that burn in the dark night sky, and all the winds, the stormy north wind Boreas, the east wind Eurus, the wet south wind Notus, and the gentle west wind Zephyrus, who carries rain-laden clouds. Besides the Titans, mighty Earth brought forth 3 giants, the Cyclopes, each with a single eye in his forehead, and 3 enormous mountain-like 50-headed giants, the 100-handed ones, Hecaton chairs, so called because each had 100 arms. Against their terrible strength nothing can stand. Their elemental force knows no limit. Uranus hated his giant children. He shut them away in the depths of the goddess Earth, in deep darkness, and would not let them come into the light. Their mother Earth suffered. She was crushed by that dreadful burden locked within her. She called her children the Titans and urged them to rise against their father Uranus, but they were afraid to raise their hands against him. Only the youngest of them, cunning Cronus, all-devouring Time, overthrew his father by trickery and seized his power. The goddess Night, in punishment for Cronus, gave birth to a whole host of terrible beings: Thanatos, death; Eris, strife; Apati, deceit; the Kyres, destruction; Hypnos, sleep with his swarm of dark, heavy visions; pitiless Nemesis, vengeance for crimes; and many others. Terror, discord, deceit, struggle, and misfortune these gods brought into the world, where Cronus now sat on his father's throne. The gods. The picture of the life of the gods on Olympus is drawn from the works of Homer, the Iliad, and the Odyssey, which glorify the tribal aristocracy and the basileis, who lead it as the best of men, standing far above the rest of the people. The gods of Olympus differ from aristocrats and basileis only in that they are immortal, mighty, and able to work miracles. Zeus. The birth of Zeus. Cronus was not sure that power would remain in his hands forever. He feared that his own children would rise against him and doom him to the same fate he had dealt his father Uranus. He feared his children, and so Cronus ordered his wife Rhea to bring him the children she bore, and he swallowed them without pity. Rhea was filled with horror at the fate of her children. Already 5 had been swallowed by Cronus: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Rhea did not want to lose her last child as well. On the advice of her parents, Uranus the sky and Gaia the earth, she withdrew to the island of Crete, and there, in a deep cave, her youngest son Zeus was born. In that cave, Rhea hid her son from his cruel father and gave Cronus a long stone wrapped in swaddling clothes to swallow in the child's place. Cronus never suspected that he had been deceived by his wife. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up in Crete. The nymphs, Adrastea and Ida, cherished the little Zeus. They fed him on the milk of the divine goat Amalthea. Bees brought honey to the infant Zeus from the slopes of high Mount Dictae. At the entrance to the cave, the young Curetes struck their shields with swords whenever the baby Zeus cried, so that Cronus would not hear his wailing, and Zeus would not meet the fate of his brothers and sisters. Zeus overthrows Cronus. The struggle of the Olympian gods with the Titans. The fair and mighty god Zeus grew to manhood. He rose against his father and forced him to bring back into the light the children he had swallowed. One after another, Cronus cast forth from his mouth his children the gods, fair and radiant. They began the struggle with Cronus and the Titans for power over the world. Terrible and stubborn was that struggle. The children of Cronus established themselves on high Olympus. Some of the Titans joined their side, first among them the Titan Oceanus and his daughter Styx with her children Zeal, Strength, and Victory. The struggle was dangerous for the Olympian gods. Mighty and fearsome were their opponents, the Titans. But the Cyclopes came to Zeus's aid. They forged for him thunderbolts and lightning, and Zeus hurled them at the Titans. The war had already lasted 10 years, yet victory leaned to neither side. At last, Zeus resolved to free from the depths of the earth the 100-handed giants, the Hecatoncheires. He called them to his aid. Terrible, vast as mountains, they came forth from the earth's depths and rushed into battle. They tore whole cliffs from the mountains and hurled them at the Titans. By the hundreds, the rocks flew toward the Titans as they advanced on Olympus. The earth groaned, the air was filled with the roar, everything around shook. Even Tartarus trembled from that struggle. Zeus hurled one flaming lightning after another in deafening, rolling thunder. Fire swept over the whole earth, the seas boiled, smoke and stench covered everything in a thick veil. At last, the mighty Titans faltered. Their strength was broken, they were defeated. The Olympians bound them and cast them down into gloomy Tartarus, into everlasting darkness. At the bronze, unbreakable gates of Tartarus, the 100-handed Hecatoncheires stood guard, and they watch so that the mighty Titans may never again break free from Tartarus. The power of the Titans over the world was ended. The struggle of Zeus with Typhon. But the struggle was not over. Gaia the earth was angry with the Olympian Zeus for the harsh way he had treated her defeated children, the Titans. She joined in marriage with gloomy Tartarus and brought forth the terrible 100-headed monster Typhon. Enormous, with 100 dragon heads, Typhon rose from the depths of the earth. With a wild howl, he shook the air. The barking of dogs, human voices, the roar of an enraged bull, the roar of a lion could be heard in that howl. Turbulent flame swirled around Typhon, and the earth shook under his heavy steps. The gods shuddered with terror. But Zeus the Thunderer boldly rushed upon him, and the battle was joined. Again the lightnings flashed in Zeus's hands. Again the peals of thunder rolled. Earth and the vault of heaven were shaken to their foundations. Bright flame once more swept over the earth, as in the struggle with the Titans. The seas boiled at Typhon's mere approach. By the hundreds, the fiery arrows, the lightnings of Zeus the Thunderer, rained down. It seemed that the very air and the dark storm clouds burned from their fire. Zeus burned away all of Typhon's 100 heads. Typhon crashed to the earth. Such heat came from his body that everything around melted. Zeus lifted Typhon's body and cast it into gloomy Tartarus, which had given him birth. Yet even in Tartarus, Typhon still threatens the gods and all living things. He raises storms and eruptions. With Echidna, half woman, half serpent, he fathered the terrible two-headed dog Orthrus, the hellhound Cerberus, the Lernaean Hydra and the Chimera. Often Typhon still shakes the earth. The Olympian gods had defeated their enemies. No one any longer could resist their power. They could now rule the world in peace. The mightiest of them, Zeus the Thunderer, took the sky for himself, Poseidon the sea, and Hades the underworld realm of the souls of the dead. The earth remained in common possession. Though the sons of Cronus had divided power over the world among themselves, still above them all reigns the Lord of the sky, Zeus. He rules men and gods, he governs all things in the world. Olympus. High on bright Olympus Zeus reigns, surrounded by the host of the gods. There is his wife Hera, and golden-haired Apollo with his sister Artemis, and golden Aphrodite, and Zeus's mighty daughter Athena, and many other gods. 3 fair hours guard the entrance to high Olympus and lift the thick cloud that covers the gates whenever the gods descend to earth or rise to the bright halls of Zeus. High above Olympus, the blue, bottomless sky stretches wide, and golden light pours from it. Neither rain nor snow falls in the realm of Zeus. There it is always bright, joyful summer. Below, clouds swirl, sometimes hiding the distant earth. There on earth, spring and summer give way to autumn and winter, joy and merriment to misfortune and sorrow. True, the gods too know sorrow, but it soon passes, and joy returns once more to Olympus. The gods feast in their golden halls, built by Zeus's son Hephaestus. King Zeus sits on a high golden throne. Majesty and a proud, calm awareness of power and might breathe from the manly, divinely beautiful face of Zeus. Beside his throne stand the goddess of peace, Irene, and Zeus's constant companion, the winged goddess of victory, Nike. Then enters the fair, majestic goddess Hera, wife of Zeus. Zeus honors his wife. All the gods of Olympus surround Hera, protectress of marriage, with reverence. When, shining in her beauty, in splendid attire, great Hera enters the banqueting hall, all the gods rise and bow before the wife of Zeus the Thunderer. And she, proud of her power, goes to the golden throne and sits beside the king of gods and men, Zeus. Beside Hera's throne stands her messenger, the goddess of the rainbow, light-winged Iris, always ready to fly swiftly on her rainbow wings to carry out Hera's commands to the farthest corners of the earth. The gods feast. Zeus's daughter, young Hebe, and the son of the king of Troy, Ganymede, Zeus's favorite, to whom he has given immortality, bring them ambrosia and nectar, the food and drink of the gods. The fair Charites and the Muses delight them with song and dance. Hand in hand they lead the round dances, and the gods gaze upon their light movements and their wondrous, ever-youthful beauty. The feast of the Olympians grows merrier. At these feasts, the gods decide all matters. There they determine the fate of the world and of men. From Olympus, Zeus sends his gifts to men and establishes order and law upon the earth. In the hands of Zeus lies the fate of men. Happiness and misfortune, good and evil, life and death, all are in his hands. 2 great jars stand at the gates of Zeus's palace. In one are the gifts of good, in the other the gifts of evil. Zeus draws from them good and evil and sends them to men. Woe to the man from whom the Thunderer draws gifts only from the jar of evil. Woe also to him who violates the order established by Zeus on earth and does not keep his laws. Sternly the son of Cronus will knit his thick brows. Black clouds will then cover the sky. Great Zeus will grow angry, and the hair on his head will rise terribly. His eyes will blaze with unbearable brightness. He will swing his right hand. Peals of thunder will roll across the whole sky. Flaming lightning will flash, and high Olympus will shake. Not Zeus alone guards the laws. Beside his throne stands the goddess Themis, who keeps the laws. At the command of the Thunderer, she summons assemblies of the gods on bright Olympus and assemblies of the people on earth, watching that order and law are not broken. On Olympus there is also Zeus's daughter, the goddess Dike, who watches over justice. Strictly, Zeus punishes unjust judges when Dike reports to him that they do not keep the laws given by Zeus. The goddess Dike is the defender of truth and the enemy of deceit. Zeus keeps order and truth in the world, and sends men happiness and sorrow. Yet though Zeus sends men happiness and misfortune, the fate of men is still determined by the inexorable goddesses of fate, the Moirae, who live on bright Olympus. The fate of Zeus himself is in their hands. Destiny rules over mortals and over gods. No one can escape the decrees of inexorable fate. There is no power, no authority that can change even the smallest thing in what has been appointed for gods and mortals. One can only bow humbly before fate and submit to it. Only the Moirae know the decrees of destiny. Moira Clotho spins the thread of a man's life, determining the span of his days. When the thread is cut, life ends. Moira Lachesis draws, without looking, the lot that falls to a man in life. No one has the power to change the fate appointed by the Moirae, for the third Moira, Atropos, records in a long scroll all that her sisters have allotted to a man in life, and what is written in the scroll of fate is inevitable. Inexorable are the great, stern Moirae. There is yet another goddess of fate on Olympus, the goddess Tyche, goddess of happiness and prosperity. From the horn of plenty, the horn of the divine goat Amalthea, whose milk nourished Zeus himself, she pours out gifts to men, and happy is the man who meets the goddess of happiness Tyche on his life's path. Yet how rarely that happens, and how unhappy is the man from whom the goddess Tyche turns away just as she was giving him her gifts. Thus, surrounded by the host of bright gods, the great king of men and gods Zeus reigns on Olympus, guarding order and truth throughout the world. Poseidon and the deities of the sea. Deep in the abyss of the sea stands the wondrous palace of the great brother of Zeus the Thunderer, the earth-shaker Poseidon. Poseidon rules over the seas, and the waves of the sea obey the slightest movement of his hand, armed with the dread trident. There, in the depths of the sea, lives with Poseidon his fair wife Amphitrite, daughter of the prophetic sea elder Nereus, whom the great lord of the sea's depths, Poseidon, carried off from her father. He saw her once leading the round dance with her sister Nereids on the shore of the island of Naxos. The sea god was captivated by fair Amphitrite and wished to carry her away on his chariot. But Amphitrite hid herself with the Titan Atlas, who holds the vault of heaven on his mighty shoulders. Long could Poseidon not find the fair daughter of Nereus. At last a dolphin revealed her hiding place to him. For that service Poseidon set the dolphin among the heavenly constellations. Poseidon carried off from Atlas the fair daughter of Nereus and married her. Since then, Amphitrite has lived with her husband Poseidon in the underwater palace. High above the palace, the sea waves roar. A host of sea deities surrounds Poseidon, obedient to his will. Among them is Poseidon's son Triton, who, with the thunderous sound of his conch-shell trumpet, calls up dread storms. Among the deities are also the fair sisters of Amphitrite, the Nereids. Poseidon rules the sea. When he races across the sea in his chariot drawn by marvelous horses, the ever-roaring waves part and make way for the Lord Poseidon. Equal in beauty to Zeus himself, he speeds swiftly over the boundless sea, and around him dolphins play, fish rise from the depths and crowd about his chariot. But when Poseidon swings his dread trident, then, like mountains, the sea waves rise, crested with white foam, and a fierce storm rages on the sea. Then, with a roar, the sea rollers beat against the coastal cliffs and shake the earth. Yet when Poseidon stretches his trident over the waves, they grow calm. The storm dies, the sea is peaceful once more, smooth as a mirror, and only faintly laps against the shore. Blue, boundless. Many deities surround the great brother of Zeus, Poseidon. Among them is the prophetic sea elder Nereus, who knows all the hidden secrets of the future. Falsehood and deceit are foreign to Nereus. Only the truth does he reveal to gods and mortals. Wise are the counsels the prophetic elder gives. 50 fair daughters has Nereus. Merrily the young Nereids splash in the waves of the sea, shining among them with their divine beauty. Hand in hand, in a long line, they rise from the sea's depths and lead the round dance on the shore to the gentle plash of the quiet waves that wash the calm sea. The echo of the coastal cliffs then repeats the sounds of their tender song, like the soft murmur of the sea. The Nereids protect the seafarer and grant him a happy voyage. Among the deities of the sea is also the elder Proteus, who changes his shape like the sea itself and turns at will into various animals and monsters. He, too, is a prophetic god. One must only know how to catch him unawares, seize him and force him to reveal the secret of the future. Among the companions of the Earthshaker, Poseidon is also the god Glaucus, protector of sailors and fishermen, and he, too, possesses the gift of prophecy. Often rising from the depths of the sea, he has revealed the future and given wise counsel to mortals. Mighty are the gods of the sea, great is their power, yet over them all rules the great brother of Zeus, Poseidon. All the seas and all the lands are encircled by gray Oceanus, the Titan god, equal to Zeus himself in honor and glory. He lives far away on the borders of the world, and the affairs of the earth do not trouble his heart. 3,000 sons, river gods, and 3,000 daughters, Oceanids, goddesses of streams and springs, has Oceanus. The sons and daughters of the great god Oceanus bring prosperity and joy to mortals. With their ever-flowing, life-giving water, they water the whole earth and all that lives. The realm of gloomy Hades. Deep beneath the earth reigns the inexorable, gloomy brother of Zeus, Hades. Full of darkness and horrors is his realm. Never do the joyful rays of the bright sun penetrate there. Bottomless chasms lead from the surface of the earth into the sorrowful realm of Hades. Gloomy rivers flow through it. There runs the all-chilling sacred river Styx, by whose waters the gods themselves swear. There the Cocytus and the Acheron roll their waves. The souls of the dead fill their gloomy banks with lamentations full of sorrow. In the underworld realm flow also the waters of the spring Lethe, which bring forgetfulness of all that is earthly. Over the gloomy fields of the realm of Hades, overgrown with pale asphodel flowers, the bodiless, light shades of the dead drift. They lament their joyless life, without light and without desire. Softly their moans are heard, barely perceptible, like the rustle of withered leaves driven by the autumn wind. There is no return for anyone from this realm of sorrow. The three-headed hellhound Cerberus, about whose neck snakes move with a fearsome hiss, guards the exit. Stern old Charon, the ferryman of the souls of the dead, will not carry any soul back across the gloomy waters of the Acheron to the place where the bright sun of life shines. To eternal, joyless existence are the souls of the dead doomed in the gloomy realm of Hades. In this realm, which neither light nor the joy nor the sorrows of earthly life can reach, rules the brother of Zeus, Hades. He sits on a golden throne with his wife Persephone. The inexorable goddesses of vengeance, the Erinyes, serve him. Fearsome, with whips and snakes they pursue the criminal. They give him not a moment's peace and torment him with the pangs of conscience. Nowhere can one hide from them. Everywhere they find their victim. At the throne of Hades sit the judges of the realm of the dead, Minos and Rhadamanthus. There, too, beside the throne is the god of death Thanatos with a sword in his hands, in a black cloak with great black wings. A grave cold breath comes from those wings when Thanatos flies to the bed of the dying to cut with his sword a lock of hair from his head and tear out the soul. Beside Thanatos are also the gloomy Keres. On their wings they rush, furious, over the field of battle. The Keres rejoice when they see hero after hero fall slain. With their blood-red lips they press to the wounds, greedily drink the hot blood of the fallen, and tear the souls from their bodies. There, too, beside the throne of Hades, is the fair, youthful god of sleep Hypnos. Silently he flies on his wings over the earth with poppy heads in his hands, and pours from a horn the drink of sleep. Gently he touches the eyes of men with his wondrous wand, softly closes their lids and plunges mortals into sweet sleep. Mighty is the god Hypnos. Neither mortals nor gods nor even Zeus the thunderer himself can resist him. Hypnos closes even his dread eyes and plunges him into deep sleep. Through the gloomy realm of Hades drift also the gods of dreams. Among them are gods who give prophetic and joyful dreams. But there are also gods of terrible, oppressive dreams that frighten and torment men. There are gods of false dreams, too. They lead a man astray and often bring him to ruin. The realm of inexorable Hades is full of darkness and horrors. There wanders in the darkness the terrible phantom Impusa with donkey's legs. By night, with cunning, it lures people into lonely places, drinks all their blood and devours their still trembling bodies. There wanders also the monstrous Lamia. By night she slips into the bedchamber of happy mothers and steals their children to drink their blood. Over all phantoms and monsters rules the great goddess Hecate. She has 3 bodies and 3 heads. On moonless nights she wanders in deep darkness along the roads and by the graves, with all her dreadful retinue, surrounded by Stygian dogs. She sends terrors and heavy dreams upon the earth and destroys men. Hecate is called upon as a helper in witchcraft, yet she is also the only helper against witchcraft for those who honor her and offer her dogs in sacrifice at the crossroads where 3 roads meet. Terrible is the realm of Hades, and hateful to men. Hera. The great goddess Hera, wife of aegis-bearing Zeus, protects marriage and guards the sanctity and inviolability of the marriage bond. She sends abundant offspring to husband and wife, and blesses the mother at the birth of her child. After Zeus had forced defeated Cronus to cast forth from his mouth Hera and her brothers and sisters, their mother Rhea carried the great goddess Hera to the edge of the world, to gray Oceanus. There Thetis reared her. Long did Hera live far from Olympus, in quiet and peace. The great thunderer Zeus saw her, loved her, and carried her away from Thetis. The gods celebrated the wedding of Zeus and Hera with splendor. Iris and the Charites clothed Hera in rich garments, and she shone in her youthful, majestic beauty among the host of the gods of Olympus, seated on a golden throne beside the great king of gods and men, Zeus. All the gods brought gifts to the sovereign Hera, and the goddess Earth Gaia brought forth from her depths, as a gift to Hera, a wondrous apple tree with golden fruit. All nature glorified Queen Hera and King Zeus. Hera reigns on high Olympus. Like her husband Zeus, she commands thunder and lightning. At her word, dark rain clouds cover the sky, and with a motion of her hand she raises fierce storms. Fair is great Hera, ox-eyed, lily-armed. From beneath her diadem fall in waves her wondrous curls, and power and calm majesty shine in her eyes. The gods honor Hera. Her husband, the cloud-gatherer Zeus, honors her also, and often takes counsel with her. Yet quarrels between Zeus and Hera are not rare. Often Hera answers Zeus and contends with him in the councils of the gods. Then the thunderer grows angry and threatens his wife with punishment. Hera falls silent and restrains her wrath. She remembers how Zeus once scourged her, how he bound her with golden chains and hung her between earth and sky, fastening 2 heavy anvils to her feet. Mighty is Hera, no goddess equals her in power. Majestic, in a long and splendid robe woven by Athena herself, she drives down from Olympus in a chariot drawn by 2 immortal horses. The chariot is all of silver, its wheels of pure gold, and their spokes flash with bronze. Fragrance spreads over the earth wherever Hera passes. All living things bow before her, the great queen of Olympus. Io. Often does Hera suffer wrongs from her husband Zeus. So it was when Zeus loved the fair Io and, to hide her from his wife Hera, turned Io into a cow. Yet even thus the Thunderer did not save Io. Hera saw the snow-white cow Io and demanded that Zeus give her as a gift. Zeus could not refuse Hera this. Having taken possession of Io, Hera set the 100-eyed Argus to watch over her. The unhappy Io suffered. She could tell no one of her torments, for, changed into a cow, she was deprived of the gift of speech. Sleepless Argus guarded Io. She could not escape him. Zeus saw her sufferings. Calling his son Hermes, he commanded him to carry Io away. Swiftly Hermes came to the summit of the mountain, where the 100-eyed guardian watched over Io. With his words, he lulled Argus to sleep. No sooner had his 100 eyes closed than Hermes drew his curved sword and with a single blow struck off Argus's head. Io was set free. Yet even thus, Zeus did not save Io from the wrath of Hera. She sent a monstrous gadfly. With its sting, the gadfly drove from land to land the unhappy sufferer Io, maddened by torment. Nowhere did she find rest. In frantic flight, she raced ever farther, and the gadfly flew after her, thrusting its sting into her body at every moment. The sting of the gadfly burned Io like red-hot iron. Through what lands did Io not run? In what countries did she not wander? At last, after long wanderings, she came in the land of the Scythians, in the farthest north, to the rock to which the Titan Prometheus was chained. He foretold to the unhappy one that only in Egypt would she be delivered from her torments. Driven by the gadfly, Io raced on. Many sufferings she endured, many dangers she saw before she reached Egypt. There, on the banks of the bountiful Nile, Zeus restored her former shape, and a son, Hephaestus, was born to her. He was the first king of Egypt and the ancestor of a great race of heroes, to which belonged also the greatest hero of Greece, Heracles. Apollo. The birth of Apollo. The god of light, golden-haired Apollo, was born on the island of Delos. His mother Leto, driven by the wrath of the goddess Hera, could find nowhere a place of refuge. Pursued by the dragon Typhon, whom Hera had sent against her, she wandered over the whole earth and at last took shelter on Delos, which in those days drifted upon the waves of the stormy sea. No sooner had Leto set foot upon Delos than huge pillars rose from the depths of the sea and fixed that barren island in place. It stood immovable on the spot where it stands to this day. Around Delos the sea roared. Desolate rose the rocks of Delos, bare of the least vegetation. Only the seagulls found refuge on those rocks, and filled them with their mournful cries. But then the god of light Apollo was born, and streams of bright light poured everywhere. Like gold they flooded the rocks of Delos. Everything around blossomed and shone, the coastal cliffs, Mount Cynthus, the valley, and the sea. Loudly the goddesses gathered on Delos praised the newborn god, offering him ambrosia and nectar. All nature around rejoiced with the goddesses. The struggle of Apollo with Python and the founding of the Delphic oracle. Young, radiant Apollo sped across the azure sky with the cithara in his hands and a silver bow upon his shoulders. The golden arrows rang loudly in his quiver. Proud and triumphant, Apollo flew high above the earth, a threat to all that is evil, to all that is born of darkness. He hastened to the place where the dread Python dwelt, the monster that had pursued his mother Leto. He wished to avenge upon it all the harm it had done her. Swiftly Apollo reached the gloomy gorge, the dwelling of Python. Rocks rose around it, climbing high into the sky. Darkness reigned in the gorge. Along its floor a mountain torrent rushed, gray with foam, and above the stream mists swirled. From its lair crawled the terrible Python. Its vast body, covered with scales, wound in countless coils among the rocks. The rocks and mountains trembled under the weight of its body and shifted from their places. Furious Python laid waste all around it, death it spread on every side. In terror the nymphs and all living things fled. Python reared up, mighty and raging, opened its dreadful jaws and was ready to swallow golden-haired Apollo. Then the string of the silver bow sang. Like a spark, a golden arrow that never misses flashed through the air, then another, then a third. Arrows rained upon Python, and it fell lifeless to the ground. Loudly rang the triumphant song of victory, the paean, of golden-haired Apollo, conqueror of Python, and the golden strings of the god Cythera answered it. Apollo buried the body of Python in the earth where sacred Delphi now stands, and founded there a sanctuary and an oracle, that he might declare to men the will of his father Zeus. From the high shore far out to sea, Apollo saw a ship of Cretan sailors. In the form of a dolphin, he plunged into the blue sea, overtook the ship and rose from the waves like a radiant star upon its stern. Apollo brought the ship to the harbor of the city of Crisa, and, playing upon his golden cithara, led the Cretan sailors through the fertile valley to Delphi. He made them the first priests of his sanctuary. Daphne. The bright, joyful god Apollo knows sorrow also, and grief has come upon him. He knew sorrow soon after his victory over Python. When Apollo, proud of his triumph, stood over the monster slain by his arrows, he saw near him the young god of love, Eros, drawing his golden bow. Laughing, Apollo said to him, "What need have you, child, of so dread a weapon? Leave rather to me the sending of the piercing golden arrows with which I have just slain Python. Would you match your glory with mine, the archer's? Do you hope to win greater renown than I?" Offended, Eros answered Apollo proudly, "Your arrows, Phoebus Apollo, never miss. They strike all, yet my arrow shall strike you." Eros beat his golden wings, and in an instant flew up to high Parnassus. There he drew from his quiver 2 arrows, one that wounds the heart and kindles love. With it he pierced the heart of Apollo, the other that kills love. He sent it into the heart of the nymph Daphne, daughter of the river god Peneus. One day Apollo met the fair Daphne, and loved her. But no sooner did Daphne see golden-haired Apollo than she fled with the swiftness of the wind, for the arrow of Eros that kills love had pierced her heart. The silver-bowed god hastened after her. "Stay, fair nymph," cried Apollo. "Why do you flee from me as a lamb flees from the wolf, as a dove from the eagle? I am not your enemy. See, you have wounded your feet upon the sharp thorns of the briar." "Oh, wait, stop! I am Apollo, son of Zeus the Thunderer, not a common mortal shepherd." But fair Daphne fled ever faster. As if on wings, Apollo races after her. Closer and closer he draws. Now he will overtake her. Daphne feels his breath. Her strength fails. She prayed to her father Peneus. "Father Peneus, help me. Open earth and swallow me. Oh, take from me this form that brings me only suffering." No sooner had she spoken than her limbs grew numb. Bark covered her tender body, her hair became leaves, and her arms, raised to the sky, turned into branches. Long the sorrowful Apollo stood before the laurel and at last said, "Let a wreath of your greenery alone adorn my head. From this day let your leaves crown both my cithara and my quiver. May your green never wither, O laurel." stand forever green." And the laurel softly rustled its dense branches in answer to Apollo and, as if in assent, bowed its green crown. Apollo at Admetus. Apollo had to purify himself from the guilt of the blood of Python he had shed. For he himself purifies men who have committed murder. By the decree of Zeus he withdrew to Thessaly, to the fair and noble king Admetus. There he pastured the king's flocks, and by this service atoned for his sin. When Apollo played in the midst of the pastures upon a reed pipe, or upon his golden cithara, the wild beasts came forth from the forest thickets, enchanted by his playing. Panthers and fierce lions walked peacefully among the herds. Deer and chamois gathered at the sound of the flute. Peace and joy reigned all around. Prosperity entered the house of Admetus. No one had such fruits. His horses and flocks were the finest in all Thessaly. All this the golden-haired god gave him. Apollo helped Admetus win the hand of Alcestis, daughter of King Peleus of Iolcus. Her father had promised to give her in marriage only to the man who could yoke a lion and a bear to his chariot. Then Apollo endowed his favorite Admetus with invincible strength, and he fulfilled Peleus's task. Apollo served Admetus for 8 years, and, when the term of his atoning service was ended, returned to Delphi. Spring and summer Apollo lives in Delphi. When autumn comes, when the flowers wither and the leaves on the trees turn yellow, when cold winter draws near that will cover the summit of Parnassus with snow, then Apollo, in his chariot drawn by snow-white swans, flies away to the land of the Hyperboreans, a land that knows no winter, a land of eternal spring. There he dwells all the winter. But when everything in Delphi grows green once more, when under the life-giving breath of spring the flowers open and cover the valley of Crisa with a many-colored carpet, golden-haired Apollo returns on his swans to Delphi to declare to men the will of Zeus the Thunderer. Then in Delphi they celebrate the return of the prophetic god Apollo from the land of the Hyperboreans. All spring and summer he lives in Delphi. He visits also his birthplace Delos, where he has a splendid sanctuary as well. Apollo and the Muses. In spring and summer, on the slopes of wooded Helicon, where the sacred waters of the spring Hippocrene murmur mysteriously, and on high Parnassus by the pure waters of the Castalian spring, Apollo leads the dance with the 9 Muses. Young and fair, the Muses, daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, are the constant companions of Apollo. He leads the choir of the Muses and accompanies their song with the playing of his golden cithara. Majestically Apollo walks at the head of the Muses, choir crowned with a laurel wreath. After him follow all 9 Muses: Calliope, muse of epic poetry; Euterpe, muse of lyric song; Erato, muse of love songs; Melpomene, muse of tragedy; Thalia, muse of comedy; Terpsichore, muse of the dance; Clio, muse of history; Urania, muse of astronomy; and Polyhymnia. Solemnly their choir resounds, and all nature, as if enchanted, listens to their divine singing. When Apollo, accompanied by the Muses, appears among the host of the gods on bright Olympus, and the sounds of his cithara and the song of the Muses are heard, then all falls silent on Olympus. Ares forgets the din of bloody battles. No lightning flashes in the hands of the cloud-gatherer Zeus. The gods forget their quarrels. Peace and stillness reign on Olympus. Even the eagle of Zeus lowers its mighty wings and closes its keen eyes. Its dread cry is no longer heard. It quietly dozes upon the scepter of Zeus. In complete silence, the strings of Apollo's cithara sound solemnly. But when Apollo strikes the golden strings of his cithara in joyful measure, then a bright, shining dance moves through the banqueting hall of the gods. The Muses, the Charites, ever-young Aphrodite, Ares with Hermes, all take part in the merry dance, and before them all walks the majestic maiden, Apollo's sister, fair Artemis. Bathed in streams of golden light, the young gods dance to the sounds of Apollo's cithara. The sons of Eros. Terrible is far-shooting Apollo in his anger, and then his golden arrows know no mercy. Many have they struck. By them perish the sons of Aloeus, Otus and Ephialtes, proud of their strength and unwilling to submit to any. Already in early childhood they were renowned for their enormous stature, their strength, and their boundless courage. While still youths they began to threaten the Olympian gods. "Oh, only let us grow to manhood, only let us reach the full measure of our supernatural strength. Then we shall pile mountain upon mountain, Olympus, Pelion, and Ossa, and climb by them to heaven. Then we shall carry off from you Olympians, Hera, and Artemis." Thus, like the Titans, the rebellious sons of Aloeus threatened the Olympians. They would have fulfilled their threat, for they had already bound the dread god of war Ares in chains, and for 30 full months he languished in a bronze dungeon. Long still would the war-hungry Ares have languished in captivity had not swift Hermes stolen him away, stripped of his strength. Mighty were Otus and Ephialtes. Apollo would not endure their threats. The far-shooting god drew his silver bow. Like sparks of flame his golden arrows flashed through the air, and Otus and Ephialtes fell, pierced by the arrows. Marsyas. Cruelly did Apollo punish also the Phrygian satyr Marsyas for daring to contend with him in music. Apollo, the cithara player, would not endure such insolence. One day, wandering through the fields of Phrygia, Marsyas found a reed flute. The goddess Athena had cast it aside when she saw that playing upon the flute she herself had invented disfigured her divinely beautiful face. Athena cursed her invention and said, "Let him who picks up this flute be cruelly punished." Knowing nothing of what Athena had said, Marsyas picked up the flute and soon learned to play it so well that all listened, enchanted to that simple music. Marsyas grew proud and challenged Apollo himself, the patron of music, to a contest. Apollo appeared to the challenge in a long, splendid cloak, crowned with laurel and holding his golden cithara. How insignificant seemed before the majestic fair Apollo, the dweller of woods and fields, Marsyas, with his wretched reed flute. How could he draw from the flute such wondrous sounds as flew from the golden strings of Apollo, leader of the Muses? Apollo was victorious. Angered by the challenge, he ordered the unhappy Marsyas to be hung by the arms and his skin flayed from him while he still lived. Thus Marsyas paid for his boldness. And the skin of Marsyas was hung in a grotto near Cyllene in Phrygia, and afterwards it was said that it always began to move, as if dancing, whenever the sounds of a Phrygian reed flute reached the grotto, and remained motionless when the majestic sounds of the cithara were heard. Asclepius. Yet Apollo is not only an avenger. Not only does he send destruction with his golden arrows, he also heals diseases. Apollo's son Asclepius is the god of physicians and of the art of healing. The wise centaur Chiron reared Asclepius on the slopes of Pelion. Under his guidance, Asclepius became so skilled a physician that he surpassed even his teacher Chiron. Asclepius not only healed all diseases, but even restored the dead to life. By this he angered the lord of the realm of the dead, Hades and Zeus the Thunderer, for he violated the law and order established by Zeus upon the earth. Angry Zeus hurled his lightning and struck Asclepius down. Yet men deified the son of Apollo as a god of healing. They raised many sanctuaries to him, and among them the famous sanctuary of Asclepius at Epidaurus. Throughout Greece, Apollo was honored. The Greeks revered him as the god of light, the god who purifies man from the stain of shed blood, the god who declares the will of his father Zeus, who punishes, who sends diseases, and who heals them. The youths of Greece honored him as their patron. Apollo is the protector of seafaring. He helps in the founding of new colonies and cities. Artists, poets, singers, and musicians stand under the special protection of the leader of the Muses, choir, Apollo the cithara player. Apollo is equal to Zeus the Thunderer himself in the worship the Greeks rendered him. Artemis. The eternally young, fair goddess was born on Delos at the same time as her brother, golden-haired Apollo. They are twins. The most sincere love, the closest friendship bind brother and sister. Deeply they love also their mother, Leto. Artemis gives life to all. She cares for everything that lives upon the earth and grows in forest and field. She cares for the wild beasts, for the herds of domestic animals, and for men. She brings forth the growth of grasses, flowers, and trees. She blesses birth, the wedding, and marriage. Rich sacrifices do Greek women offer to the glorious daughter of Zeus, Artemis, who blesses and grants happiness in marriage, who heals, and who sends diseases. Eternally young, fair as a clear day, the goddess Artemis, with bow and quiver upon her shoulders and a hunter's spear in her hands, hunts merrily in the shady forests and sunlit fields. A noisy throng of nymphs accompanies her, and she, majestic in a short hunter's dress that reaches only to the knee, races swiftly along the wooded slopes of the mountains. Neither the timid stag, nor the shy hind, nor the raging boar that hides in the reed thickets can escape her arrows that never miss. After Artemis, her companion nymphs hasten. Merry laughter cries, the barking of the pack of hounds ring far through the mountains, and the mountain echo answers them loudly. When the goddess grows weary of the hunt, she hastens with the nymphs to sacred Delphi, to her beloved brother, the far-shooting Apollo. There she rests. To the divine sounds of Apollo's golden cithara, she leads the dances with the Muses and the nymphs. Before all in the dance walks Artemis, slender and fair. She is fairer than all the nymphs and Muses, and taller than they by a full head. Artemis loves also to rest in cool, green-clad grottos, far from the eyes of mortals. Woe to him who disturbs her peace. Thus perished also young Actaeon, son of Autonoa, daughter of the Theban king Cadmus. Ares, Aphrodite, Eros, and Hymen. The god of war, furious Ares, is the son of Zeus, the thunderer, and Hera. Zeus does not love him. Often he tells his son that of all the gods of Olympus, he is the one he hates most. Zeus does not love his son for his bloodthirstiness. Were Ares not his son, long ago he would have cast him down into gloomy Tartarus, where the Titans languish. The heart of savage Ares rejoices only in cruel battles. Furious, he races amid the crash of arms, the cries and groans of battle among the fighters, in gleaming armor with a vast shield. After him race his sons, Deimos and Phobos, terror and fear, and beside them the goddess of strife Eris and the goddess Enyo who sows slaughter. The battle seethes and thunders, Ares rejoices, with a groan the warriors fall. Ares triumphs when with his terrible sword he strikes a warrior, and hot blood pours upon the earth. Without distinction he strikes to right and to left. A heap of bodies lies around the cruel god. Savage, furious, dread is Ares, yet victory does not always accompany him. Often Ares must yield upon the field of battle to the warlike daughter of Zeus, Athena Pallas. She conquers Ares by wisdom and calm awareness of strength. Often mortal heroes also gain the upper hand over Ares, especially when bright-eyed Athena Pallas helps them. Thus the hero Diomedes struck Ares with a bronze spear beneath the walls of Troy. Athena herself directed the blow. Far across the host of Trojans and Greeks rang the terrible cry of the wounded god. As if 10,000 warriors had cried out at once as they entered furious battle, so cried out in pain Ares, clad in bronze armor. Greeks and Trojans shuddered in terror, and furious Ares raced, wrapped in a dark cloud covered with blood, with complaints against Athena to his father Zeus. But Father Zeus would not listen to his complaints. He does not love his son, to whom only quarrels, battles, and slaughter are pleasing. Even if the wife of Ares, the fairest of goddesses Aphrodite, comes to the aid of her husband when in the heat of battle he meets Athena, still the beloved daughter of Zeus the Thunderer emerges victorious. The warrior Athena, with a single blow, casts to the ground the fair goddess of love, Aphrodite. With tears, the eternally young, wondrously fair Aphrodite rises to Olympus, and after her rings the triumphant laughter and the mockery of Athena. Aphrodite. It is not for the soft, fickle goddess Aphrodite to interfere in bloody battles. She awakens love in the hearts of gods and mortals. By this power she reigns over the whole world. No one can escape her power, not even the gods. Only the warrior Athena, Hestia, and Artemis are not subject to her might. Tall, slender, with tender features, with a soft wave of golden hair lying like a crown upon her fair head, Aphrodite is the embodiment of divine beauty and unfading youth. When she walks, in the radiance of her beauty, in fragrant garments, the sun shines more brightly, the flowers bloom more luxuriantly. Wild forest beasts run to her from the thickets of the wood. Birds flock to her in flocks when she walks through the forest. Lions, panthers, leopards, and bears gently caress her. Calmly, Aphrodite walks among the wild beasts, proud of her radiant beauty. Her companions, the Hours and the Charites, goddesses of beauty and grace, attend her. They clothe the goddess in rich garments, comb her golden hair, and crown her head with a sparkling diadem. Near the island of Cythera, Aphrodite, daughter of Uranus, was born from the snow-white foam of the sea waves. A light, caressing breeze brought her to the island of Cyprus. There the young Hours surrounded the goddess of love as she rose from the sea waves. They clothed her in a gold-woven garment and crowned her with a wreath of fragrant flowers. Wherever Aphrodite set her foot, flowers grew luxuriantly. All the air was filled with fragrance. Eros and Hephaestus led the wondrous goddess to Olympus. Loudly the gods greeted her. From that time, golden Aphrodite has always lived among the gods of Olympus, eternally young, the fairest of goddesses. Pygmalion. Aphrodite grants happiness to him who serves her faithfully. Thus she granted happiness also to Pygmalion, the great Cypriot artist. Pygmalion hated women and lived in solitude, avoiding marriage. One day he made from shining white ivory a statue of a maiden of extraordinary beauty. As if alive, the statue stood in the artist's workshop. It seemed that she breathed. It seemed that at any moment she would move, walk, and speak. For whole hours the artist gazed upon his work and at last fell in love with the statue he himself had created. He gave her precious necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, clothed her in rich garments, crowned her head with wreaths of flowers. How often Pygmalion whispered, "Oh, if only you were alive! If only you could answer my words! Oh, how happy I should be!" But the statue was silent. The days of the festival in honor of Aphrodite came. Pygmalion offered to the goddess of love a white heifer with gilded horns. He stretched out his hands to the goddess and with prayer whispered, "O eternal gods, and you, golden Aphrodite, if you can grant all to him who prays, then give me a wife as fair as that statue of a maiden which I myself have made." Pygmalion did not dare to ask the gods to bring his statue to life. He feared to anger the Olympian gods with such a request. Brightly the sacrificial flame flared before the image of the goddess of love, Aphrodite. By this the goddess seemed to make known to Pygmalion that the gods had heard his prayer. The artist returned home. He approached the statue, and oh happiness, oh joy, the statue had come to life. Her heart beats, life shines in her eyes. Thus the goddess Aphrodite gave a fair wife to Pygmalion. Narcissus. But whoever does not honor golden Aphrodite, whoever rejects her gifts, whoever resists her power, him the goddess of love punishes without mercy. Thus she punished the son of the river god Hephaestus and the nymph Liriope, the fair but cold, proud Narcissus. He loved no one but himself alone. Only himself did he consider worthy of love. One day, when he had lost his way in the dense forest while hunting, The nymph Echo saw him. The nymph could not herself speak to Narcissus. Upon her lay the punishment of the goddess Hera. The nymph Echo must be silent, and she could answer questions only by repeating their last words. With rapture, Echo gazed upon the slender, handsome youth, hidden from him by the forest thicket. Narcissus looked around, not knowing which way to go, and cried loudly, "Ho! Who is here?" "Here!" rang the loud answer of Echo. "Come here!" cried Narcissus. "Here!" answered Echo. In amazement fair, Narcissus looks about. No one is there. Surprised by this, he cried loudly, "Here! Quickly to me!" And joyfully, Echo answered, "To me!" Stretching out her arms, the nymph hastens from the forest to Narcissus, but the fair youth angrily thrust her away. He went hastily from the nymph and hid himself in the dark forest. The rejected nymph hid herself also in the impassable forest thicket. She suffers from love for Narcissus, shows herself to no one, and only answers sadly to every cry, the unhappy Echo. And Narcissus remained as before, proud, self-loving. He rejected the love of all. Many nymphs his pride made unhappy. And once one of the nymphs he had rejected cried out, "May you too love Narcissus, and may the one you love not return your love." The wish of the nymph was fulfilled. The goddess of love Aphrodite grew angry that Narcissus rejected her gifts and punished him. One day in spring, while hunting, Narcissus came to a stream and wished to drink of the cold water. Never yet had the waters of that stream been touched by shepherd or mountain goat. Never had a broken branch fallen into the stream. Never even had the wind carried into it the petals of luxuriant flowers. Its water was pure and transparent. As in a mirror, everything around was reflected in it. The bushes that grew along the bank, the slender cypresses, and the blue sky. Narcissus bent over the stream, leaning his hands upon a stone that jutted from the water, and was reflected in the stream entirely, in all his beauty. Then the punishment of Aphrodite overtook him. In amazement he gazes at his reflection in the water, and a strong love takes possession of him. With eyes full of love he looks at his image in the water. It beckons him, calls him, stretches out its arms to him. Narcissus bends to the mirror of the waters to kiss his reflection, but kisses only the cold, transparent water of the stream. Narcissus has forgotten everything. He does not leave the stream. Without turning away, he admires himself. He neither eats, nor drinks, nor sleeps. At last, full of despair, Narcissus cries out, stretching his arms to his reflection, "Oh, who has suffered so cruelly? Mountains do not separate us, nor seas, but only a strip of water, and yet we cannot be together. Come forth from the stream." Narcissus grew thoughtful, looking at his reflection in the water. Suddenly a terrible thought came into his head, and softly he whispers to his reflection, bending to the very water, "Oh, woe! I fear I have fallen in love with myself, for you are I myself. I love myself. I feel that little life remains to me. Scarcely having blossomed, I shall wither and go down into the gloomy realm of shades. Death does not frighten me. Death will bring an end to the torments of love." Strength leaves Narcissus. He grows pale and already feels the approach of death, yet still he cannot tear himself from his reflection. Narcissus weeps. His tears fall into the transparent waters of the stream. Circles spread over the mirror surface of the water, and the fair image vanished. In fear, Narcissus cried out, "Oh, where are you? Return, stay, do not leave me. It is cruel. Oh, at least let me look upon you." But now the water is calm again. The reflection has appeared again, and again, without turning away, Narcissus looks upon it. He melts away like dew upon the flowers in the rays of the hot sun. The unhappy nymph Echo also sees how Narcissus suffers. She still loves him. The sufferings of Narcissus compress her heart with pain. "Oh, woe!" cries Narcissus. "Oh, woe!" answers Echo. At last, exhausted, with a weakening voice, Narcissus cried out, looking at his reflection, "Farewell!" And still more softly, scarcely audible, sounded the answer of the nymph Echo, "Farewell." The head of Narcissus sank upon the green grass of the bank, and the darkness of death covered his eyes. Narcissus died. The young nymphs wept in the forest, and Echo wept. The nymphs prepared a grave for young Narcissus, but when they came for his body, they did not find it. In the place where the head of Narcissus had rested upon the grass, there grew a white, fragrant flower, the flower of death. Narcissus, they call it. Adonis. But the goddess of love, who so punished Narcissus, herself knew the torments of love, and she had to mourn the beloved Adonis. She loved the son of the king of Cyprus, Adonis. No mortal equaled him in beauty. He was fairer even than the Olympian gods. For his sake, Aphrodite forgot both Pathmos and flowering Cythera. Adonis was dearer to her even than bright Olympus. All her time she spent with young Adonis. With him she hunted in the mountains and forests of Cyprus, like the maiden Artemis. Aphrodite forgot her golden ornaments, her beauty. Under the scorching rays and in foul weather she hunted hares, timid deer and chamois, avoiding the hunt of dread lions and boars. Of Adonis she begged that he avoid the dangers of hunting lions, bears and boars, that no misfortune should befall him. Rarely did the goddess leave the king's son, and each time she left him she prayed him to remember her requests. One day, in the absence of Aphrodite, the hounds of Adonis, while hunting, came upon the trail of a vast boar. They raised the beast, and with furious barking drove it. Adonis rejoiced at such rich quarry. He did not foresee that this was his last hunt. Closer and closer comes the barking of the hounds. Now the vast boar has flashed among the bushes. Adonis is already preparing to pierce the enraged boar with his spear, when suddenly the boar rushed upon him and with its huge tusks mortally wounded the favorite of Aphrodite. Adonis died of the terrible wound. When Aphrodite learned of the death of Adonis, full of inexpressible grief, she herself went into the mountains of Cyprus to seek the body of the beloved youth. Over steep mountain slopes, through gloomy gorges, along the edges of deep precipices, Aphrodite walked. Sharp stones and the thorns of the briar wounded the tender feet of the goddess. Drops of her blood fell upon the earth, leaving a trail wherever the goddess passed. At last, Aphrodite found the body of Adonis. Bitterly she wept over the fair youth who had perished so early. That the memory of him might be preserved forever, the goddess commanded that from the blood of Adonis there should grow the tender anemone. And wherever drops of blood fell from the wounded feet of the goddess, there everywhere grew luxuriant roses, red as the blood of Aphrodite. Zeus the Thunderer took pity on the grief of the goddess of love and commanded his brother Hades and his wife Persephone to release Adonis each year from the sorrowful realm of the shades of the dead to the earth. From that time, Adonis remains half the year in the realm of Hades, and half the year lives upon the earth with the goddess Aphrodite. All nature rejoices when the young, fair favorite of golden Aphrodite, Adonis, returns to the earth under the bright rays of the sun. Eros. Fair Aphrodite reigns over the world. Like Zeus the Thunderer, she has a messenger. Through him she carries out her will. This messenger of Aphrodite is her son Eros, a merry, playful, cunning, and at times cruel boy. Eros flies upon his shining golden wings over lands and seas, swift and light as the breath of a breeze. In his hands is a little golden bow, upon his shoulders a quiver of arrows. No one is protected from these golden arrows. Without missing, Eros hits the mark. As an archer, he is not inferior to the far-shooting golden-haired Apollo himself. When Eros hits the mark, his eyes shine with joy. He triumphantly tosses high his curly head and laughs loudly. The arrows of Eros bring joy and happiness, but often they bring suffering, the torments of love, and even destruction. To golden-haired Apollo himself, to the cloud-gatherer Zeus himself, these arrows have caused no little suffering. Zeus knew how much grief and evil the son of golden Aphrodite would bring into the world. He wished that the child should be killed at birth. But how could the mother allow it? She hid Eros in an impassable forest, and there, in the forest wilds, 2 fierce lionesses suckled the infant Eros with their milk. Eros grew, and now he flies over the whole world, young and fair, and with his arrows sows in the world now happiness, now sorrow, now good, now evil. Hymen. There is yet another helper and companion of Aphrodite, the young god of marriage, Hymen. He flies upon his snow-white wings at the head of wedding processions. Brightly burns the flame of his bridal torch. Choirs of maidens invoke Hymen during the wedding, praying him to bless the marriage of the young and to send joy into their lives. Hephaestus. Hephaestus, son of Zeus and Hera, god of fire, the divine smith with whom none can compare in the art of forging, was born upon bright Olympus, a weak and lame child. Great Hera was filled with anger when they showed her the ugly, frail son. She seized him and cast him down from Olympus to the distant earth. Long the unhappy child flew through the air, and at last fell into the waves of the boundless sea. The sea goddesses took pity on him, Uranus, daughter of great Oceanus, and Thetis, daughter of the prophetic sea elder Nereus. They raised the little Hephaestus, who had fallen into the sea, and carried him with them, deep under the waters of gray Oceanus. There, in an azure grotto, they reared Hephaestus. The god Hephaestus grew up ugly and lame, but with mighty arms, a broad chest, and a muscular neck. What a wondrous craftsman he was in his smith's craft! Many magnificent ornaments of gold and silver he forged for his foster mothers, Uranus and Thetis. Long he hid in his heart anger against his mother, the goddess Hera. At last he resolved to avenge himself upon her for casting him from Olympus. He forged a golden chair of extraordinary beauty and sent it to Olympus as a gift to his mother. The wife of Zeus the Thunderer was filled with delight when she saw the wondrous gift. Indeed, only the queen of gods and men could sit upon a chair of such extraordinary beauty. But, oh horror! No sooner had Hera seated herself in the chair than unbreakable bonds wound about her, and Hera found herself chained to the chair. The gods rushed to her aid. In vain, none of them had the power to free Queen Hera. The gods understood that only Hephaestus, who had forged the chair, could free his great mother. At once they sent the god Hermes, messenger of the gods, for the divine smith. Like a whirlwind, Hermes raced to the edge of the world, to the shores of Oceanus. In an instant he flew over land and sea and appeared in the grotto where Hephaestus worked. Long he begged Hephaestus to go with him to high Olympus to free Queen Hera, but the divine smith refused outright. He remembered the evil his mother had done him. Neither requests nor prayers of Hermes helped. To his aid came Dionysus, the merry god of wine. With loud laughter he offered Hephaestus a cup of fragrant wine, then another, and still another. Hephaestus grew tipsy. Now one could do with him whatever one wished, lead him wherever one pleased. The god of wine Dionysus conquered Hephaestus. Hermes and Dionysus set Hephaestus upon an ass and brought him to Olympus. Swaying, Hephaestus rode. Around Hephaestus the ivy-wreathed Maenads raced in merry dance with thyrse in their hands. The tipsy satyrs leapt clumsily. Torches smoked, the clash of tympana rang loudly, laughter, and the drums thundered. And at the head walked the great god Dionysus in a wreath of grapes, and with a thyrsus. Merrily the procession moved. At last they came to Olympus. Hephaestus in a single moment freed his mother. Now he no longer remembered the offense. Hephaestus remained to live upon Olympus. There he built for the gods majestic golden palaces, and for himself built a palace of gold, silver, and bronze. In it he lives with his wife, the fair, gracious Charis, goddess of grace and beauty. In this same palace is also the forge of Hephaestus. Most of his time Hephaestus spends in his forge full of wonders. In the middle stands a vast anvil, in the corner a furnace with blazing fire and bellows. Wondrous are these bellows. They need not be worked by hand. They obey the word of Hephaestus. He speaks, and the bellows work, fanning the fire in the furnace into a brightly blazing flame. Covered with sweat, all black with dust and soot, the divine smith works in his forge. What wondrous works he forges there! Unbreakable weapons, ornaments of gold and silver, cups and goblets, tripods that roll of themselves upon golden wheels as if alive. When the work is finished, having washed away the sweat and soot in a fragrant bath, Hephaestus goes, limping and swaying upon his weak legs, to the feast of the gods, to his father, Zeus the Thunderer. Gracious, good-natured, he often stops a quarrel between Zeus and Hera that is ready to flare up. Without laughter the gods cannot watch lame Hephaestus hobbling around the banqueting table, pouring fragrant nectar for the gods. Laughter makes the gods forget their quarrels. But the god Hephaestus can also be terrible. Many have felt the power of his fire and the dreadful mighty blows of his vast hammer. Even the waves of the raging rivers Xanthus and Simois he subdued with fire beneath Troy. Terrible he struck with his hammer also the mighty giants. Great is the god of fire, the most skillful, the divine smith Hephaestus. He gives warmth and joy, he is gentle and gracious, yet he also punishes terribly. Demeter and Persephone. Mighty is the great goddess Demeter. She gives fertility to the earth, and without her beneficent power nothing grows in the shady forests, nor in the meadows, nor on the rich plowlands. The Rape of Persephone by Hades. The great goddess Demeter had a young and fair daughter, Persephone. The father of Persephone was the great son of Cronus himself, Zeus the Thunderer. One day fair Persephone was playing carelessly with her companions, the Oceanids, in the flowering Nysaean valley. Like a light-winged butterfly, the young daughter of Demeter ran from flower to flower. She plucked luxuriant roses, fragrant violets, snow-white lilies, and red hyacinths. Carefree Persephone played, not knowing the fate that her father Zeus had appointed for her. Persephone did not think that she would not soon see again the clear light of the sun, nor soon admire the flowers and breathe their sweet fragrance. Zeus had given her as wife to his gloomy brother Hades, lord of the realm of the shades of the dead, and with him Persephone was to live in the darkness of the underworld, deprived of light and of the hot southern sun. Hades saw how Persephone played in the Nysaean valley and resolved at once to carry her off. He begged the goddess Earth Gaia to grow a flower of extraordinary beauty. The goddess Gaia consented, and a wondrous flower grew in the Nysaean valley. Its intoxicating fragrance spread far on every side. Persephone saw the flower. She stretched out her hand and seized it by the stem. Already the flower was plucked. Suddenly the earth opened, and upon black horses the lord of the realm of the shades of the dead, gloomy Hades, appeared from the earth in a golden chariot. He seized young Persephone, lifted her into his chariot, and in an instant vanished, with his swift horses into the depths of the earth. Persephone had only time to cry out. Far rang the cry of terror of the young daughter of Demeter. It reached even the depths of the sea and high bright Olympus. No one saw how gloomy Hades carried off Persephone, only the god Helios' son saw him. The goddess Demeter heard the cry of Persephone. She hastened to the Nysaean valley and sought her daughter everywhere. She asked her companions, the Oceanids, but nowhere was she. The Oceanids had not seen where Persephone had vanished. Heavy sorrow for the loss of her only beloved daughter took possession of the heart of Demeter. Clad in dark garments, for 9 days, conscious of nothing, thinking of nothing, the great goddess Demeter wandered over the earth, shedding bitter tears. She sought Persephone everywhere, begged help of all, but no one could help her in her grief. At last, on the 10th day, she came to the god Helios' son and with tears began to entreat him. "O radiant Helios! You drive in your golden chariot high across the sky over all the earth and all the seas. You see everything, nothing can hide from you. If you have even a little pity for an unhappy mother, tell me where my daughter Persephone is. Tell me where I am to seek her." I heard her cry, "She has been carried off from me. Tell me who has carried her off. I have sought her everywhere, yet nowhere can I find her." "Radiant Helios," answered Demeter, "great goddess, you know how I honor you. You see how I grieve at the sight of your sorrow. Know that the great cloud-gatherer Zeus has given your daughter as wife to his gloomy brother, the Lord Hades. He has carried Persephone off and taken her into his realm full of horrors. Conquer your heavy sorrow, goddess, for great is the husband of your daughter. She has become the wife of the mighty brother of great Zeus." Still more was the goddess Demeter grieved. She grew angry with Zeus the Thunderer because without her consent he had given Persephone as wife to Hades. She left the gods, left bright Olympus, took the form of a simple mortal and, clad in dark garments, long wandered among mortals, shedding bitter tears. All growth upon the earth ceased. The leaves on the trees withered and fell. The forests stood bare. The grass faded. The flowers let fall their many-colored crowns and withered. There were no fruits in the orchards. The green vineyards dried up. The heavy, juicy clusters did not ripen in them. The once fertile fields were empty. Not a blade of grass grew upon them. Life upon the earth stood still. Hunger reigned everywhere. Everywhere weeping and groans were heard. Destruction threatened the whole human race. But Demeter, plunged in sorrow for her tenderly loved daughter, saw and heard nothing. At last, Demeter came to the city of Eleusis. There, by the city walls, she sat in the shade of an olive tree upon the stone of sorrow beside the very well of the maidens. Motionless sat Demeter, like a statue. In straight folds her dark garment fell to the very ground. Her head was bowed, and from her eyes one tear after another rolled and fell upon her breast. Long Demeter sat thus, alone, inconsolable. The daughters of the king of Eleusis, Celeus, saw her. They wondered when they noticed by the spring a weeping woman in dark garments approached her and asked with sympathy who she was. But the goddess Demeter did not reveal herself to them. She said that her name was Dio, that she was of Cretan birth, that robbers had carried her off, but she had fled from them, and after long wanderings had come to Eleusis. Demeter begged the daughters of Celeus to take her to the house of their father. She agreed to become a servant of their mother, to rear the children, and to work in the house of Celeus. The daughters of Celeus led Demeter to their mother, Metanira. The daughters of Celeus did not think that they were bringing the great goddess into their father's house. But when they led Demeter into the house of their father, the goddess touched the top of the door with her head, and the whole house was filled with wondrous light. Metanira rose to meet the goddess. She understood that it was not a simple mortal whom her daughters had brought to her. Lo, the wife of Celeus bowed before the stranger, and begged her to sit in her place as queen. Demeter refused. She sat silently upon a simple servant's seat, as before, indifferent to all that went on around her. The servant of Metanira, Mariambe, seeing the deep sorrow of the stranger, tried to cheer her. She served her and her mistress Metanira merrily. Loudly rang her laughter and jests fell. Demeter smiled for the first time since gloomy Hades had carried off Persephone from her, and for the first time she consented to taste food. Demeter remained with Celeus. She began to rear his son Demophon. The goddess resolved to give Demophon immortality. She held the infant at her divine breast, upon her knees. The infant breathed the immortal breath of the goddess. Demeter anointed him with ambrosia, and at night, when all in the house of Celeus slept, she, wrapping Demophon in swaddling clothes, laid him in the brightly blazing furnace. But Demophon did not receive immortality. Once Metanira saw her son lying in the furnace, was terribly frightened, and began to entreat Demeter not to do this. Demeter grew angry with Metanira, took Demophon from the fire, and said, "O foolish one, I wished to give immortality to your son, to make him invulnerable. Know, then, that I am Demeter, who gives strength and joy to mortals and immortals." Demeter revealed to Celeus and Metanira who she was, and took her customary form of goddess. Divine light spread through the chambers of Celeus. The goddess Demeter stood, majestic and fair. Golden hair fell upon her shoulders. Her eyes burned with divine wisdom. Fragrance streamed from her garments. Metanira and her husband fell upon their knees before her. The goddess Demeter commanded that a temple be built in Eleusis by the spring Callichorus, and remained to live in it. At this temple, Demeter herself instituted the festivals. Sorrow for her tenderly loved daughter did not leave Demeter. She did not forget her anger against Zeus. As before the earth was barren, hunger grew ever stronger, for upon the fields of the husbandman not a single blade of grass sprang up. In vain the oxen of the husbandman dragged the heavy plow over the field. Their labor was barren. Whole tribes perished. The cries of the hungry rose to heaven, but Demeter did not heed them. At last the sacrifices to the immortal gods ceased to smoke upon the earth. Destruction threatened all living things. The great cloud-gatherer Zeus did not wish the destruction of mortals. He sent to Demeter the messenger of the gods, Iris. Swiftly she raced upon her rainbow wings to Eleusis, to the temple of Demeter, called her, begged her to return to bright Olympus among the host of the gods. Demeter did not heed her prayers. Great Zeus sent other gods also to Demeter, but the goddess would not return to Olympus until Hades restored to her daughter Persephone. Then great Zeus sent to his gloomy brother Hades the swift as thought Hermes. Hermes descended into the realm of Hades full of horrors, stood before the Lord of the souls of the dead, seated upon a golden throne, and declared to him the will of Zeus. Hades consented to release Persephone to her mother, but first made her swallow a seed of the pomegranate fruit, the symbol of marriage. Persephone mounted the golden chariot of her husband with Hermes. The immortal horses of Hades raced, no obstacles were terrible to them, and in an instant they reached Eleusis. Forgetting everything in her joy, Demeter rushed to meet her daughter and clasped her in her arms. Again her beloved daughter Persephone was with her. With her, Demeter returned to Olympus. Then great Zeus decided that for 2/3 of the year, Persephone should live with her mother, and for 1/3 return to her husband Hades. Great Demeter restored fertility to the earth, and again everything blossomed and grew green. With tender spring foliage, the forests were covered. Flowers brightened the emerald turf of the meadows. Soon the grain-bearing fields put forth ears. The orchards blossomed and filled with fragrance. The green of the vineyards glittered in the sun. All nature awoke. All living things rejoiced and praised the great goddess Demeter and her daughter Persephone. But every year Persephone leaves her mother, and every time Demeter plunges into sorrow and again clothes herself in dark garments. And all nature grieves for the one who is gone. The leaves yellow upon the trees, and the autumn wind tears them away. The flowers fade, the fields grow empty, winter comes. Nature sleeps, to awake in the joyful radiance of spring when Persephone returns to her mother from the joyless realm of Hades. When her daughter returns to Demeter, then the great goddess of fertility pours out her gifts to men with a generous hand and blesses the labor of the husbandman with a rich harvest. Triptolemus. The great goddess Demeter, who gives fertility to the earth, herself taught men how to till the grain-bearing fields. She gave to the young son of the king of Eleusis, Triptolemus, the seeds of wheat, and he first thrice plowed with the plow the Rarian field by Eleusis, and cast the seeds into the dark earth. A rich harvest the field gave, blessed by Demeter herself. Upon a wondrous chariot drawn by winged serpents, Triptolemus, at the command of Demeter, flew over all countries and everywhere taught men agriculture. Triptolemus was also in distant Scythia with King Lyncus. Him too he taught agriculture. But the proud king of the Scythians wished to take from Triptolemus the glory of the teacher of agriculture. He wished to appropriate that glory to himself. Lyncus resolved to kill the great Triptolemus while he slept, but Demeter did not allow the crime to be committed. She resolved to punish Lyncus because, violating the custom of hospitality, he had raised his hand against her chosen one. When Lyncus crept by night into the chamber where Triptolemus slept peacefully, Demeter turned the king of the Scythians into a wild lynx at the very moment when he raised the dagger over the sleeper. Lyncus, turned into a lynx, hid himself in the dark forests, and Triptolemus left the land of the Scythians to fly from country to country upon his wondrous chariot, teaching men the great gift of Demeter agriculture. Erysichthon. Not only the king of the Scythians, Lyncus, did Demeter punish, she punished also the king of Thessaly, Erysichthon. Haughty and impious was Erysichthon. Never did he honor the gods with sacrifices. In his impiety he dared boldly to insult the great goddess Demeter. He resolved to cut down in the sacred grove of Demeter a century-old oak that was the dwelling of a dryad, the favorite of Demeter herself. Nothing stopped Erysichthon. "Even if this were not the favorite of Demeter, but the goddess herself," cried the impious one, "still I will cut down this oak." Erysichthon tore the axe from the hands of a servant and drove it deep into the tree. A heavy groan sounded within the oak, and blood poured from its bark. Struck with amazement, the king's servants stood before the oak. One of them dared to stop him, but angry Erysichthon killed the servant, crying, "Here is your reward for your obedience to the gods." Erysichthon cut down the century-old oak. With a noise like a groan, the oak fell to the earth, and the dryad who lived in it died. Clad in dark garments, the dryads of the sacred grove came to the goddess Demeter and begged her to punish Erysichthon, who had killed their dear companion. Demeter grew angry. She sent for the goddess of hunger. The dryad she sent raced swiftly in Demeter's chariot, drawn by winged serpents, to Scythia, to the mountains of the Caucasus, and there upon a barren mountain found the goddess of hunger, with sunken eyes, pale, with disheveled hair, with rough skin stretched tight over bones alone. The messenger declared the will of Demeter to the goddess of hunger, and she obeyed the command of Demeter. The goddess of hunger appeared in the house of Erysichthon and breathed into him an unappeasable hunger that burned all his inward parts. The more Erysichthon ate, the stronger grew the torments of hunger. All his substance he spent upon every kind of food, which only more strongly awoke in Erysichthon the unappeasable, tormenting hunger. At last nothing remained to Erysichthon, only one daughter. To obtain money and to satisfy himself, he sold his daughter into slavery. But his daughter had received from the god Poseidon the gift of taking any form, and each time she freed herself from those who bought her, now in the form of a bird, now of a horse, now of a cow. Many times Erysichthon sold his daughter, yet the money he obtained from the sale was little for him. Hunger tormented him ever more strongly, his sufferings became ever more intolerable. At last Erysichthon began to tear his own body with his teeth, and perished in terrible torments. Night, the moon, dawn, and the sun. Slowly the goddess Night, Nyx, drives across the sky in her chariot drawn by black horses. With her dark veil she has covered the earth. Darkness has wrapped everything around. About the chariot of the goddess Night, the stars throng and pour upon the earth their uncertain, flickering light. These are the young sons of the goddess Dawn, Eos and Astraeus. Many are they have studded all the dark night sky. Now a light glow has appeared in the east. It burns ever more strongly. This is the goddess Moon, Selene, rising into the sky. Round-horned oxen slowly draw her chariot across the sky. Calmly, majestically, the goddess Moon drives across the sky in her long white garment, with the crescent of the moon upon her headdress. She shines peacefully upon the sleeping earth, flooding everything with silvery radiance. Having driven across the vault of heaven, the goddess Moon descends into a deep grotto of Mount Latmus in Caria. There lies the fair Endymion plunged in eternal slumber. Selene loves him. She bends over him, caresses him, and whispers to him words of love. But Endymion, plunged in slumber, does not hear her. Therefore Selene is sad, and sad is the light she pours upon the earth by night. Morning draws ever nearer. The goddess Moon has long since descended from the sky. The east has grown a little lighter. Brightly upon the east has burned the harbinger of dawn, Eos Phoros, the morning star. A light breeze has blown. Ever brighter the east burns. Now the rosy-fingered goddess Dawn, Eos, has opened the gates, from which soon the radiant god son Helios will drive forth. In a bright saffron garment, upon rosy wings the goddess Dawn flies up into the lightened sky flooded with rosy light. The goddess pours dew from a golden vessel upon the earth, and the dew covers the grass and flowers with drops that sparkle like diamonds. Everything upon the earth is fragrant. Everywhere aromas rise. The awakened earth joyfully greets the rising god's son Helios. Upon a 4-horse team of winged horses in a golden chariot forged by the god Hephaestus, the radiant god drives forth into the sky from the shores of Oceanus. The summits of the mountains are lit by the rays of the rising sun, and they rise as if flooded with fire. The stars flee from the sky at the sight of the god of the sun. One after another they hide themselves in the bosom of dark night. Higher and higher rises the chariot of Helios. In a radiant crown and in a long gleaming garment he drives across the sky and pours his life-giving rays upon the earth, giving it light, warmth, and life. Having completed his daily course, the god of the sun descends to the sacred waters of Oceanus. There a golden boat awaits him in which he sails back to the east, to the land of the sun where his wondrous palace stands. There the god of the sun rests by night, that he may rise in his former splendor on the following day. Phaethon. Only once was the established order of the world broken, and the god of the sun did not drive forth into the sky to shine upon men. It happened thus. The sun Helios had a son by Clymene, daughter of the sea goddess Thetis. His name was Phaethon. One day a relative of Phaethon, the son of Zeus the thunderer Epaphus, mocking him, said, "I do not believe that you are the son of radiant Helios. Your mother speaks untruth. You are the son of a simple mortal." Phaethon grew angry. The color of shame flooded his face. He ran to his mother, threw himself upon her breast, and with tears complained of the insult. But his mother, stretching out her hands to the radiant sun, cried, "O son, I swear to you by Helios, who sees and hears us, whom you yourself now see, that he is your father. May he deprive me of his light if I speak untruth. Go yourself to him. His palace is not far from us. He will confirm my words to you." Phaethon at once set out to his father Helios. Swiftly he reached the palace of Helios, shining with gold, silver, and precious stones. The whole palace seemed to sparkle with all the colors of the rainbow, so wondrously had the god Hephaestus himself adorned it. Phaethon entered the palace and saw there Helios seated in a purple garment upon a throne. But Phaethon could not approach the radiant god. His eyes, the eyes of a mortal, could not endure the radiance that streamed from the crown of Helios. The god of the sun saw Phaethon and asked him, "What has brought you to me in the palace, my son?" "O light of the whole world, O father Helios." "Only dare I call you father?" cried Phaethon. "Give me proof that you are my father. Destroy, I entreat you, my doubt." Helios took off his radiant crown, called Phaethon to him, embraced him, and said, "Yes, you are my son. Your mother Clymene has spoken truth to you. And that you may doubt no longer, ask of me whatever you will, and I swear by the waters of the sacred river Styx that I will fulfill your request." Scarcely had Helios said this when Phaethon began to beg that he be allowed to drive across the sky in his golden chariot instead of Helios himself. The radiant god was filled with horror. "Mad one, what do you ask?" cried Helios. "Oh, if only I could break my oath! You ask the impossible, Phaethon. For it is beyond your strength. You are immortal, and is this a task for a mortal? Even the immortal gods cannot stand firm in my chariot. Great Zeus the Thunderer himself cannot drive it, and who is mightier than he? Think only. At first the road is so steep that even my winged horses scarcely climb it. In the middle it goes so high above the earth that even I am seized by fear when I look down upon the seas and lands spread out beneath me. At the end, the road descends so swiftly to the sacred shores of Oceanus that without my experienced guidance the chariot would plunge headlong and be smashed. You think, perhaps, to meet much that is fair upon the way. No, among dangers, horrors, and wild beasts the path goes. It is narrow. If you turn aside, there the horns of the dread bull await you. There the bow of the centaur threatens you, the raging lion, the monstrous scorpion and crab. Many horrors are upon the path across the sky. Believe me, I do not wish to be the cause of your destruction. Oh, if only you could pierce with your gaze into my heart and see how I fear for you. Look around you, look upon the world, how much fair is in it. Ask all that you will, I will refuse you nothing, only do not ask this. For you ask not a reward, but a terrible punishment. But Phaethon would hear nothing. Embracing the neck of Helios with his arms, he begged that his request be fulfilled. Very well, I will fulfill your request. Do not be troubled, for I have sworn by the waters of the Styx. You shall receive what you ask, but I thought you wiser, Helios answered sadly. He led Phaethon to where his chariot stood. Phaethon gazed upon it with delight. It was all of gold and sparkled with many-colored stones. The winged horses of Helios were brought, fed upon ambrosia and nectar. The horses were yoked to the chariot. Rosy-fingered Eos opened the gates of the sun. Helios anointed the face of Phaethon with a sacred ointment that the flame of the sun's rays might not scorch him, and set upon his head the sparkling crown. With a sigh full of sorrow, Helios gives Phaethon his last instructions. My son, remember my last instructions. Fulfill them if you can. Do not drive the horses hard. Hold the reins as firmly as possible. My horses will run of themselves. It is hard to restrain them. You will see the road clearly by the tracks. They run across the whole sky. Do not rise too high lest you burn the sky, but do not sink low either, or you will burn the whole earth. Do not turn aside, remember, neither to the right nor to the left. Your path is exactly in the middle between the serpent and the altar. All the rest I entrust to fate. Upon it alone I rely. But it is time. Night has already left the sky. Rosy-fingered Eos has already risen. Take the reins more firmly. But perhaps you will yet change your decision, for it threatens you with destruction. Let me myself shine upon the earth. Do not destroy yourself. But Phaethon swiftly leapt into the chariot and seized the reins. He rejoices, triumphs, thanks his father Helios, and hastens upon the way. The horses stamp their hooves, flame breathes from their nostrils. Lightly they take up the chariot, and through the mist race swiftly forward up the steep road into the sky. Unaccustomedly light for the horses is the chariot. Now the horses are already racing across the sky. They leave the customary path of Helios and race without a road. And Phaethon does not know where the road is. He has not the strength to guide the horses. He looked from the height of the sky upon the earth and grew pale with fear, so far beneath him it was. His knees trembled, darkness covered his eyes. Already he regrets that he begged his father to let him drive his chariot. What is he to do? Already he is driven far, yet a long path still lies ahead. Phaethon cannot manage the chariot. He does not know the names of the horses, and he has not the strength to restrain them with the reins. Around him he sees the terrible heavenly beasts and is still more frightened. There is a place in the sky where the monstrous, dread scorpion is spread. Thither the horses carry Phaethon. The unhappy youth saw the scorpion covered with dark poison, threatening him with its deadly sting, and, mad with fear, let go the reins. Still more swiftly then the horses raced, sensing freedom. Now they rise to the very stars, now, descending, they race almost over the very earth. The sister of Helios, the goddess of the moon, Selene, looks in amazement as the horses of her brother race without a road, guided by no one, across the sky. Flame from the chariot that has sunk low seizes the earth. Great, rich cities perish, whole tribes perish. Mountains covered with forest burn, two-peaked Parnassus, shady Citharon, green Helicon, the mountains of the Caucasus, Tmolus, Ida, Pelion, Ossa. Smoke covers everything around. In the thick smoke, Phaethon does not see where he is driving. The water in rivers and streams boils. The nymphs weep and hide in terror in deep grottos. The Euphrates, the Orontes, the Alpheus, the Eurotas, and other rivers boil. From the heat, the earth cracks, and the ray of the sun penetrates into the gloomy realm of Hades. The seas begin to dry up, and the sea deities suffer from the heat. Then the great goddess Gaia Earth rose and cried loudly, "O greatest of the gods, Zeus the Thunderer, must I perish? Must the realm of your brother Poseidon perish? Must all living things perish? Look, Atlas already scarcely bears the weight of the sky. For the sky and the palaces of the gods may fall. Must all return to primal chaos? Oh, save from the fire what still remains." Zeus heard the prayer of the goddess Gaia. Sternly he swung his right hand, cast his flashing lightning, and with its fire quenched the fire. Zeus shattered the chariot with his lightning. The horses of Helios fled in different directions. Over the whole sky the fragments of the chariot and the harness of the horses of Helios are scattered. And Phaethon, with the curls upon his head on fire, flew through the air like a falling star and fell into the waves of the river Eridanus, far from his homeland. There the Hesperian nymphs raised his body and committed it to the earth. In deep sorrow the father of Phaethon, Helios, covered his face and for a whole day did not appear in the blue sky. Only the fire of the conflagration lit the earth. Long the unhappy mother of Phaethon, Clymene, sought the body of her perished son. At last upon the banks of the Eridanus she found not the body of her son but his tomb. Bitterly the inconsolable mother wept over the tomb of her son. With her the daughters of Clymene, the Heliades, mourned their perished brother. Their sorrow was boundless. The weeping Heliades, the great gods, turned into poplars. The poplar Helias stand, bowed over the Eridanus, and their tears of resin fall into the cold water. The resin hardens and turns into transparent amber. The friend of Phaethon, Sickness, also grieved for his destruction. His lamentations rang far along the banks of the Eridanus. Seeing the inconsolable sorrow of Sickness, the gods turned him into a snow-white swan. From that time the swan Sickness lives upon the water, in rivers and broad, bright lakes. He fears the fire that destroyed his friend Phaethon. Dionysus. The birth and rearing of Dionysus. Zeus the Thunderer loved the fair Semele, daughter of the Theban king Cadmus. One day he promised her to fulfill any request of hers, whatever it might be, and swore it to her by the inviolable oath of the gods, by the sacred waters of the underworld river Styx. But the great goddess Hera hated Semele and wished to destroy her. She said to Semele, "Ask Zeus to appear to you in all the majesty of the god, the Thunderer, king of Olympus. If he truly loves you, he will not refuse this request." Hera persuaded Semele, and she asked Zeus to fulfill precisely this request. Zeus could refuse Semele nothing, for he had sworn by the waters of the Styx. The Thunderer appeared to her in all the majesty of the King of gods and men and all the splendor of his glory. Bright lightning flashed in the hands of Zeus, peals of thunder shook the palace of Cadmus. Everything around flared from the lightning of Zeus. Fire seized the palace, everything around shook and fell in ruins. In terror Semele fell to the earth. The flame burned her. She saw that there was no salvation for her, that the request inspired by Hera had destroyed her. And to the dying Semele, a son, Dionysus, was born, a weak child incapable of life. It seemed that he too was doomed to perish in the fire. But could the son of great Zeus perish? From the earth on every side, as at the wave of a magic wand, dense green ivy grew. It covered the unhappy child with its greenery and saved him from death. Zeus took the saved son, and since he was still so small and weak that he could not live, Zeus sewed him into his thigh. In the body of his father Zeus, Dionysus grew strong, and, having grown strong, was born a second time from the thigh of Zeus the Thunderer. Then the king of gods and men called his son, the swift messenger of the gods, Hermes, and commanded him to carry the little Dionysus to the sister of Semele, Ino, and her husband Artemis, king of Orchomenus. They were to rear him. The goddess Hera grew angry with Ino and Artemis, because they had taken for rearing the son of the hated Semele, and resolved to punish them. She sent madness upon Artemis. In a fit of madness, Artemis killed his son Learchus. Scarcely did Ino succeed in saving herself by flight with her other son Melicertes. Her husband pursued her and was already overtaking her. Ahead was a steep, rocky seashore. Below, the sea roared. Behind, the mad husband was overtaking her. There was no salvation for Ino. In despair, she threw herself with her son from the coastal cliffs into the sea. The Nereids received Ino and Melicertes in the sea. The foster mother of Dionysus and her son were turned into sea deities, and have lived from that time in the depths of the sea. Dionysus was saved from the mad Artemis by Hermes. He carried him in an instant to the Nysaean valley and gave him there to the nymphs to rear. Dionysus grew up a fair, mighty god of wine, a god who gives men strength and joy, a god who gives fertility. The foster mothers of Dionysus, the nymphs, were taken by Zeus in reward to the sky, and they shine in the dark starry night under the name of the Hyades, among the other constellations. Dionysus and his retinue. With a merry throng of maenads and satyrs crowned with wreaths, the merry god Dionysus goes over the whole world, from country to country. He walks at the head in a wreath of grapes with a thyrsus adorned with ivy in his hands. Around him in swift dance young maenads whirl with song and cries. The satyrs, tipsy with wine, leap clumsily with tails and goats' legs. Behind the procession, the old man Silenus, the wise teacher of Dionysus, is carried upon an ass. He is strongly tipsy, scarcely sits upon the ass, leaning upon a skin of wine that lies beside him. A wreath of ivy has slipped awry upon his bald head. Swaying, he rides, smiling good-naturedly. Young satyrs walk beside the carefully stepping ass and carefully support the old man lest he fall. To the sounds of flutes, pipes, and tympana, the noisy procession moves merrily through the mountains, among shady forests, over green meadows. Merrily Dionysus Bacchus goes over the earth, subjecting all to his power. He teaches men to cultivate the vine and to make wine from its heavy ripe clusters. Lycurgus. Not everywhere is the power of Dionysus acknowledged. Often he has to meet resistance. Often he has to conquer countries and cities by force. But who can contend with the great god, the son of Zeus? Sternly he punishes those who resist him, who will not acknowledge him and honor him as a god. The first time Dionysus had to suffer persecution was in Thrace, when in a shady valley with his companion maenads he was merrily feasting and dancing, tipsy with wine, to the sounds of music and song. Then the cruel king of the Edonians, Lycurgus, attacked him. In terror, the Maenads fled, casting the sacred vessels of Dionysus upon the ground. Even Dionysus himself turned to flight. Seeking to escape the pursuit of Lycurgus, he threw himself into the sea. There the goddess Thetis sheltered him. The father of Dionysus, Zeus the Thunderer, punished cruel Lycurgus, who had dared to insult the young god. Zeus blinded Lycurgus and shortened the span of his life. The daughters of Minyas. In Orchomenus, also in Boeotia, they did not at once wish to acknowledge the god Dionysus. When a priest of Dionysus Bacchus appeared in Orchomenus and called all the maidens and women into the forests and mountains to a merry festival in honor of the god of wine, the three daughters of King Minyas did not go to the festival. They did not wish to acknowledge Dionysus as a god. All the women of Orchomenus left the city for the shady forests, and there with song and dance honored the great god. Wreathed with ivy, with Thyrse in their hands, they raced with loud cries like Maenads over the mountains and praised Dionysus. And the daughters of the king of Orchomenus sat at home and calmly spun and wove. They would not even hear of the god Dionysus. Evening came, the sun set, yet the king's daughters still did not leave their work, hastening at all costs to finish it. Suddenly a wonder appeared before their eyes. The sounds of tympana and flutes rang through the palace. The threads of the yarn turned into vine shoots and heavy clusters hung upon them. The looms grew green, ivy densely twined about them. Everywhere the fragrance of myrtle and flowers spread. In amazement the king's daughters gazed upon this wonder. Suddenly, through the whole palace, already wrapped in evening twilight, the ominous light of torches flashed. The roaring of wild beasts was heard. In all the chambers of the palace, lions, panthers, lynxes, and bears appeared. With a dread howl they ran through the palace and furiously flashed their eyes. In terror the king's daughters tried to hide in the farthest, darkest rooms of the palace, that they might not see the flash of the torches, nor hear the roaring of the beasts. But all in vain, nowhere can they hide. The punishment of the god Dionysus did not end with this. The bodies of the princesses began to shrink, were covered with dark mouse fur. Instead of arms, wings with a thin membrane grew. They were turned into bats. From that time, they hide from the light of day in dark, damp ruins and caves. Thus, Dionysus punished them. The Tyrrhenian sea robbers. Dionysus punished also the Tyrrhenian sea robbers, yet not so much because they did not acknowledge him as a god, as for the evil they wished to do him as a simple mortal. One day young Dionysus stood upon the shore of the azure sea. A sea breeze played caressingly with his dark curls and gently stirred the folds of the purple cloak that fell from the slender shoulders of the young god. Far out at sea a ship appeared. It swiftly approached the shore. When the ship was already near, the sailors, they were Tyrrhenian sea robbers, saw a wondrous youth upon the deserted seashore. They swiftly made land, went ashore, seized Dionysus, and led him aboard the ship. The robbers did not suspect that they had captured a god. The robbers rejoiced that such rich booty had fallen into their hands. They were sure that they would obtain much gold for so fair a youth by selling him into slavery. Coming aboard the ship, the robbers wished to bind Dionysus with heavy chains, but they fell from the hands and feet of the young god. He sat and looked upon the robbers with a calm smile. When the helmsman saw that the chains would not hold upon the hands of the youth, he said in fear to his companions, "Unhappy ones, what are we doing? Is it not a god whom we wish to bind? Look, even our ship can scarcely bear him. Is this not Zeus himself, or silver-bowed Apollo, or the earth-shaker Poseidon? No, he does not resemble a mortal. This is one of the gods who live upon bright Olympus. Release him at once, set him ashore, lest he call the wild winds and raise a dread storm upon the sea." But the captain answered the wise helmsman with anger. "Wretch, look, the wind is fair. Swiftly our ship will race over the waves of the boundless sea. As for the youth, we will care for him later. We will sail to Egypt or to Cyprus or to the distant land of the Hyperboreans, and there sell him. Let this youth seek his friends and brothers there. No, the gods have sent him to us." Calmly the robbers raised the sails, and the ship put out into the open sea. Suddenly a wonder was worked. Fragrant wine streamed over the ship, and all the air was filled with fragrance. The robbers stood petrified with amazement. But now upon the sails green vine shoots with heavy clusters grew. Dark green ivy twined about the mast. Everywhere fair fruits appeared. The thole pins of the oars were wreathed with garlands of flowers. When the robbers saw all this, they began to entreat the wise helmsman to steer more swiftly to the shore. But too late! The youth turned into a lion, and with a dread roar, stood upon the deck, furiously flashing his eyes. Upon the deck of the ship a shaggy bear appeared. Terribly it bared its jaws. In terror, the robbers rushed to the stern and crowded about the helmsman. With a vast leap, the lion sprang upon the captain and tore him to pieces. Losing hope of salvation, the robbers one after another threw themselves into the sea waves, and Dionysus turned them into dolphins. The helmsman Dionysus spared. He took his former form and, smiling graciously, said to the helmsman, "Do not fear, I have loved you. I am Dionysus, son of Zeus the Thunderer, and of the daughter of Cadmus, Semele." Icarius. Dionysus rewards men who honor him as a god. Thus he rewarded Icarius in Attica when the latter received him hospitably. Dionysus gave him a vine, and Icarius was the first to cultivate the vine in Attica. But sad was the fate of Icarius. One day he gave wine to shepherds, and they, not knowing what drunkenness was, decided that Icarius had poisoned them and killed him and buried his body in the mountains. The daughter of Icarius, Erigone, long sought her father. At last, with the help of her dog Myrae, she found the tomb of her father. In despair, the unhappy Erigone hanged herself upon the very tree under which the body of her father lay. Dionysus took Icarius, Erigone, and her dog Myrae into the sky. From that time they burn in the clear night sky. These are the constellations of Bootes, the Virgin, and the Great Dog. Midas. One day merry Dionysus, with a noisy throng of maenads and satyrs, wandered over the wooded rocks of Tmolus in Phrygia. Only Silenus was missing from the retinue of Dionysus. He had lagged behind and, stumbling at every step, strongly tipsy, was wandering over the Phrygian fields. Peasants saw him, bound him with garlands of flowers, and led him to King Midas. Midas at once recognized the teacher of Dionysus, received him with honor in his palace, and for 9 days honored him with luxurious feasts. On the 10th day, Midas himself led Silenus to the god Dionysus. Dionysus rejoiced when he saw Silenus and allowed Midas, in reward for the honor he had shown his teacher, to choose any gift for himself. Then Midas cried, "O great god Dionysus, command that everything I touch be turned into pure, shining gold." Dionysus fulfilled the wish of Midas. He only regretted that Midas had not chosen a better gift for himself. Rejoicing, Midas departed. Glad of the gift he had received, he plucks a green branch from an oak. The branch turns to gold in his hands. He plucks ears of corn in the field. They become golden, and golden are the grains in them. He plucks an apple. The apple turns to gold, as if it were from the garden of the Hesperides. Everything Midas touched at once turned to gold. When he washed his hands, the water ran from them in golden drops. Midas rejoices. Now he has come to his palace. The servants have prepared a rich feast for him, and happy Midas has reclined at the table. Then he understood what a terrible gift he had asked of Dionysus. At a single touch of Midas, everything turned to gold. Bread and all food and wine became gold in his mouth. Then Midas understood that he must perish of hunger. He stretched out his hands to heaven and cried, have mercy, O Dionysus, forgive me. I entreat you for mercy. Take back this gift." Dionysus appeared and said to Midas, "Go to the sources of the Pactolus. There in its waters wash from your body this gift and your guilt." Midas set out at the command of Dionysus to the sources of the Pactolus, and plunged there into its pure waters. The waters of the Pactolus streamed with gold and washed from the body of Midas the gift received from Dionysus. From that time the Pactolus became gold-bearing. Pan. Among the retinue of Dionysus, the god Pan could often be seen. When the great Pan was born, his mother, the nymph Dryope, looking upon her son, fled in terror. He was born with goats, legs and horns, and with a long beard. But his father Hermes rejoiced at the birth of his son. He took him in his arms and carried him to bright Olympus to the gods. All the gods loudly rejoiced at the birth of Pan and laughed as they looked upon him. The god Pan did not remain to live with the gods upon Olympus. He went away into the shady forests, into the mountains. There he pastures the flocks, playing upon his sounding pipe. No sooner do the nymphs hear the wondrous sounds of Pan's pipe than in throngs they hasten to him, surround him, and soon a merry dance moves through the green, lonely valley to the music of Pan. Pan himself loves to take part in the dances of the nymphs. When Pan grows merry, a merry noise rises in the forests upon the slopes of the mountains. Merrily the nymphs and satyrs frolic together with the noisy, goat-legged Pan. But when hot noon comes, Pan withdraws into the dense thicket of the forest or into a cool grotto and there rests. It is dangerous to disturb Pan then. He is quick-tempered. In anger he can send a heavy, oppressive sleep. He can, appearing unexpectedly, frighten the traveler who has disturbed him. At last he can send also panic fear, such terror that a man rushes headlong in flight, not distinguishing the road, through forests, through mountains, along the edges of precipices, not noticing that flight threatens him every moment with destruction. It has happened that Pan has inspired a whole army with such fear, and it has turned to irresistible flight. One should not irritate Pan. When he grows angry, he is terrible. But when Pan is not angry, he is gracious and good-natured. Many benefits he sends to the shepherds. The great Pan, merry participant in the dances of the frenzied Maenads, frequent companion of the god of wine Dionysus, guards and tends the flocks of the Greeks. Pan and Syrinx. Even the great Pan, the arrows of golden-winged Eros, did not spare. He fell in love with the fair nymph Syrinx. Proud was the nymph, and rejected the love of all. As for the daughter of Leto, the great Artemis, so for Syrinx the hunt was her favorite occupation. Often Syrinx was even taken for Artemis, so fair was the young nymph in her short garment, with a quiver upon her shoulders and a bow in her hands. Like 2 drops of water she then resembled Artemis, only her bow was of horn and not golden like that of the great goddess. Pan saw Syrinx one day and wished to approach her. The nymph looked upon Pan and in fear turned to flight. Scarcely could Pan keep up with her, striving to overtake her. But now a river barred the way. Whither was the nymph to flee? Syrinx stretched out her hands to the river and began to entreat the god of the river to save her. The god of the river heeded the prayers of the nymph and turned her into a reed. Pan, running up, already wished to embrace Syrinx, but embraced only a flexible reed that softly rustled. Pan stands, sighing sadly, and in the tender rustle of the reed he hears the farewell greeting of the fair Syrinx. Pan cut several reeds and made from them a sweet-sounding pipe, fastening the unequal joints of the reed with wax. In memory of the nymph, Pan named the pipe Syrinx. From that time the great Pan loves to play in the solitude of the forests upon the pipe Syrinx, filling the surrounding mountains with its tender sounds. The contest of Pan with Apollo. Pan was proud of his playing upon the pipe. One day he challenged Apollo himself to a contest. It was upon the slopes of Mount Tmolus. The god of that mountain was the judge. In a purple cloak, with a golden cithara in his hands and crowned with laurel, Apollo appeared for the contest. Pan began the contest first. The simple sounds of his shepherd's pipe rang out. Tenderly they floated over the slopes of Tmolus. Pan finished. When the echoes of his pipe died away, Apollo struck the golden strings of his cithara. Majestic sounds of divine music poured forth. All who stood around listened, as if enchanted to the music of Apollo. Solemnly the golden strings of the cithara thundered. All nature sank into deep silence, and amid the stillness in a broad wave the melody flowed, full of wondrous beauty. Apollo finished. The last sounds of his cithara died away. The god of Mount Tmolus awarded the victory to Apollo. All praised the great god, the cithara player. Only Midas alone did not delight in the playing of Apollo, but praised the simple playing of Pan. Apollo grew angry, seized Midas by the ears and stretched them. From that time Midas has asses, ears, which he carefully hides under a great turban. And the sorrowful Pan, conquered by Apollo, withdrew deeper into the thicket of the forests. Often there the tender sounds of his pipe, full of sadness, are heard, and the young nymphs listen to them with love. Heroes. The 5 Ages. The immortal gods who dwell upon bright Olympus first created a happy race of men. This was the Golden Age. The god Cronus then ruled in heaven. Like the blessed gods lived men in those days, knowing neither care nor toil nor sorrow. They knew not feeble old age. Always strong and firm were their legs and arms. Their painless and happy life was an everlasting feast. Death, which came after their long life, was like a calm, quiet sleep. In life they had all things in abundance. The earth itself gave them rich fruits, and they had no need to spend labor upon the tilling of fields and gardens. Numerous were their herds, and peacefully they grazed upon the rich pastures. Untroubled lived the men of the Golden Age. The gods themselves came to them for counsel, but the Golden Age upon the earth ended, and none remained of the men of that generation. After death, the men of the Golden Age became spirits, protectors of the men of later generations. Wrapped in mist, they roam over the whole earth, defending truth and punishing evil. Thus Zeus rewarded them after their death. The second race of men and the second age were no longer so happy as the first. This was the Silver Age. Neither in strength nor in mind were the men of the Silver Age equal to those of the Golden. For 100 years they grew up without understanding in the houses of their mothers. Only when they came to manhood did they leave them. Short was their life in maturity, and since they were without understanding, they saw much misfortune and sorrow in life. Disobedient were the men of the Silver Age. They did not obey the immortal gods and would not burn sacrifices to them upon the altars. The great son of Cronus, Zeus, destroyed their race upon the earth. He grew angry with them because they did not obey the gods who dwell upon bright Olympus. Zeus settled them in the underworld shadowy realm. There they live, knowing neither joy nor sorrow. Honor is paid to them also by men. Father Zeus created the third race and the third age, the Bronze Age. It was not like the silver. From the shaft of a spear, Zeus created men, terrible and mighty. The men of the Bronze Age loved pride and war, abundant in groans. They knew not agriculture, and did not eat the fruits of the earth that gardens and fields give. Zeus gave them enormous stature and unbreakable strength. Untamed, manly was their heart, and invincible their arms. Their weapons were forged of bronze. Of bronze were their houses, with bronze tools they worked. Dark iron was not yet known in those days. With their own hands, the men of the Bronze Age destroyed one another. Swiftly they went down into the gloomy realm of dread Hades. Strong though they were, yet black death carried them off, and they left the clear light of the sun. No sooner had this race gone down into the realm of shades than at once great Zeus created upon the earth that nourishes all a fourth age and a new race of men, more noble, more just, a race of demigod heroes equal to the gods. And they all perished in evil wars and terrible blood-stained battles. Some perished at seven-gated Thebes, in the land of Cadmus, fighting for the inheritance of Oedipus. Others fell at Troy, whither they had gone for fair-haired Helen, having crossed the wide sea in ships. When death had carried them all off, Zeus the Thunderer settled them at the edge of the earth, far from living men. The demigod heroes live upon the islands of the blessed by the stormy waters of Oceanus, a happy, carefree life. There the fertile earth, 3 times a year, gives them fruit sweet as honey. The last, the 5th age and race of men, is the Iron Age. It continues even now upon the earth. Night and day, without ceasing, sorrows and exhausting toil destroy men. The gods send men heavy cares. True, the gods mingle good with evil, yet still evil is more. It reigns everywhere. Children do not honor parents. Friend is not true to friend. The guest finds no hospitality. There is no love between brothers. Men do not keep the oath they have given. They do not value truth and goodness. They destroy one another's cities. Everywhere violence holds sway. Only pride and strength are prized. The goddesses' conscience and justice have left men. In their white garments they have flown up to high Olympus to the immortal gods. And to men only heavy misfortunes remain, and they have no defense against evil. Deucalion and Pyrrha, the flood. Many crimes did the men of the Bronze Age commit. Haughty and impious, they did not obey the Olympian gods. Zeus the Thunderer grew angry with them. Especially did the king of Lycosura in Arcadia, Lycaon, anger Zeus. One day Zeus, in the form of a simple mortal, came to Lycosura. That the inhabitants might know he was a god, Zeus gave them a sign, and all the inhabitants fell down before him and honored him as a god. Lycaon alone would not render Zeus divine honors and mocked all who honored Zeus. Lycaon resolved to test whether Zeus was a god. He killed a hostage who was in his palace, boiled part of the body, roasted part, and offered it as a meal to the great Thunderer. Terribly angry was Zeus. With a blow of lightning he destroyed the palace of Lycaon and turned him himself into a bloodthirsty wolf. Ever more impious grew men, and the great cloud-gatherer, aegis-bearing Zeus, resolved to destroy the whole human race. He resolved to send upon the earth so strong a downpour that everything should be flooded. Zeus forbade all the winds to blow. Only the moist south wind, Notus, drove dark rain clouds across the sky. The downpour poured upon the earth. The water in the seas and rivers rose higher and higher, flooding everything around. Cities with their walls, houses, and temples vanished under the water. Even the towers that rose high upon the city walls were no longer to be seen. Gradually the water covered everything, both the wooded hills and the high mountains. All Greece vanished under the raging waves of the sea. Alone rose amid the waves the summit of two-peaked Parnassus. Where once the peasant tilled his field, and where vineyards rich with ripe clusters grew green, fish now swam, and in the forests covered with water herds of dolphins frolicked. Thus perished the race of men of the Bronze Age. Only 2 were saved amid this general destruction, Deucalion, son of Prometheus, and his wife Pyrrha. By the counsel of his father Prometheus, Deucalion built a huge chest, put provisions into it, and entered it with his wife. For 9 days and nights the chest of Deucalion was carried upon the waves of the sea that covered all the dry land. At last the waves drove it to the two-peaked summit of Parnassus. The downpour sent by Zeus ceased. Deucalion and Pyrrha came out of the chest and offered a thank offering to Zeus, who had preserved them amid the stormy waves. The water receded, and again the earth appeared from under the waves, desolate like a desert. Then aegis-bearing Zeus sent to Deucalion the messenger of the gods, Hermes. Swiftly the messenger of the gods flew over the emptied earth, stood before Deucalion, and said to him, "The Lord of gods and men Zeus, knowing your piety, has commanded you to choose a reward. Utter your desire, and the son of Cronus will fulfill it." Deucalion answered Hermes, "O great Hermes, of one thing only do I entreat Zeus. let him again people the earth with men. Swift Hermes flew back to bright Olympus and declared to Zeus the prayer of Deucalion. Great Zeus commanded Deucalion and Hera to gather stones and cast them over their heads without looking back. Deucalion fulfilled the command of the mighty Thunderer, and from the stones that he cast, men were created, and from the stones cast by his wife Hera, women. Thus the earth received after the flood a population once more. It was peopled by a new race of men sprung from stone. Prometheus. The myth of how Prometheus was chained by the command of Zeus to a rock is told according to the tragedy of Aeschylus' Prometheus Bound, a desolate, wild place at the very edge of the earth, in the land of the Scythians. Harsh rocks rise with their sharp peaks beyond the clouds. Around, no vegetation, not a single blade of grass is to be seen. All is bare and gloomy. Everywhere, dark masses of stones torn from the rocks rise up. The sea roars and thunders, beating its waves against the foot of the rocks, and salty spray flies high. The coastal stones are covered with sea foam. Far beyond the rocks, the snowy peaks of the Caucasian mountains are seen, veiled in a light haze. Gradually, the distant view is covered by threatening clouds that hide the mountain peaks. Higher and higher, the clouds rise across the sky and cover the sun. Still gloomier becomes everything around. A joyless, harsh region. Never yet has the foot of man trodden here. Hither, to the edge of the earth, the servants of Zeus have brought the chained Titan Prometheus, to bind him with unbreakable chains to the summit of a rock. The invincible servants of the Thunderer, Strength and Force, lead Prometheus. Their vast bodies seem hewn from granite. Their hearts know no pity. Compassion never shines in their eyes. Their faces are as harsh as the rocks that stand around. Sorrowful, with head bowed low, the god Hephaestus walks behind them with his heavy hammer. A terrible task lies before him. He must with his own hands chain his friend Prometheus. Deep sorrow for the fate of his friend weighs upon Hephaestus, yet he dare not disobey his father, Zeus the Thunderer. He knows how inexorably Zeus punishes disobedience. Strength and Force have led Prometheus to the summit of the rock and urge Hephaestus to begin the work. Their cruel words make Hephaestus suffer still more for his friend. Reluctantly, he takes up his vast hammer. Only necessity forces him to obey. But strength hastens him. Quick, quick, take the fetters. Bind Prometheus with mighty blows of the hammer to the rock. Vain is your sorrow for him, for you sorrow for an enemy of Zeus. Strength threatens Hephaestus with the wrath of Zeus if he does not chain Prometheus so that nothing can free him. Hephaestus chains the hands and feet of Prometheus to the rock with unbreakable fetters. How he hates now his art. Thanks to it, he must chain his friend to long torments. The inexorable servants of Zeus watch his work all the time. Strike harder with the hammer, draw the fetters tighter. Dare not loosen them. Cunning is Prometheus. Skillfully he knows how to find a way out even of invincible obstacles, says Strength. Chain him more firmly. Let him learn here what it is to deceive Zeus. Oh, how well the cruel words suit your whole harsh appearance, cries Hephaestus as he sets to work. The rock trembles under the heavy blows of the hammer, and from edge to edge of the earth the roar of the mighty blows resounds. At last Prometheus is chained. But this is not all. He must still be fastened to the rock, his breast pierced with a steel, unbreakable spike. Hephaestus delays. "Oh, Prometheus," he cries, "how I grieve, seeing your torments." "Again you delay," Strength says angrily to Hephaestus. "You still sorrow for the enemy of Zeus. See to it that you do not have to sorrow for yourself." At last all is finished. All is done as Zeus commanded. The Titan is chained, and his breast has been pierced by the steel spike. Mocking Prometheus, Strength says to him, Well then, here you may be as arrogant as you please, be proud as before. Give now to mortals the gifts of the gods that you stole. Let us see whether your mortals will be able to help you. You yourself will have to think how to free yourself from these fetters." But Prometheus keeps a proud silence. All the time while Hephaestus was chaining him to the rock, he uttered not a single word, not even a quiet groan escaped him. He betrayed his sufferings by nothing. The servants of Zeus, strength and force, have gone, and with them the sorrowful Hephaestus has gone. Prometheus is left alone. Only the sea and the gloomy clouds could now hear him. Only now a heavy groan broke from the pierced breast of the mighty Titan. Only now did he begin to lament his evil fate. Loudly Prometheus cried out. Unspeakable suffering and sorrow sounded in his lamentations. O divine ether and you, swiftly flying winds! O springs of rivers and the unceasing roar of the sea waves! O earth, universal mother! O all-seeing sun that circles the whole round of the earth! All of you I call to witness. See what I endure. You see what shame I must bear for countless years. Oh, woe, woe! I shall groan from torments both now and for many, many centuries. How shall I find an end to my sufferings? But what am I saying, for I knew all that would be. These torments did not come upon me unexpectedly. I knew that the decrees of dread fate are inevitable. I must bear these torments. For what? For that I gave great gifts to mortals. For this I must suffer so unbearably, and I cannot escape these torments. Oh, woe, woe! But now a quiet sound was heard as of the beating of wings, as if the flight of light bodies stirred the air. From the distant shores of gray Oceanus, from a cool grotto, upon a light breath of breeze, the Oceanids came in a chariot to the rock. They had heard the blows of Hephaestus's hammer. The groans of Prometheus also reached them. Tears veiled like a film the fair eyes of the Oceanids when they saw the mighty Titan chained to the rock. He was kin to the Oceanids. His father Iapetus was the brother of their father Oceanus, and the wife of Prometheus, Hesione, was their sister. The Oceanids surrounded the rock. Deep is their sorrow for Prometheus. But his words with which he curses Zeus and all the Olympian gods frighten them. They fear that Zeus may make still heavier the sufferings of the Titan. Why such a punishment overtook him the Oceanids do not know. Full of compassion, they beg Prometheus to tell them for what Zeus punished him, how the Titan angered him. Prometheus tells them how he helped Zeus in the struggle with the Titans, how he persuaded his mother Themis and the great goddess of the earth Gaia to take the side of Zeus. Zeus conquered the Titans, and by the counsel of Prometheus, cast them into the depths of dread Tartarus. Zeus seized power over the world and shared it with the new Olympian gods, yet to those Titans who helped him, the Thunderer gave no power in the world. Zeus hates the Titans. He fears their dread strength. Zeus did not trust Prometheus either, and hated him. Still more fiercely did the hatred of Zeus burn when Prometheus began to defend the unhappy mortal men who still lived at the time when Cronus ruled, and whom Zeus wished to destroy. But Prometheus took pity on men who did not yet possess reason. He did not wish them to go down unhappy into the gloomy realm of Hades. He breathed into them hope which men did not know, and stole for them the divine fire, though he knew what punishment would overtake him for this. The fear of a terrible execution did not hold back the proud, mighty Titan from the desire to help men, nor did the warnings of his prophetic mother, the great Themis, hold him back. With trembling, the Oceanids listened to the tale of Prometheus. But now upon a swift-winged chariot the prophetic elder Oceanus himself came to the rock. Oceanus tries to persuade Prometheus to submit to the power of Zeus, for he must know that it is fruitless to struggle against the conqueror of the terrible Typhon. Oceanus pities Prometheus. He himself suffers seeing the torments that Prometheus endures. The prophetic elder is ready to hasten to bright Olympus to entreat Zeus to pardon the Titan, even if, by entreaties for him, he should draw upon himself the wrath of the Thunderer. He believes that a wise word of defense often softens anger. But vain are all the entreaties of Oceanus. Proudly Prometheus answers him, "No, strive to save yourself. I fear that compassion may bring harm to you. To the dregs I will drain all the evil that fate has sent me. You, Oceanus, fear to call forth the wrath of Zeus by entreaty for me." "Oh, I see," Oceanus answers Prometheus sadly, "that with these words you force me to return without having achieved anything. Believe me, O Prometheus, that only care for your fate and love for you brought me here." "No, go, quickly, quickly hasten from here, leave me," cries Prometheus. With pain in his heart, Oceanus left Prometheus. He sped away upon his winged chariot, and Prometheus continues his tale to the Oceanids of what he did for men, how he benefited them, violating the will of Zeus. In the mountain of Mocyclus on Lemnos, from the furnace of his friend Hephaestus, Prometheus stole fire for men. He taught men the arts, gave them knowledge, taught them counting, reading, and writing. He acquainted them with metals, taught them how to extract them from the depths of the earth, and to work them. Prometheus tamed for mortals the wild bull and set the yoke upon it, that men might use the strength of bulls in tilling their fields. Prometheus yoked the horse to the chariot and made it obedient to man. The wise Titan built the first ship, fitted it out, and spread upon it a linen sail, that the ship might swiftly carry man over the boundless sea. Formerly men knew no medicines, did not know how to heal diseases, defenseless against them were men. But Prometheus revealed to them the power of medicines, and with them they subdued diseases. He taught them all that lightens the sorrows of life and makes it happier and more joyful. By this he angered Zeus, for this the Thunderer punished him. But Prometheus will not suffer forever. He knows that an evil fate will overtake the mighty Thunderer also. He will not escape his destiny. Prometheus knows that the kingdom of Zeus is not eternal. He will be cast down from high royal Olympus. The prophetic Titan knows also the great secret how Zeus may escape this evil fate, yet he will not reveal this secret to Zeus. No force, no threats, no torments will wring it from the lips of proud Prometheus. Prometheus finished his tale. In amazement, the Oceanids listened to him. They marveled at the great wisdom and the unbreakable strength of spirit of the mighty Titan who dared to rise against Zeus the Thunderer. Again, terror seized them when they heard with what fate Prometheus threatens Zeus. They knew that if these threats reach Olympus, the Thunderer will stop at nothing merely to learn the fatal secret. With eyes full of tears, the Oceanids look upon Prometheus, shaken by the thought of the inevitability of the decrees of stern fate. Deep silence reigned upon the rock, only the unceasing noise of the sea broke it. Suddenly in the distance, a scarcely audible, barely perceptible groan of sorrow and pain was heard. Again it came from the rock. Ever nearer, louder this groan. Driven by a vast gadfly sent by Hera, all in blood covered with foam, the unhappy Io, daughter of the river god Inachus, first king of Argolis, races in frantic, mad flight turned into a cow. Exhausted, weakened by wanderings, torn by the sting of the gadfly, Io stopped before the chained Prometheus. Loudly groaning, she tells what she has had to endure and entreats the prophetic Titan. "O Prometheus, here, at this limit of my wanderings, reveal to me, I entreat you, when will my torments end? When, at last, shall I find rest?" "Oh, believe me, Io," answered Prometheus, "better not to know this than to know. Many more countries will you pass through, many horrors will you meet upon your path. Your heavy path lies through the land of the Scythians, through the high, snowy Caucasus, through the land of the Amazons to the Strait of Bosporus, so they will call it in your honor when you swim across it. Long, then, will you wander through Asia. You will pass by the land where the death-bringing Gorgons live. Upon their heads snakes writhe, hissing instead of hair. Beware of them, beware of the Griffins and the one-eyed Arimaspians. Them also you will meet upon your path. At last you will reach the Bybline Mountains. From them the Nile pours down its beneficent waters. There, in the land which the Nile waters, at its mouth you will at last find rest. There Zeus will restore to you your former fair form, and a son, Epiphanius, will be born to you. He will rule over all Egypt, and will be the ancestor of a glorious race of heroes. From this race will come also that mortal who will free me from my fetters. This Io, my mother, the prophetic Themis, has told me of your fate." Loudly Io cried out, "Oh, woe, woe! Oh, how many sufferings still does evil fate promise me! My heart trembles in my breast with terror. Again madness seizes me. Again the fiery sting has pierced my torn body. Again I lose the gift of speech. Oh, woe, woe!" Madly rolling her eyes, in frantic flight, Io raced away from the rock. As if caught up by a whirlwind, she sped into the distance. With loud buzzing, the gadfly raced after her, and like fire its sting burned the unhappy Io. She vanished in clouds of dust from the eyes of Prometheus and the Oceanids. Ever more faintly the cries of Io reached the rock, and at last they died away in the distance like a quiet groan of sorrow. Prometheus and the Oceanids were silent, grieving for the unhappy Io, but then Prometheus cried out angrily, "However you torment me, Thunderer Zeus, yet the day will come when you too will be cast into nothingness. You will lose your kingdom and be cast down into darkness. Then the curses of your father Cronus will be fulfilled. None of the gods knows how to avert from you this evil fate. I alone know it. There you sit now mighty upon bright Olympus and hurl thunders and lightnings, but they will not help you. They are powerless against inevitable fate. O cast into the dust, you will learn what is the difference between power and slavery." Fear clouded the eyes of the Oceanids, and terror drove the color from their fair cheeks. At last, stretching out to Prometheus their hands white as sea foam, they cried, "Mad one, how do you not fear to threaten thus the king of gods and men, Zeus? O Prometheus, still heavier torments will he send you. Think of your fate, pity yourself." "I am ready for all." But the wise man yields before inexorable fate. "Oh, you pray, you beg for mercy, crawl upon your knees to the dread Lord. But what is Zeus the Thunderer to me? What should I fear of him? Death is not allotted to me. Let Zeus do what he will. Not long will he rule over the gods." Scarcely had Prometheus uttered these words when, through the air, swift as a falling star, the messenger of the gods Hermes flew and, terrible, stood before Prometheus. Zeus had sent him to demand that the Titan reveal the secret, who will cast down Zeus and how to escape the decree of fate. Hermes threatens Prometheus with a terrible punishment for disobedience. But the mighty Titan is unyielding. With mockery he answers Hermes, "You would be a boy, and your mind would be a child's, if you hope to learn even a little. Know that I will not exchange my sorrows for slavish service to Zeus. Better for me to be here chained to this rock than to become a faithful servant of the Titan Zeus. There is no such execution, no such torments with which Zeus could frighten me and wring from my lips even a single word. No, he will not learn how to save himself from fate. Never will the tyrant Zeus learn who will take power from him." "Then listen, Prometheus, what will befall you if you refuse to fulfill the will of Zeus?" answers Hermes to the Titan. "With a blow of his lightning he will cast this rock with you into the gloomy abyss. There, in a stone dungeon, for many, many centuries deprived of the light of the sun, you will be tormented in deep darkness. Centuries will pass, and again Zeus will raise you into the light from the abyss, but not for joy will he raise you. Every day, an eagle which Zeus will send will fly, and with sharp claws and beak it will tear your liver. Again and again it will grow, and ever more terrible will be your sufferings." Thus will you hang upon the rock until another consents voluntarily to go down in your place into the gloomy realm of Hades. Think, Prometheus, is it not better to submit to Zeus? For you know that Zeus never threatens in vain." Unyielding remained the proud Titan. Could anything frighten his heart? Suddenly the earth trembled. Everything around was shaken. Deafening peals of thunder rang out, and lightning flashed with unbearable light. A furious black whirlwind raged. Like masses of mountains, the foaming waves rose upon the sea. The rocks swayed. Amid the roar of the storm, amid the thunder and the crash of the earthquake, a terrible cry of Prometheus rang out. "Oh, what a blow has Zeus directed against me to call forth terror in my heart! Oh, highly honored Mother Themis! Oh, ether that streams light to all! See how unjustly Zeus punishes me." With a terrible roar, the rock with Prometheus chained to it crashed into the immeasurable abyss, into everlasting darkness. Centuries passed, and again Zeus raised Prometheus into the light from the darkness. But his sufferings did not end. They became still heavier. Again he lies, stretched upon a high rock, nailed to it, bound with fetters. The scorching rays of the sun burn his body. Storms race over him. His emaciated body is lashed by rains and hail. In winter snow falls in flakes upon Prometheus, and freezing cold binds his limbs. And these torments are not enough. Every day a vast eagle flies, beating its mighty wings to the rock. It settles upon the breast of Prometheus and tears it with claws sharp as steel. The eagle rends with its beak the liver of the Titan. Streams of blood pour and stain the rock. In black clots the blood hardens at the foot of the rock. It decomposes in the sun and with an unbearable stench infects the air around. Every morning the eagle flies and begins its bloody meal. By night the wounds heal and again the liver grows, that by day it may give new food to the eagle. Years, centuries these torments last. The mighty Titan Prometheus is exhausted, yet his proud spirit is not broken by the sufferings. The Titans have long been reconciled with Zeus and have submitted to him. They have acknowledged his power, and Zeus has freed them from gloomy Tartarus. Now they, vast, mighty, have come to the edge of the earth, to the rock where the chained Prometheus lay. They have surrounded his rock and urged Prometheus to submit to Zeus. The mother of Prometheus, Themis, has also come and entreats her son to humble his proud spirit and not to resist Zeus. She entreats her son to take pity on her, for so unbearably she suffers seeing the torments of her son. Zeus himself has already forgotten his former wrath. Now his power is strong, nothing can shake it, nothing is terrible to him. And he no longer rules as a tyrant. He guards states, keeps the laws. He protects men and truth among them. Only one thing still troubles the Thunderer, the secret which Prometheus alone knows. Zeus is ready, if Prometheus will reveal to him the fatal secret, to pardon the mighty Titan. Already the time is near when the torments of Prometheus will end. Already the great hero has been born and grown to manhood, to whom fate has allotted to free the Titan from his fetters. Unyielding Prometheus still keeps the secret, languishing from torments, yet even his strength begins to leave him. At last the great hero to whom it is allotted to free Prometheus in the course of his wanderings comes hither to the edge of the earth. This hero is Heracles, the strongest of men, mighty as a god. With horror he looks upon the torments of Prometheus, and compassion seizes him. The Titan tells Heracles of his evil fate and prophesies to him what great labors still lie before him to accomplish. Full of attention, Heracles listens to the Titan. But not yet all the horror of the sufferings of Prometheus has Heracles seen. In the distance is heard the noise of mighty wings. The eagle is flying to its bloody feast. It circles high in the sky above Prometheus, ready to descend upon his breast. Heracles did not allow it to tear Prometheus. He seized his bow, drew from the quiver a deadly arrow, called upon the far-shooting Apollo that he might more surely direct the flight of the arrow and let it fly. Loudly the string of the bow rang, the arrow rose, and the pierced eagle fell into the stormy sea at the very foot of the rock. The moment of liberation has come. Swift Hermes has come from high Olympus. With gracious speech he addressed the mighty Prometheus and promised him immediate liberation if he would reveal the secret how Zeus may escape the evil fate. At last the mighty Prometheus consented to reveal the secret to Zeus and said, "Let the thunderer not enter into marriage with the sea goddess Thetis, for the goddesses of fate, the prophetic Moirae, have drawn such a lot for Thetis. Whoever her husband may be, a son will be born to her from him who will be mightier than his father. Let the gods give Thetis as wife to the hero Peleus, and the son of Thetis and Peleus will be the greatest of the mortal heroes of Greece." Prometheus revealed the great secret. Heracles shattered his fetters with his heavy club and tore from his breast the unbreakable steel spike with which the Titan had been nailed to the rock. The Titan rose, now he was free. His torments were ended. Thus his prophecy was fulfilled that a mortal would free him. With loud, joyful shouts, the Titans greeted the liberation of Prometheus. From that time Prometheus wears upon his hand an iron ring in which is set a stone from that rock where for so many centuries he endured unspeakable torments. In place of Prometheus, the wise centaur Chiron consented to go down into the underworld realm of the souls of the dead. By this he was delivered from the sufferings which an incurable wound inflicted upon him accidentally by Heracles caused him. Pandora. When Prometheus stole the divine fire from mortals, taught them the arts and crafts, and gave them knowledge, life upon the earth became happier. Zeus, angered by the deed of Prometheus, cruelly punished him, and to men he sent evil upon the earth. He commanded the glorious divine smith Hephaestus to mix earth and water, and to make from this mixture a fair maiden who should possess the strength of men, a tender voice and a glance of the eyes like the glance of the immortal goddesses. The daughter of Zeus, Athena Pallas, was to weave for her a fair garment. The goddess of love, golden Aphrodite, was to give her irresistible charm. Hermes, to give her a cunning mind and resourcefulness. At once, the gods fulfilled the command of Zeus. Hephaestus made from earth an extraordinarily fair maiden. The gods brought her to life. Athena Pallas with the Charites clothed the maiden in garments shining like the sun and put golden necklaces upon her. The Hours set upon her luxuriant curls a wreath of spring-fragrant flowers. Hermes put into her mouth false and flattering speeches. The gods named her Pandora, for from all of them she received gifts. Pandora was to bring misfortune to men. When this evil for men was ready, Zeus sent Hermes to carry Pandora to earth to the brother of Prometheus, Epimetheus. Wise Prometheus many times warned his unwise brother and counseled him not to accept gifts from Zeus the Thunderer. He feared that these gifts would bring sorrow to men. But Epimetheus did not heed the counsel of his wise brother. Pandora captivated him with her beauty, and he took her as his wife. Soon Epimetheus learned how much evil Pandora had brought with her to men. In the house of Epimetheus stood a large vessel, tightly closed with a heavy lid. No one knew what was in this vessel, and no one dared to open it, for all knew that this threatened misfortunes. Curious Pandora secretly lifted the lid from the vessel, and over the whole earth flew the disasters that had once been shut up in it. Only hope alone remained at the bottom of the vast vessel. The lid of the vessel closed again, and hope did not fly out of the house of Epimetheus. This Zeus the Thunderer did not wish. Happily men lived before, knowing neither evil nor heavy toil nor destructive diseases. Now myriads of disasters spread among men. Now both the earth and the sea were filled with evil. Unbidden, by day and by night, evil and diseases come to men. Sufferings they bring with them to men. With inaudible steps, in silence they come, for Zeus has deprived them of the gift of speech. He created evil and diseases mute. Aeacus. Zeus the Thunderer, having carried off the fair daughter of the river god Olympus, bore her to the island of Olympia, which from that time was called by the name of the daughter of Olympus, Aegina. Upon this island was born the son of Aegina and Zeus, Aeacus. When Aeacus grew up, came to manhood, and became king of the island of Aegina, none in all Greece could equal him either in love of truth or in justice. The great Olympians themselves honored Aeacus, and often chose him as judge in their disputes. After death, Aeacus, like Minos and Rhadamanthus, became by the will of the gods a judge in the underworld realm. Only the great goddess Hera hated Aeacus. Hera sent a great disaster upon the kingdom of Aeacus. A dense mist wrapped the island of Aegina. For 4 months this mist held. At last, the south wind drove it away. But not deliverance from disaster, but destruction the wind brought with its breath. From the noxious mist, countless poisonous snakes filled the ponds, springs, and streams of Aegina. They poisoned all with their venom. A terrible plague began upon Aegina. All living things upon it died out. Only Aeacus and his sons remained unharmed. In despair, Aeacus raised his hands to heaven and cried, "O great Aegis-bearing Zeus, if you are indeed the husband of Aegina, if you are indeed my father, and are not ashamed of your offspring, then restore to me my people, or hide me also in the darkness of the grave." Zeus gave a sign to Aeacus that he had heeded his prayer. Lightning flashed, and a peal of thunder rolled across the cloudless sky. Aeacus understood that his prayer had been heard. Where Aeacus prayed to his father Zeus, there stood a mighty oak dedicated to the Thunderer, and at its roots was an anthill. By chance the glance of Aeacus fell upon the anthill, full of thousands of industrious ants. Long Aeacus watched how the ants bustled and built their ant city, and said, "O gracious Father Zeus, give me as many industrious citizens as there are ants in this anthill." No sooner had Aeacus uttered this than the oak, in complete calm, rustled its mighty branches. Yet another sign Zeus sent to Aeacus. Night came. A wondrous dream Aeacus saw. He saw the sacred oak of Zeus. Its branches were covered with a multitude of ants. The branches of the oak swayed, and like rain the ants poured from them. Falling to the earth, the ants grew larger and larger. Now they rose upon their feet, straightened themselves. Their dark color and thinness vanished. Gradually they turned into men. Aeacus awoke. He does not believe the prophetic dream. He even complains of the gods that they send him no help. Suddenly a strong noise was heard. Aeacus hears steps, human voices which he has long not heard. Is this a dream? He thinks. Suddenly his son Telamon runs in, throws himself upon his father, and, joyful, says, "Come out quickly, father. You will see a great wonder, which you did not expect." Aeacus came out of the chamber and saw alive those men whom he had seen in the dream. The men who had formerly been ants proclaimed Aeacus king, and he named them Myrmidons. Thus Aegina was peopled once more. The Danaids, told mainly according to the tragedy of Aeschylus the Suppliant. The son of Zeus and Io Epaphus had a son Belus, and he had 2 sons, Aegyptus and Danaus. The whole land, which the beneficent Nile waters, was ruled by Aegyptus. From him this land received also its name. Danaus ruled in Libya. The gods gave Aegyptus 50 sons. To Danaus 50 fair daughters. The Danaids captivated with their beauty the sons of Aegyptus, and they wished to enter into marriage with the fair maidens, but Danaus and the Danaids refused them. The sons of Aegyptus gathered a great army and went to war against Danaus. Danaus was defeated by his nephews, and he had to lose his kingdom and flee. With the help of the goddess Athena Pallas, Danaus built the first 50-oared ship and set out upon it with his daughters, upon the boundless, ever-roaring sea. Long, the ship of Danaus sailed over the sea waves and at last came to the island of Rhodes. Here Danaus stopped. He went ashore with his daughters, founded a sanctuary to his protectress, the goddess Athena, and offered her rich sacrifices. Danaus did not remain upon Rhodes. Fearing the pursuit of the sons of Aegyptus, he sailed with his daughters farther to the shores of Greece, to Argolis, the homeland of his ancestress Io. Zeus himself guarded the ship during the dangerous voyage over the boundless sea. After a long journey, the ship put in to the beneficent shores of Argolis. Here, Danaus and the Danaids hoped to find protection and salvation from the marriage with the sons of Aegyptus that was hateful to them. In the form of suppliants with olive branches in their hands, the Danaids went ashore. No one was to be seen upon the shore. At last, in the distance, a cloud of dust appeared. Swiftly it approached. Now in the cloud of dust, the flashing of shields, helmets, and spears is to be seen. The noise of the wheels of war chariots is heard. This is the army of the king of Argolis, Pelasgus, son of Pelacthon, approaching. Informed of the arrival of the ship, Pelasgus came to the seashore with his army. Not an enemy did he meet there, but the elder Danaus and his 50 fair daughters. With branches in their hands they met him, entreating protection. Stretching out their hands to him with eyes full of tears, the fair daughters of Danaus entreat him to help them against the proud sons of Aegyptus. In the name of Zeus, the mighty protector of suppliants, the Danaids adjure Pelasgus not to give them up. For they are not strangers in Argolis. This is the homeland of their ancestress Io. Pelasgus still hesitates. He fears war with the mighty rulers of Egypt. What is he to do? But still more he fears the wrath of Zeus if, violating his laws, he thrusts away those who entreat him in the name of the Thunderer for protection. At last, Pelasgus counsels Danaus himself to go to Argos, and there to lay upon the altar of the gods the olive branches in sign of entreaty for protection. He himself resolves to gather the people and ask their counsel. Pelasgus promises the Danaids to use all efforts to persuade the citizens of Argos to grant them protection. Pelasgus departs. With trembling, the Danaids await the decision of the popular assembly. They know how untamed are the sons of Aegyptus, how terrible they are in battle. They know what threatens them if the ships of the Egyptians put in to the shore of Argolis. What are they, defenseless maidens, to do if the inhabitants of Argos deprive them of shelter and help? Misfortune is already near. Already a messenger of the sons of Aegyptus has come. He threatens to lead the Danaids by force aboard the ship. He has seized by the hand one of the daughters of Danaus and orders his slaves to seize the others also. But then again King Pelasgus appears. He takes the Danaids under his protection. He is not frightened even by the fact that the messenger of the sons of Aegyptus threatens him with war. Destruction, the decision to grant protection to Danaus and his daughters, brought to Pelasgus and the inhabitants of Argolis. Defeated in a bloody battle, Pelasgus was forced to flee to the very north of his vast possessions. True, Danaus was elected king of Argos, yet to buy peace from the sons of Aegyptus, he still had to give them his fair daughters as wives. Splendidly, the sons of Aegyptus celebrated their wedding with the Danaids. They did not know what fate this marriage brought them. The noisy wedding feast ended. The wedding hymns fell silent. The bridal torches went out. The darkness of night wrapped Argos. Deep silence reigned in the city locked in sleep. Suddenly, in the stillness, a heavy death groan was heard. Then another. Then still more. A terrible crime the Danaids committed under the cover of night. With daggers given them by their father Danaus, they pierced their husbands as soon as sleep closed their eyes. Thus by a terrible death the sons of Aegyptus perished. Only one of them, the fair Lynceus, was saved. The young daughter of Danaus, Hypermnestra, took pity on him. She had not the strength to pierce the breast of her husband with the dagger. She woke him and secretly led him out of the palace. Into a furious rage Danaus fell when he learned that Hypermnestra had disobeyed his command. Danaus bound his daughter with heavy chains and cast her into a dungeon. The council of the elders of Argos gathered to judge Hypermnestra for disobedience to her father. Danaus wished to put his daughter to death. But to the judgment, the goddess of love herself, golden Aphrodite, came. She defended Hypermnestra and saved her from the cruel execution. The compassionate, loving daughter of Danaus became the wife of Lynceus. The gods blessed this marriage with a numerous offspring of great heroes. Heracles himself, the immortal hero of Greece, belonged to the race of Lynceus. Zeus did not wish the destruction of the other Danaids either. By the command of Zeus, Athena and Hermes purified the Danaids from the stain of shed blood. King Danaus instituted in honor of the Olympian gods great games. The victors in these games received as reward the daughters of Danaus as wives. Yet the Danaids did not escape punishment for the crime they had committed. They bear it after their death in the gloomy realm of Hades. The Danaids must fill with water a vast vessel that has no bottom. Forever they carry water, drawing it from the underworld river and pour it into the vessel. Now, it seems, the vessel is already full, yet the water runs out of it, and again it is empty. Again the Danaids set to work. Again they carry water and pour it into the bottomless vessel. Thus, their fruitless labor lasts without end. Perseus. The birth of Perseus. The king of Argos, Acrisius, grandson of Lynceus, had a daughter Danae, renowned for her unearthly beauty. An oracle had foretold to Acrisius that he would perish by the hand of Danae, son. To escape such a fate, Acrisius built deep under the earth, of bronze and stone, spacious chambers, and there shut away his daughter Danae, that no one might see her. But the great thunderer Zeus loved her, entered the underground chambers of Danae in the form of a golden rain, and the daughter of Acrisius became the wife of Zeus. From this union a lovely boy was born to Danae. The mother named him Perseus. Not long did little Perseus live with his mother in the underground chambers. One day Acrisius heard the voice and merry laughter of the little Perseus. He went down to his daughter to learn why children's laughter was heard in her chambers. Acrisius was astonished when he saw the little lovely boy. How he was frightened when he learned that this was the son of Danaan Zeus. At once the prophecy of the oracle came back to him. Again he had to think how to escape fate. At last Acrisius ordered a large wooden chest to be made, shut Danae and her son Perseus into it, nailed the chest shut, and commanded that it be cast into the sea. Long the chest was carried upon the stormy waves of the salt sea. Destruction threatened Danae and her son. The waves tossed the chest from side to side, now raising it high upon their crests, now lowering it into the depths of the sea. At last, the ever-roaring waves drove the chest to the island of Seriphos. At that time, upon the shore, the fisherman Dictys was fishing. He had just cast his nets into the sea. The chest became entangled in the nets, and with them Dictys drew it ashore. He opened the chest, and, to his amazement, saw in it a woman of astonishing beauty and a little lovely boy. Dictys led them to his brother, the king of Seriphos, Polydectes. Perseus grew up at the court of King Polydectes and became a strong, slender youth. Like a star, he shone among the youths of Seriphos with his divine beauty. None equaled him either in beauty or in strength or in skill or in courage. Perseus slays the Gorgon Medusa. Polydectes resolved to take the fair Danae as his wife by force, but Danae hated the harsh king Polydectes. Perseus stood up for his mother. Polydectes grew angry, and from that time he thought of only one thing: how to destroy Perseus. At last the cruel Polydectes resolved to send Perseus for the head of the Gorgon Medusa. He summoned Perseus and said to him, "If you are indeed the son of Zeus the Thunderer, you will not refuse to accomplish a great deed. Your heart will not tremble before any danger. Prove to me that Zeus is your father, and bring me the head of the Gorgon Medusa. "Oh, I believe Zeus will help his son." Proudly, Perseus looked upon Polydectes and calmly answered, "Very well, I will obtain for you the head of Medusa." Perseus set out upon the long journey. He had to reach the western edge of the earth, that country where the goddess Night and the god of death, Thanatos, reigned. In that country lived also the terrible Gorgons. Their whole body was covered with scales shining and hard as steel. No sword could cut through these scales, only the curved sword of Hermes. Vast bronze arms with sharp steel claws the Gorgons had. Upon their heads, instead of hair, poisonous snakes moved, hissing. The faces of the Gorgons, with their fangs sharp as daggers, with lips red as blood, and with eyes burning with fury, were filled with such malice, were so terrible, that anyone who looked upon the Gorgons was turned to stone. Upon wings with golden glittering feathers, the Gorgons raced swiftly through the air. Woe to the man whom they met! The Gorgons tore him to pieces with their bronze arms and drank his hot blood. A heavy, superhuman deed lay before Perseus. But the gods of Olympus could not let him, the son of Zeus, perish. To his aid came the swiftest thought messenger of the gods Hermes and the beloved daughter of Zeus, the warrior Athena. Athena gave Perseus a bronze shield so shining that in it, as in a mirror, everything was reflected. Hermes gave Perseus his sharp sword, which cut, like soft wax, the hardest steel. The messenger of the gods showed the young hero how to find the Gorgons. Long was the path of Perseus. Many countries he passed through, many peoples he saw. At last he reached the gloomy land where the old Graeae lived. One eye and one tooth only they had among the three of them. In turn they used them. While the eye was with one of the Graeae, the other two were blind, and the sighted Gaia led her blind, helpless sisters. When, taking out the eye, the Gaia passed it to the next, in turn, all three sisters were blind. These Gaia guarded the path to the Gorgons. Only they alone knew it. Quietly Perseus crept up to them in the darkness, and, by the counsel of Hermes, tore the wondrous eye from one of the Graeae at the very moment when she was passing it to her sister. The Graeae cried out in terror. Now all three of them were blind. What were they to do, blind and helpless? They began to entreat Perseus, adjuring him by all the gods, to give them back the eye. They were ready to do anything for the hero, if only he would return their treasure. Then Perseus demanded of them, in return for the eye, that they show him the path to the Gorgons. Long the Graeae hesitated, but to regain their sight, they had to show him the path. Thus, Perseus learned how to reach the island of the Gorgons, and swiftly set out farther. During the further journey, Perseus came to the nymphs. From them he received 3 gifts: the helmet of the lord of the underworld realm Hades, which made invisible whoever put it on, sandals with wings, by means of which one could race swiftly through the air, and a magic bag. This bag expanded or contracted according to the size of what lay in it. Perseus put on the winged sandals, the helmet of Hades, threw the wondrous bag over his shoulder, and swiftly raced through the air to the island of the Gorgons. High in the sky Perseus flew. Beneath him the earth stretched with green valleys, through which rivers wound like silver ribbons. Cities were seen below. In them the temples of the gods glittered brightly with white marble. In the distance mountains rose, covered with the green of forests, and like diamonds their snow-covered summits burned in the rays of the sun. Like a whirlwind, Perseus races ever farther and farther. He flies so high as even eagles do not rise upon their mighty wings. Now in the distance the sea has flashed like molten gold. Now over the sea Perseus flies, and the noise of the sea waves reaches him only as a scarcely perceptible rustle. Now the land is no longer to be seen. On every side, as far as the eye of Perseus can reach, a plain of waters is spread beneath him. At last, in the blue distance of the sea, a black strip of an island appeared. Closer and closer it comes. This is the island of the Gorgons. Something flashes with unbearable brilliance in the rays of the sun upon this island. Lower Perseus descended. Like an eagle he soars over the island and sees. Upon a rock, 3 terrible Gorgons are sleeping. They have spread out in sleep their bronze arms. Their steel scales and golden wings burn with fire in the sun. The snakes upon their heads scarcely stir in sleep. Quickly Perseus turned away from the Gorgons. He fears to see their dread faces for one glance, and he will be turned to stone. Perseus took the shield of Athena Pallas. As in a mirror, the Gorgons were reflected in it. Which of them is Medusa? Like 2 drops of water, the Gorgons resemble one another. Of the 3 Gorgons, only Medusa is mortal. Only she can be killed. Perseus pondered. Then swift Hermes helped Perseus. He pointed out Medusa to Perseus and softly whispered in his ear, "Quickly, Perseus, more boldly descend. There, the one nearest the sea is Medusa. Cut off her head. Remember, do not look upon her. One glance, and you are lost. Make haste while the Gorgons are not yet awake." As an eagle falls from the sky upon its chosen prey, so Perseus rushed upon the sleeping Medusa. He looks into the clear shield that he may strike more surely. The snakes upon the head of Medusa sensed the enemy. With a dread hiss they rose. Medusa stirred in her sleep. She had already half opened her eyes. At that moment, like lightning, the sharp sword flashed. With a single blow, Perseus cut off the head of Medusa. Her dark blood poured in a stream upon the rock, and with the streams of blood from the body of Medusa, the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor rose into the sky. Quickly Perseus seized the head of Medusa and hid it in the wondrous bag. Writhing in the convulsions of death, the body of Medusa fell from the rock into the sea. From the noise of its fall, the sisters of Medusa, Stheno and Euryale, awoke. Beating their mighty wings, they rose over the island, and with eyes burning with fury, look around. The Gorgons race with noise through the air, but the slayer of their sister Medusa has vanished without a trace. Not a living soul is to be seen either upon the island or far out at sea. And Perseus raced swiftly, invisible in the helmet of Hades, over the roaring sea. Now he races over the sands of Libya. Through the bag the blood from the head of Medusa seeped and fell in heavy drops upon the sand. From these drops of blood the sands brought forth poisonous snakes. Everything around swarmed with them. All living things fled from them. The snakes turned Libya into a desert. Perseus and Atlas. Ever farther Perseus races from the island of the Gorgons. Like a cloud driven by a stormy wind, he speeds across the sky. At last he reached that country where the son of the Titan Iapetus, the brother of Prometheus, the giant Atlas, reigned. Thousands of flocks of fine-wooled sheep, cows, and round-horned bulls grazed upon the fields of Atlas. Luxuriant gardens grew in his domains, and among the gardens stood a tree with golden branches and foliage, and the apples that grew upon this tree were also golden. Atlas guarded this tree as the apple of his eye. It was his greatest treasure. The goddess Themis had foretold to him that a day would come when a son of Zeus would come to him and carry off the golden apples. Atlas feared this. He surrounded the garden in which the golden tree grew with a high wall, and at the entrance set as guardian a dragon that breathed forth flame. Atlas admitted no strangers into his domains. He feared that among them the son of Zeus might appear. To him then Perseus flew in his winged sandals and addressed Atlas with these gracious words. "O Atlas, receive me as a guest in your house. I am the son of Zeus, Perseus, who has slain the Gorgon Medusa. Grant me to rest with you after my great deed." When Atlas heard that Perseus was the son of Zeus, at once he remembered the prophecy of the goddess Themis, and therefore answered Perseus roughly, "Begone from here. Your lie about the great deed and about being the son of the Thunderer will not help you. Atlas already wishes to drive the hero out of the door. Perseus, seeing that he cannot contend with the mighty giant, himself hastens to leave the house. Anger surges in the heart of Perseus. Atlas has angered him by refusing him hospitality and calling him a liar. In anger, Perseus says to the giant, "Very well, Atlas, you drive me away. Well then, at least accept a gift from me." With these words, Perseus quickly drew out the head of Medusa and, turning away, showed it to Atlas. At once the giant was turned into a mountain. His beard and hair became dense-leaved forests, his arms and shoulders high rocks, his head a mountain summit that rose into the very sky. From that time the mountain Atlas supports the whole vault of heaven with all its constellations. And Perseus, when the morning star rose into the sky, raced farther. Perseus saves Andromeda. After a long journey, Perseus reached the kingdom of Cepheus, which lay in Ethiopia upon the shore of Oceanus. There, upon a rock by the very edge of the sea, he saw the fair Andromeda chained, the daughter of King Cepheus. She was to atone for the guilt of her mother Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia had angered the sea nymphs. Proud of her beauty, she had said that she, Queen Cassiopeia, was the fairest of all. The nymphs grew angry and entreated the god of the seas, Poseidon, to punish Cepheus and Cassiopeia. Poseidon, at the request of the nymphs, sent a monster like a gigantic fish. It rose from the depths of the sea and laid waste the domains of Cepheus. Weeping and groans filled the kingdom of Cepheus. At last he turned to the oracle of Zeus Ammon and asked how he might be delivered from this misfortune. The oracle gave this answer: "Give your daughter Andromeda to be torn by the monster, and then the punishment of Poseidon will end." The people, learning the answer of the oracle, forced the king to chain Andromeda to a rock by the sea. Pale with terror, Andromeda stood at the foot of the rock in heavy fetters. With unspeakable fear she looked upon the sea, waiting for the monster to appear at any moment and tear her to pieces. Tears rolled from her eyes. Horror seized her at the mere thought that she must perish in the flower of fair youth, full of strength, without having known the joys of life. Her it was that Perseus saw. He would have taken her for a wondrous statue of white Parian marble if the sea wind had not stirred her hair and large tears had not fallen from her fair eyes. With rapture the young hero gazes upon her, and a mighty feeling of love for Andromeda kindles in his heart. Perseus swiftly descended to her and asked her kindly, "Oh, tell me, fair maiden, whose is this land? Tell me your name. Tell me why you are chained here to the rock." Andromeda told for whose guilt she must suffer. The fair maiden does not wish the hero to think that she is atoning for her own guilt. Andromeda had not yet finished her tale when the depths of the sea began to boil, and amid the raging waves the monster appeared. It raised high its head with vast open jaws. Loudly Andromeda cried out in terror. Mad with grief, Cepheus and Cassiopeia ran to the shore. Bitterly they weep, embracing their daughter. There is no salvation for her. Then the son of Zeus, Perseus, spoke. You will still have much time to shed tears, little time only for the saving of your daughter. I am the son of Zeus, Perseus, who has slain the snake-entwined Gorgon Medusa. Give me your daughter Andromeda as wife, and I will save her. With joy Cepheus and Cassiopeia consented. They were ready to do anything for the saving of their daughter. Cepheus even promised him the whole kingdom as dowry, if only he would save Andromeda. Already the monster is near. It swiftly approaches the rock, cleaving the waves with its broad breast, like a ship that races over the waves as upon wings from the strokes of the oars of mighty young rowers. No farther than a bowshot was the monster when Perseus rose high into the air. His shadow fell upon the sea, and with fury the monster rushed upon the shadow of the hero. Perseus boldly flung himself from on high upon the monster and drove his curved sword deep into its back. Feeling the heavy wound, the monster rose high in the waves. It thrashes in the sea like a boar that a pack of hounds has surrounded with furious barking. Now it plunges deep into the water, now it rises again. Furiously, the monster beats the water with its fish's tail, and thousands of sprays fly up to the very summits of the coastal rocks. The sea is covered with foam. Opening its jaws, the monster rushes upon Perseus, but with the swiftness of a seagull he rises in his winged sandals. Blow upon blow he deals. Blood and water pour from the jaws of the monster, struck to death. The wings of Perseus's sandals are wet. They scarcely hold the hero in the air. Swiftly the mighty son of Danae raced to a rock that jutted from the sea, clasped it with his left hand, and thrice plunged his sword into the broad breast of the monster. The terrible fight is ended. Joyful cries rise from the shore. All praise the mighty hero. The fetters are taken from the fair Andromeda, and, triumphing in victory, Perseus leads his bride to the palace of her father Cepheus. The wedding of Perseus. Rich sacrifices Perseus offered to his father Zeus, to Athena Pallas, and to Hermes. A merry wedding feast began in the palace of Cepheus. Hymen and Eros kindled their fragrant torches. The whole palace of Cepheus is wreathed with greenery and flowers. Loudly the sounds of citharas and lyres ring out. The wedding choirs thunder. The doors of the palace stand wide open. The banqueting hall shines with gold. Cepheus and Cassiopeia feast with the newly wedded pair. All the people feast also. Merriment and joy reign around. During the feast, Perseus tells of his deeds. Suddenly the dread clash of arms rang out in the banqueting hall. Through the palace the war cry spread. Like the noise of the sea when rising, it beats with its waves driven by a stormy wind against a high rocky shore. This was the first bridegroom of Andromeda, Phineus, come with a great army. Entering the palace and brandishing his spear, Phineus cried loudly, "Woe to you, stealer of brides! Neither your winged sandals nor even Zeus the Thunderer himself will save you from me." Phineus already wished to cast his spear at Perseus, but King Cepheus stopped him with the words, "What are you doing? What forces you to rave thus? Is this how you wish to reward the deed of Perseus? Will this be your wedding gift? Has Perseus stolen your bride from you? No, she was stolen from you then when they led her to be chained to the rock, when she went to destruction. Why did you not come to her aid then? Do you now wish to take from the victor his reward? Why did you not come yourself for Andromeda when she was chained to the rock? Why did you not then take her from the monster?" Phineus answered Cepheus nothing. Angrily he looked now upon Cepheus, now upon the fair son of Zeus, and suddenly, straining all his strength, cast his spear at Perseus. Past it flew and lodged in the couch of Perseus. The young hero tore it out with his mighty hand, leapt from his couch and fiercely raised the spear. He would have struck Phineus to death, but the latter hid behind the altar, and the spear struck the head of the hero Rutus, and he fell dead. A terrible battle boiled up. Swiftly the warrior Athena came from Olympus to the aid of her brother Perseus. She covered him with her aegis and breathed into him invincible courage. Perseus rushed into the battle. Like lightning, the deadly sword with which he slew, Medusa flashes in his hands. One after another he strikes to death the heroes who have come with Phineus. A heap of bodies soaked in blood piles up before Perseus. He seized with both hands a vast bronze bowl in which wine was mixed for the feast and hurled it at the head of the hero Eurytus. As if struck by thunder, the hero fell, and his soul flew off to the realm of shades. One after another the heroes fall, yet many Phineus has brought with him. Perseus is a stranger in the kingdom of Cepheus. Few companions has he in the battle. Almost alone he has to contend with a multitude of enemies. Many of Perseus's comrades have already fallen in this furious battle. The singer also has perished, struck by a spear, who with sweet-sounding song delighted the feasters, playing upon the gold-stringed cithara. Falling, the singer touched the strings of the cithara, and sadly, like a death groan, the strings rang, but the clash of swords and the groans of the dying drowned the sound of the strings. Like hail driven by the wind, the arrows fly. Leaning against a column and covered by the shining shield of Athena, Perseus fights with the enemies. And they have surrounded the hero on every side. The battle around him grows ever more furious. Seeing that inevitable destruction threatens him, the mighty son of Danae cried loudly, "From the enemy I have slain I will find help. You yourselves have forced me to seek protection from her. Quickly turn away, all who are friends to me." Swiftly Perseus drew from the wondrous bag the head of the Gorgon Medusa and raised it high above his head. One after another, the heroes attacking Perseus are turned into stone statues. Some of them have turned to stone with sword raised to pierce the breast of an enemy, others brandishing sharp spears, others covered by their shields. One glance at the head of Medusa turned them into marble statues. The whole banqueting hall was filled with marble statues. Fear seized Phineus when he saw that all his friends had been turned to stone. Falling upon his knees and stretching out his hands in entreaty to Perseus, Phineus cried, "You have conquered, Perseus! Oh, hide quickly the terrible head of Medusa. I entreat you, hide it. O great son of Zeus, take all, possess all, only leave me life alone." With mockery, Perseus answered Phineus, "Fear not, wretched coward. My sword will not strike you. For all eternity I will give you a reward. Forever you shall stand here in the palace of Cepheus, that my wife may take comfort looking upon the image of her first bridegroom." The hero stretched the head of Medusa toward Phineus, and however Phineus tried not to look upon the terrible Gorgon, yet his glance fell upon her, and in an instant he was turned into a marble statue. Phineus stands turned to stone, bowed like a slave before Perseus. Forever the expression of fear and slavish entreaty remained in the eyes of the statue Phineus. Return of Perseus to Seriphos. Not long did Perseus remain after this bloody battle in the kingdom of Cepheus. Taking with him the fair Andromeda, he returned to Seriphos to King Polydectes. Perseus found his mother Danae in great sorrow. Seeking to escape Polydectes, she had been forced to seek protection in the temple of Zeus. She dared not leave the temple for a single moment. Angry Perseus came to the palace of Polydectes and found him with his friends at a luxurious feast. Polydectes did not expect that Perseus would return. He was sure that the hero had perished in the struggle with the Gorgons. The king of Seriphos was astonished when he saw Perseus before him, and the latter calmly said to the king, "Your command is fulfilled. I have brought you the head of Medusa." Polydectes did not believe that Perseus had accomplished so great a deed. He began to mock the godlike hero and called him a liar. Polydectes' friends also mocked Perseus. Anger boiled in the breast of Perseus. He could not forgive the insult. His eyes flashing terribly, Perseus drew out the head of Medusa and cried, "If you do not believe, Polydectes, then here is proof for you." Polydectes looked upon the head of the Gorgon and was instantly turned to stone. Nor did the friends of the king who were feasting with him escape this fate. Perseus in Argos. Perseus handed over the power over Seriphos to the brother of Polydectes, Dictys, who had once saved him with his mother, and himself with Danae and Andromeda set out for Argos. When the grandfather of Perseus, Acrisius, learned of the arrival of his grandson, remembering the prophecy of the oracle, he fled far to the north, to Larissa. Perseus began to rule in his native Argos. He returned the helmet of Hades, the winged sandals, and the wondrous bag to the nymphs, and returned also to Hermes his sharp sword. The head of Medusa he gave to Athena Pallas, and she fixed it upon her breast, upon her shining breastplate. Happily Perseus ruled in Argos. His grandfather Acrisius did not escape what inexorable fate had appointed for him. One day Perseus instituted splendid games. Many heroes gathered for them. Among the spectators was also the aged Acrisius. During the contest in the throwing of the heavy discus, Perseus, with his mighty hand, hurled the bronze discus. High to the very clouds the heavy discus flew, and falling to the earth it struck with terrible force the head of Acrisius and killed him. Thus the prophecy of the oracle was fulfilled. Full of sorrow, Perseus buried Acrisius, lamenting that he had become the involuntary slayer of his grandfather. Perseus did not wish to rule in Argos, the kingdom of the Acrisius he had slain. He went to Tiryns and reigned there for many years. Argos he gave into the possession of his relative Megapenthes. Sisyphus, son of the god Aeolus, lord of all the winds, was the founder of the city of Corinth, which in the most ancient times was called Ephyra. No one in all Greece could equal Sisyphus in cunning, craft, and resourcefulness of mind. By his cunning, Sisyphus gathered countless riches in Corinth. Far spread the fame of his treasures. When the god of death, gloomy Thanatos, came to him to lead him down into the sorrowful realm of Hades, Sisyphus, having already sensed the approach of the god of death, craftily deceived Thanatos and bound him in fetters. Then men ceased to die upon the earth. Nowhere were great splendid funerals held. Sacrifices to the gods of the underworld realm also ceased. The order established by Zeus upon the earth was broken. Then Zeus the Thunderer sent to Sisyphus the mighty god of war Ares. He freed Thanatos from the fetters, and Thanatos tore out the soul of Sisyphus and led it into the realm of the shades of the dead. But even there the cunning Sisyphus was able to help himself. He told his wife not to bury his body and not to offer sacrifices to the underworld gods. The wife of Sisyphus obeyed her husband. Hades and Persephone long awaited the funeral sacrifices. Still, they did not come. At last, Sisyphus approached the throne of Hades and said to the Lord of the realm of the dead, "O Lord of the souls of the dead, great Hades, equal in power to Zeus, release me to the bright earth. I will command my wife to offer you rich sacrifices and will return to the realm of shades." Thus Sisyphus deceived the Lord Hades, and he released him to the earth. Sisyphus did not, of course, return to the realm of Hades. He remained in his splendid palace and feasted merrily, rejoicing that he alone of all mortals had succeeded in returning from the gloomy realm of shades. Hades grew angry. Again he sent Thanatos for the soul of Sisyphus. Thanatos appeared in the palace of the craftiest of mortals and found him at a luxurious feast. The god of death, hated by gods and men, tore out the soul of Sisyphus. Forever now the soul of Sisyphus flew off to the realm of shades. A heavy punishment Sisyphus bears in the afterlife for all the craft, for all the deceits he committed upon the earth. He is condemned to roll a vast stone up a high, steep mountain. Straining all his strength, Sisyphus labors. Sweat streams from him in torrents from the heavy work. Ever nearer the summit, one more effort, and the labor of Sisyphus will be ended. But the stone tears itself from his hands, and with a noise rolls down, raising clouds of dust. Again Sisyphus sets to work. Thus forever Sisyphus rolls the stone and never can reach the goal, the summit of the mountain. Bellerophon. Sisyphus had a son, the hero Glaucus, who ruled in Corinth after the death of his father. Glaucus had a son, Bellerophon, one of the great heroes of Greece. Fair as a god was Bellerophon, and equal to the immortal gods in courage. While still a youth, Bellerophon was overtaken by misfortune. He accidentally killed a citizen of Corinth and had to flee from his native city. He fled to the king of Tiryns, Proetus. With great honor, the king of Tiryns received the hero and purified him from the stain of the blood he had shed. Not long was Bellerophon to remain in Tiryns. The wife of Proetus, godlike Antea, was captivated by his beauty. But Bellerophon rejected her love. Then Queen Antea burned with hatred for Bellerophon and resolved to destroy him. She went to her husband and said to him, "O king, Bellerophon grievously insults you. You must kill him. He pursues me, your wife, with his love. Thus has he repaid you for your hospitality." Proetus grew angry. He himself could not raise his hand against his guest, for he feared the wrath of Zeus, protector of hospitality. Long Proetus thought how to destroy Bellerophon and at last resolved to send him with a letter to the father of Antea, Iobates, king of Lycia. In this letter, written upon a double-folded and sealed tablet, Proetus wrote to Iobates how grievously Bellerophon had insulted him, and asked him to avenge the insult. Bellerophon set out with the letter to Iobates, not suspecting what danger threatened him. After a long journey, Bellerophon arrived in Lycia. With joy, Iobates received the young hero, and for 9 days honored him with feasts. At last, Iobates asked him the purpose of his coming. Calmly, Bellerophon handed the king of Lycia the letter of Proetus. Iobates took the double-sealed tablet and opened it. Horror seized him when he read what was written upon it. He had to kill the young hero whom he had already come to love during these 9 days. But Iobates himself, like Proetus, did not dare to violate the sacred custom of hospitality. To destroy Bellerophon, he resolved to send the hero upon a deed that threatened inevitable death. Iobates charged Bellerophon with killing the dread monster Chimera. It had been born of the terrible Typhon and the gigantic Echidna. In front, Chimera was a lion, in the middle a wild mountain goat, and behind a dragon. Fire it poured from 3 mouths. No one found salvation from the dread Chimera. Its mere approach brought death. The danger of this deed did not stop Bellerophon. Boldly, the mighty hero undertook its fulfillment. He knew that only he who possessed the winged horse Pegasus, which had flown from the body of the Gorgon Medusa slain by Perseus, could conquer Chimera. He knew also where to find this wondrous horse. Pegasus often descended to the summit of Acrocorinth, and drank there the water of the spring Peirene. Thither Bellerophon set out. He came to the spring just at the time when Pegasus, having descended from behind the clouds, was quenching his thirst with the cold water of the spring Peirene, transparent as crystal. Bellerophon wished at once to catch Pegasus. Day and night he pursued him, but all in vain. No tricks helped. Pegasus would not let himself be taken by Bellerophon. No sooner did the young hero approach the winged horse than, beating his mighty wings, the horse sped away with the swiftness of the wind behind the clouds and soared in them like an eagle. At last, by the counsel of the seer Polyidus, Bellerophon lay down to sleep by the spring Peirene, near the altar of Athena Palace, in the place where he had first seen Pegasus. Bellerophon wished to receive in a dream a revelation from the gods. Indeed, in a dream, the beloved daughter of Zeus the Thunderer, Athena, appeared to him, taught him how to catch Pegasus, gave him a golden bridle, and commanded him to offer sacrifice to the god of the sea Poseidon. Bellerophon awoke. In amazement he saw that the golden bridle lay beside him. In fervent prayer, Bellerophon thanked the great goddess. He knew now that he would master Pegasus. Soon to the spring Peirene, the wondrous horse flew upon his snow-white wings. Boldly Bellerophon leapt upon him and threw the golden bridle over his head. Long, swifter than the wind, Pegasus carried the hero through the air. At last he was tamed, and from that time served Bellerophon faithfully. Swiftly the hero raced upon Pegasus to the mountains of Lycia, where the monstrous Chimera lived. Chimera sensed the approach of the enemy and crawled from its dark cave, mighty and dread. Scorching fire flew from its 3 mouths. Clouds of smoke covered everything around. High rose Pegasus with Bellerophon, and from the height Bellerophon sent one arrow after another into Chimera. In fury it beat against the rocks and overturned them. Frenzied, it raced over the mountains. Everything around perished from its flame. Everywhere Bellerophon followed it upon his winged horse. Nowhere could Chimera hide from the unerring arrows of the hero. The deadly arrows overtook it everywhere. Bellerophon killed the dread monster and with great glory returned to King Iobates. But Iobates gave him another charge. He sent the hero against the warlike Solymi. Many heroes laid down their lives in battles with the Solymi, but Bellerophon conquered them. Even this deed was not enough for Iobates, for he sought to destroy the hero. Therefore, he sent the hero against the invincible Amazons. From this war also Bellerophon emerged victorious. Then Iobates sent against the hero, returning in the glory of victory, the strongest men of Lycia, that they might kill the invincible Bellerophon by attacking him unawares. The Lycians lured the hero into an ambush, but even here he did not perish. All the strongest men of Lycia fell by the hand of the mighty hero. Then Iobates understood what a great hero he had received as a guest. With great honor he met the glorious victor. Iobates gave him his daughter as wife, and with her half the kingdom as dowry. The Lycians set apart for Bellerophon as a gift from their fields the most fertile land, and gave it to him in possession. From that time Bellerophon remained in Lycia and lived there, surrounded by honor and glory. But unhappily, the great hero ended his life. The great hero grew proud. He wished to become equal to the Olympian gods, so greatly had his great glory blinded him. Bellerophon resolved to fly up to bright Olympus to the immortal gods upon his winged horse Pegasus. For such arrogance Zeus punished Bellerophon. The Thunderer sent upon the winged Pegasus a furious rage. Pegasus threw Bellerophon to the earth when he mounted him to rise to Olympus. From the fall to the earth the mighty hero lost his reason. Long he wandered, mad, through the valley of wanderings, until the gloomy god of death Thanatos flew upon his black wings and tore out his soul. Thus the great hero Bellerophon went down into the sorrowful realm of shades. Tantalus. In Lydia, by Mount Sipylus, there stood a rich city called by the name of the mountain Sipylus. In this city ruled the favorite of the gods, the son of Zeus, Tantalus. In abundance the gods had granted him all things. There was no one upon the earth richer or happier than the king of Sipylus, Tantalus. Countless riches, the richest gold mines upon Mount Sipylus gave him. No one had such fertile fields. To no one did the gardens and vineyards bring such fair fruits. Upon the meadows of Tantalus, the favorite of the gods, vast flocks of fine-wooled sheep, round-horned bulls, cows and herds of horses swift as the wind grazed. King Tantalus had abundance in all things. He might have lived in happiness and contentment to a deep old age, but excessive pride and crime destroyed him. The gods looked upon their favorite Tantalus as upon an equal. The Olympians often came to the halls of Tantalus that shone with gold and feasted merrily with him. Even upon bright Olympus, where no mortal ascends, Tantalus more than once ascended at the summons of the gods. There he took part in the council of the gods, and feasted at one table with them in the palace of his father, Zeus the Thunderer. From such great happiness Tantalus grew proud. He began to consider himself equal even to the cloud-gatherer Zeus himself. Often, returning from Olympus, Tantalus took with him the food of the gods, ambrosia and nectar, and gave them to his mortal friends, feasting with them in his palace. Even the decisions which the gods took, counseling upon bright Olympus concerning the fate of the world, Tantalus communicated to men. He did not keep the secrets which his father Zeus confided to him. One day, during a feast upon Olympus, the great son of Cronus turned to Tantalus and said to him, "My son, I will fulfill all that you desire. Ask of me whatever you will. Out of love for you, I will fulfill any request of yours." But Tantalus, forgetting that he was only a mortal, proudly answered his father, aegis-bearing Zeus, "I have no need of your favors. I need nothing. The lot that has fallen to me is fairer than the lot of the immortal gods." The Thunderer answered his son nothing. He knitted his brows sternly, but restrained his anger. He still loved his son, despite his arrogance. Soon Tantalus twice grievously insulted the immortal gods. Only then did Zeus punish the arrogant one. Upon Crete, the homeland of the Thunderer, there was a golden dog. Once it had guarded the newborn Zeus and the wondrous goat Amalthea that nourished him. When Zeus grew up and took from Cronus power over the world, he left this dog upon Crete to guard his sanctuary. The king of Ephesus, Pandarius, tempted by the beauty and strength of this dog, secretly came to Crete and carried it off upon his ship from Crete. But where was he to hide the wondrous animal? Long Pandareus thought of this during the voyage by sea, and at last resolved to give the golden dog into the keeping of Tantalus. The king of Sipylus hid the wondrous animal from the gods. Zeus grew angry. He called his son, the messenger of the gods Hermes, and sent him to Tantalus to demand the return of the golden dog. In an instant, swift Hermes raced from Olympus to Sipylus, stood before Tantalus, and said to him, "The king of Ephesus, Pandareus, has stolen from the sanctuary of Zeus upon Crete the golden dog, and given it into your keeping. All things the gods of Olympus know. Nothing can mortals hide from them. Return the dog to Zeus. Beware of drawing upon yourself the wrath of the thunderer." Tantalus answered the messenger of the gods thus, "In vain you threaten me with the wrath of Zeus. I have not seen the golden dog. The gods are mistaken, it is not with me." With a terrible oath, Tantalus swore that he spoke the truth. By this oath he angered Zeus still more. Such was the first insult offered by Tantalus to the gods. Yet even now the thunderer did not punish him. The punishment of the gods Tantalus brought upon himself by the following, second insult to the gods, and by a terrible crime. When the Olympians gathered for a feast in the palace of Tantalus, he resolved to test their omniscience. The king of Sipylus did not believe in the omniscience of the Olympians. Tantalus prepared for the gods a terrible meal. He killed his son Pelops, and under the guise of a fair dish served his flesh to the gods during the feast. The gods at once perceived the evil design of Tantalus. None of them touched the terrible dish. Only the goddess Demeter, full of sorrow for her daughter Persephone who had been carried off from her, thinking only of her and in her grief noticing nothing around, ate the shoulder of young Pelops. The gods took the terrible dish, placed all the flesh and bones of Pelops in a cauldron, and set it upon a brightly blazing fire. Hermes, by his magic, again brought the boy to life. He stood before the gods still fairer than he had been before. Only that shoulder which Demeter had eaten was lacking to him. By the command of Zeus, the great Hephaestus at once made for Pelops a shoulder of shining ivory. From that time all the descendants of Pelops have a bright white mark upon the right shoulder. The crime of Tantalus filled the cup of patience of the great king of gods and men, Zeus. The thunderer cast Tantalus down into the gloomy realm of his brother Hades. There he bears a terrible punishment. Tormented by thirst and hunger, he stands in clear water. It reaches to his very chin. He has only to bend to quench his tormenting thirst. But no sooner does Tantalus bend than the water vanishes, and beneath his feet there is only dry black earth. Above the head of Tantalus the branches of fruit-bearing trees bend. Juicy figs, rosy apples, pomegranates, pears, and olives hang low above his head. Almost they touch his hair, the heavy, ripe clusters of grapes. Exhausted by hunger, Tantalus stretches out his hands for the fair fruits, but a gust of stormy wind rushes up and carries away the fruit-bearing branches. Not only hunger and thirst torment Tantalus, eternal fear compresses his heart. Above his head a rock hangs, scarcely does it hold. Every moment it threatens to fall and crush Tantalus with its weight. Thus the king of Sipylus, the son of Zeus Tantalus, is tormented in the realm of dread Hades by eternal fear, hunger, and thirst. Pelops. After the death of Tantalus, his son Pelops, so wondrously saved by the gods, began to rule in the city of Sipylus. Not long did he rule in his native Sipylus. The king of Troy, Ilus, went to war against Pelops. Unhappy for Pelops was this war. The mighty king of Troy conquered him. Pelops had to leave his homeland. He loaded all his treasures upon swift ships and set out with his faithful companions upon a long journey by sea to the shores of Greece. Pelops reached the peninsula in the very south of Greece and settled upon it. From that time, this peninsula was called by the name of Pelops, the Peloponnese. One day upon his new homeland, Pelops saw the fair Hippodamia, daughter of the king of the city of Pisa, Oenomaus. The hero was captivated by the beauty of the daughter of Oenomaus and resolved to win her as his wife. It was difficult to obtain the hand of Hippodamia. An oracle had foretold to Oenomaus that he would perish by the hand of the husband of his daughter. To prevent such a fate, Oenomaus resolved not to give his daughter in marriage. But what was he to do? How was he to refuse all the suitors who asked for the hand of Hippodamia? Many heroes came to Oenomaus and sought his daughter in marriage. He would have insulted them by refusing them all without any reason. At last, Oenomaus found a way. He declared that he would give Hippodamia as wife only to that hero who should conquer him in a chariot race, but if he himself proved the victor, then the defeated one must pay with his life. Oenomaus resolved to act thus because there was no one equal to him in all Greece in the art of driving a chariot, and his horses were swifter than the stormy north wind Boreas. The king of Pisa could be sure that no hero would conquer him. Yet the fear of losing life, of perishing by the hand of the cruel Oenomaus, did not stop many heroes of Greece. One after another they came to his palace, ready to contend with him if only to obtain Hippodamia as wife. So fair was she. All of them met an evil fate, all of them Oenomaus killed, and their heads he nailed to the doors of his palace, that every hero who came anew, seeing how many glorious heroes had fallen by the hand of Oenomaus, might know beforehand what fate awaited him. Even this did not stop the hero Pelops. He resolved at whatever cost to win Hippodamia, and set out to the hard-hearted king Oenomaus. Sternly Oenomaus received Pelops and said to him, "You wish to obtain my daughter Hippodamia as wife. Have you not seen how many glorious heroes have laid down their lives for her in the dangerous contest? See to it that you do not escape their fate." "The fate of the perished heroes does not frighten me," answered Pelops to the king. "I believe the gods of Olympus will help me. With their help I will obtain Hippodamia as wife." A cruel smile curled upon the lips of Oenomaus. Many times he had heard such speeches. "Listen then, Pelops," he said, "here are the conditions of the contest. The course lies from the city of Pisa across the whole Peloponnese to the very isthmus. It ends at the altar of the lord of the seas, Poseidon. This altar stands not far from Corinth. If you first reach the altar, then you have conquered, but woe to you if I overtake you upon the way. Then my spear will pierce you as it has already pierced many heroes, and you will go down ingloriously into the gloomy realm of Hades. I will grant you only one indulgence, which I granted also to all the others. You will set out upon the way before me. I will first offer sacrifice to the great Thunderer, and only then mount my chariot. Make haste to cover as much of the way as possible while I am offering the sacrifice." Pelops left Oenomaus. He saw that only by craft could he conquer the cruel king. Pelops succeeded in finding a helper for himself. He went secretly to the charioteer of Oenomaus, Myrtilus, son of Hermes, and begged him, promising rich gifts, not to insert the linchpins into the axles, so that the wheels might slip from the chariot of Oenomaus and delay the king upon the way. Long Myrtilus hesitated, but at last Pelops tempted him with rich gifts, and Myrtilus promised him to do what he asked. Morning came. The rising, rosy-fingered Eos gilded the vault of heaven. Now the radiant Helios appeared in the sky upon his golden chariot. Now the contest will begin. Pelops prayed to the great earth-shaker Poseidon, asking his help, and leapt into the chariot. King Oenomaus approached the altar of Zeus and gave Pelops the sign that he might set out. Pelops drove the horses at full speed. The wheels of his chariot thunder upon the stones. Like birds the horses race. Swiftly Pelops vanishes in a cloud of dust. Love for Hippodamia and fear for his life drive him. Now far behind him the roar of the chariot of Oenomaus is heard. ever clearer the roar. The king of Pisa overtakes the son of Tantalus. Like a storm, the horses of the king race. Like a whirlwind, the dust swirls from the wheels of the chariot. Pelops struck the horses with the whip. Still swifter they raced. The air whistles in the ears of Pelops from the frenzied run of the horses. But can he escape the horses of Enemos? For the horses of the king are swifter than the north wind. Closer and closer draws Enemos. Already Pelops feels behind his back the hot breath of the horses of Enemos. Already, glancing slightly, he sees how with triumphant laughter the king has raised his spear. Pelops prayed to Poseidon, and the lord of the boundless sea heard him. The wheels slipped from the axles of the chariot of Enemaus. The chariot overturned, and the hard-hearted king of Pisa crashed to the earth. To death Oenomaus was smashed in the fall. The darkness of death covered his eyes. In triumph, Pelops returned to Pisa, took Hippodamia as wife, and took possession of the whole kingdom of Oenomaus. When Myrtilus, the charioteer of Oenomaus, came to Pelops and began to demand as reward half the kingdom, Pelops was reluctant to part with half the kingdom. The crafty son of Tantalus by craft lured Myrtilus to the shore of the sea and pushed him from a high rock into the stormy waves. Falling from the rock, Myrtilus cursed Pelops and all his descendants. However, the son of Tantalus tried to soften the angry soul of Myrtilus. However, he tried to soften also the anger of his father Hermes. All was in vain. The curse of Myrtilus was fulfilled. From that time, countless misfortunes pursued the descendants of Pelops, and by their crimes they drew upon themselves the punishment of the gods. Europa. The king of the rich Phoenician city of Sidon, Aganor, had 3 sons and a daughter fair as an immortal goddess. This young beauty was named Europa. One day, a dream came to the daughter of Agenor. She saw Asia and that continent which is separated from Asia by the sea in the form of 2 women struggling for her. Each woman wished to possess Europa. Asia was defeated, and she who had reared and nourished Europa had to yield her to the other. In fear, Europa awoke. She could not understand the meaning of this dream. Humbly, the young daughter of Agenor began to pray that the gods avert misfortune from her if the dream threatened it. Then, clothed in purple garments woven with gold, she went with her companions to a green meadow covered with flowers by the shore of the sea. There, playing, the Sidonian maidens gathered flowers into their golden baskets. They gathered fragrant, snow-white narcissi, many-colored crocuses, violets, and lilies. The daughter of Agenor herself, shining with her beauty among her companions like Aphrodite, surrounded by the Cheirites, gathered into her golden basket only scarlet roses. Having gathered flowers, the maidens began with laughter to lead a merry dance. Their young voices rang far over the flowering meadow and over the azure sea, drowning its quiet caressing plash. Not long was the fair Europa to enjoy a carefree life. The son of Cronus, the mighty cloud-gatherer Zeus, saw her and resolved to carry her off. That he might not frighten the young Europa by his appearance, he took the form of a wondrous bull. All the hide of Zeus' bull shone like gold. Only upon his forehead a silver spot burned like the radiance of the moon. The golden horns of the bull were curved like the young crescent when first it is seen in the rays of the purple sunset. The wondrous bull appeared upon the meadow, and with light steps, scarcely touching the grass, approached the maidens. The Sidonian maidens were not frightened of him. They surrounded the wondrous animal and gently stroked him. The bull approached Europa. He licked her hands and caressed her. The breath of the bull was fragrant with ambrosia. All the air was filled with this fragrance. Europa stroked the bull with her tender hand upon his golden hide, embraced his head, and kissed him. The bull lay down at the feet of the fair maiden. He seemed to beg her to sit upon him. Laughing, Europa sat upon the broad back of the bull. The other maidens also wished to sit beside her. Suddenly the bull leapt up and swiftly raced to the sea. He carried off her whom he desired. Loudly the Sidonian maidens cried out in fear. Europa stretched out her hands to them and called them to help, but the Sidonian maidens could not help her. Like the wind, the gold-horned bull raced. He threw himself into the sea and swiftly, like a dolphin, swam over its azure waters. And the waves of the sea parted before him, and their spray rolled off like diamonds from his hide without wetting it. From the depths of the sea the fair Nereids rose. They throng around the bull and swim after him. The god of the sea, Poseidon himself, surrounded by sea deities, swims ahead upon his chariot. With his trident he calms the waves, making smooth the path over the sea for his great brother Zeus. Trembling with fear, Europa sits upon the back of the bull. With one hand she holds his golden horns. With the other she gathers up the edge of her purple garment, lest the sea waves wet it. In vain she fears. The sea murmurs caressingly, and its salty spray does not reach her. The sea wind stirs the curls of Europa and spreads her light veil. Ever farther the shore, now it has vanished in the blue distance. Around only sea and blue sky. Soon the shores of Crete appeared in the sea distance. Swiftly Zeus bull swam to it with his precious burden and came ashore. Europa became the wife of Zeus, and from that time she lived upon Crete. 3 sons were born to her and Zeus, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon. Throughout the world the fame of these mighty and wise sons of Zeus the Thunderer resounded. Cadmus. When Zeus in the form of a bull carried off Europa, her father, the king of Sidon, Agenor, was grieved. Nothing could console him. He called his 3 sons, Phoenix, Cilix, and Cadmus, and sent them to seek Europa. He forbade his sons under pain of death to return home without their sister. The sons of Agenor set out upon the search. Phoenix and Cilix soon left Cadmus. They founded 2 kingdoms, Phoenix, Phoenicia, and Cilix, Cilicia, and remained in them. Cadmus alone set out farther to seek his sister. Long he wandered over the world, asking everywhere concerning Europa. How could he find his sister when Zeus himself had hidden her from all? At last, losing hope of finding his sister and fearing to return home, Cadmus resolved to remain forever in a foreign land. He went to sacred Delphi, and there questioned the oracle of the far-shooting Apollo in what country he should settle, and found a city. Thus the oracle of Apollo answered Cadmus, "Upon a lonely meadow you will see a cow that has never known the yoke. Follow her, and there where she lies down upon the grass raise the walls of a city, and name the land Boeotia." Having received such an answer, Cadmus left sacred Delphi. No sooner had he gone out of the gates than he saw a snow-white cow that was grazing, guarded by no one, upon a meadow. Cadmus followed her with his faithful Sidonian servants, praising the great Apollo. Already he had passed the valley of Hephaestus when suddenly the cow stopped, raised her head to the sky, lowed loudly, looked upon the warriors who followed her, and calmly lay down upon the green grass. Full of gratitude to Apollo, Cadmus fell upon his knees, kissed the earth of his new homeland, and called the blessing of the gods upon the unfamiliar mountains and valleys. Cadmus at once built an altar of stones to offer sacrifice to Aegis-bearing Zeus, but since he had no water for the sacrifice, he sent his faithful Sidonians for water. Not far off was an age-old grove which the axe of the woodcutter had never yet touched. Amid this grove was a deep grotto, all overgrown with bushes. Around it lay vast stones heaped in disorder. From this grotto, a spring with crystal-clear water flowed, murmuring among the stones. In the grotto lived a vast serpent dedicated to the god of war Ares. Its eyes flashed with fire. From its jaws, set with a triple row of poisonous teeth, a triple tongue protruded. A golden crest swayed dreadfully upon the head of the serpent. When the servants of Cadmus approached the spring and had already plunged their vessels into its cold water, the serpent crawled from the grotto with a dread hiss, winding its vast body among the stones. Pale with fear, the servants of Cadmus grew, the vessels fell from their hands, freezing terror bound their limbs. The serpent rose upon its tail, higher than the age-old trees of the forest was its head with open jaws. Before any of the Sidonians could think of flight or defense, the terrible serpent rushed upon them. The servants of Cadmus perished. Long Cadmus waited for the return of the servants. Already the sun began to incline toward the west. Longer grew the shadows upon the earth, yet the servants still did not come. The son of Agenor wonders where his Sidonians have vanished, why they delay. At last he went by their tracks into the grove, covered as with a breastplate by a lion's skin, girt with a sharp sword and with a spear in his hands, and a still more reliable defense, the hero's courage served him. Cadmus entered the grove and saw there the torn bodies of his faithful servants. Upon their bodies lay the vast serpent. In grief and anger Cadmus cried out, "O faithful servants, I will be your avenger. Either I will avenge you, or I will go down with you into the gloomy realm of shades." Cadmus seized a stone the size of a rock and, swinging, cast it at the serpent. From the blow of this stone a fortress tower would have been overturned, but the serpent remained unharmed. Its hard as steel scales that covered its whole body protected it. Then the son of Agenor shook his spear and, gathering all his strength, drove it into the back of the monster. The steel scales of the serpent did not protect it from the spear of Cadmus. To the very shaft the spear sank into the body of the serpent. Writhing, the serpent seized the spear with its teeth and tried to tear it from the wound. Vain were its efforts. The point of the spear remained deep in the wound. Only the shaft, the serpent of Ares, broke. From the black poison and fury the neck of the serpent swelled. Foam poured from its jaws. A fierce hiss spread far over the whole land. All the air was filled with the stench of its breath. Now the serpent winds in vast coils over the earth. Now, whirling furiously, it rises high. It fells trees, tearing them up by the roots, and with its tail scatters vast stones on every side. It wishes to seize Cadmus with its poisonous jaws, but, covered as with a shield by the lion's skin, the hero wards off the serpent with his sword. The serpent gnaws the sharp sword with its teeth, but only blunts its teeth upon its steel. At last, with a mighty blow, the son of Agenor pierced the neck of the serpent and nailed it to an oak. So strong was the blow of the mighty hero. The century-old oak bent under the weight of the body of the monster. In amazement, Cadmus gazes upon the serpent he has slain, marveling at its size. Suddenly, an unknown voice rang out. "Why do you stand, son of Agenor, and marvel at the serpent you have killed? Soon men will marvel also at you, turned into a serpent." Cadmus looks around. He does not know whence the mysterious voice rang out. The hero shuddered with terror hearing such a prophecy. The hair stood on end upon his head. Almost losing consciousness, he stands before the slain serpent. Then the beloved daughter of Zeus, Athena Pallas, appeared to Cadmus. She commanded him to tear out the teeth of the serpent and sow them like seeds upon a plowed field. Cadmus did what the gray-eyed warrior goddess commanded him. No sooner had he sown the teeth of the serpent than, oh wonder! From the earth first the points of spears appeared. Now the crests of helmets rose above the field. Then the heads of warriors, their shoulders, their breasts locked in breastplates, their arms with shields. At last from the teeth of the dragon, a whole detachment of armed warriors grew. Seeing a new, unknown enemy, Cadmus seized his sword, but one of the warriors born of the earth cried out, "Do not seize the sword. Beware of interfering in the internecine battle." A terrible bloody battle began among the warriors. They struck one another with swords and spears and fell one after another upon the earth that had only just given them birth. Only 5 of them remained. Then one of them, by the command of Athena Pallas, cast his weapons upon the ground in sign of peace. The warriors concluded a close brotherly friendship. These warriors, born of the earth from the teeth of the dragon, were the helpers of Cadmus when he built Cadmea, the fortress of seven-gated Thebes. Cadmus founded the great city of Thebes, gave laws to the citizens, and ordered the whole state. The gods of Olympus gave his wife to Cadmus, the fair daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, Harmonia. Splendid was the wedding feast of the great founder of Thebes. All the Olympians gathered for this wedding and richly endowed the newly wedded pair. From that time, Cadmus became one of the mightiest kings of Greece. Countless were his riches. Numerous and invincible was his army, at the head of which stood the warriors born of the earth from the teeth of the serpent. It would seem that eternal joy and happiness should have reigned in the house of the son of Agenor, yet the Olympians sent him not happiness alone. Much sorrow he had to endure. His daughters Semele and Ino perished before the eyes of their father. True, after death they were received into the host of the Olympian gods, yet still Cadmus lost his tenderly loved daughters. Actaeon, the grandson of Cadmus, son of his daughter Autono, fell a victim to the wrath of Artemis. Cadmus had to mourn also his grandsons. In old age, oppressed by heavy sorrow, Cadmus left seven-gated Thebes. With his wife Harmonia, he long wandered in a foreign land and at last came to distant Illyria. With pain in his heart, Cadmus remembered all the misfortunes that had overtaken his house. He remembered his struggle with the serpent and those words which the unknown voice had uttered. "Was not that serpent," said Cadmus, "which I struck with my sword dedicated to the gods? If for its destruction the gods punish me so heavily, better that I myself be turned into a serpent." No sooner had Cadmus uttered this than his body lengthened and was covered with scales. His legs grew together and became a long, winding serpent's tail. In terror he stretches out with tears in his eyes to Harmonia the arms that still remain to him and calls her, "Oh, come to me, Harmonia! Touch me, touch my hand, while I am not yet wholly turned into a serpent." He calls Harmonia, much more he wishes to say to her, but his tongue is forked, and already a serpent's sting flickers in his mouth, and from his lips only a hiss flies. Harmonia runs to him. "O Cadmus," she cries, "free yourself more quickly from this form. O gods, why have you not turned me also into a serpent?" Cadmus turned into a vast serpent, wound himself around his faithful wife. He licks her face with his forked tongue. With sorrow, Harmonia strokes the scale-covered back of the serpent. Harmonia also the gods turned into a serpent, and now there are two serpents, Harmonia and Cadmus. In the form of serpents, Cadmus and his wife ended their lives. Zethus and Amphion. In the city of Thebes lived the daughter of the river god Asclepius, Antiope. Zeus, the thunderer, loved her. To Antiope twin sons were born. She named them Zethus and Amphion. Fearing the wrath of her father because she had secretly entered into marriage with Zeus, Antiope laid her little sons in a basket and carried them into the mountains. Antiope was sure that Zeus would not let his sons perish. Indeed, Zeus cared for them. He sent a shepherd to the place where Zethus and Amphion lay. The shepherd found the little sons of Zeus and Antiope, took them to his home, and reared them. Thus the brothers grew up in the house of the shepherd. Already in childhood, Zethus and Amphion differed in character one from the other. Zethus was a strong boy. Early he began to help the shepherd pasture the flocks. Amphion possessed a gentle, gracious character. Nothing attracted him so much as music. When both brothers grew up, Zethus became a mighty warrior and a bold hunter. No one surpassed him in strength and skill. Only the noise of arms during battle and the hunt of wild beasts delighted him. To Amphion, the favorite of the god Apollo, one thing alone brought joy, playing upon the gold-stringed cithara which the silver-bowed son of Leto, Apollo himself, had given him. Amphion played so wondrously upon the cithara that by his playing he even moved trees and rocks. As before, the youths lived with the shepherd, not knowing who their father and mother were. And their mother Antiope languished at that time in the power of the harsh king of Thebes Lycus and his wife Dirce. Bound in heavy chains, Antiope was shut in a dungeon into which no ray of the sun penetrated, but Zeus freed her. The chains fell from her of themselves. The doors of the dungeon opened. She fled into the mountains and took refuge in the hut of that shepherd who had reared her sons. No sooner had the shepherd taken her under his protection than the cruel Dirce appeared to him. She, with other Theban women, was celebrating in the mountains the merry festival of Dionysus. Wandering over the mountains in a wreath of ivy and with a thyrsus in her hands, she came by chance to the hut of the shepherd. Dirce saw Antiope, and all the hatred for her flared up irresistibly in the heart of the cruel queen. She resolved to destroy the unhappy Antiope. Dirce summoned Zethus and Amphion, slandered Antiope, and persuaded the youths to bind the innocent daughter of Asclepius to the horns of a wild bull, that it might tear her to pieces. Zethus and Amphion were already ready to obey Dirce. They had caught the bull and seized Antiope, but then, to the good fortune of Antiope, the shepherd came. Seeing that her own sons wished to bind Antiope to the horns of the enraged bull, the shepherd cried out, "Unhappy ones, what a terrible crime do you wish to commit? You wish, yourselves not knowing what you do, to deliver your own mother to a terrible death. For this is your mother." Horror seized Zethus and Amphion when they understood what a terrible crime they might have committed through the fault of the cruel Dirce. In anger they seized Dirce, who had slandered their mother, bound her to the horns of the wild bull with the words, "Perish yourself by that death to which you doomed our mother. Let this death be your deserved punishment both for cruelty and for slander." By a tormenting death, Dirce perished. Zethus and Amphion avenged their mother also upon Lycus. They killed him and took possession of power over Thebes. Having become kings of Thebes, the brothers resolved to fortify their city. Only High Cadmea, the fortress of Thebes built by Cadmus, was protected by walls. All the rest of the city was defenseless. The brothers themselves built a wall around Thebes. How different was their labor! Mighty as a Titan, Zethus carried vast blocks of stone, straining all his strength, and piled them one upon another. Amphion did not carry blocks of stone. Obedient to the sound of his gold-stringed cithara, the stones moved of themselves and stacked themselves into a high, unbreakable wall. Far spread the fame of the great heroes Zethus and Amphion. They were known even far beyond the bounds of Greece. Tantalus himself, the favorite of the gods, gave Amphion his daughter Niobe as wife. Zethus married Adon, daughter of the king of Ephesus, Pandarius. Niobe and Adon brought misfortune upon the house of the sons of Antiope. Niobe. The wife of the king of Thebes, Amphion, Niobe, had 7 daughters and 7 sons. The daughter of Tantalus was proud of her children. Fair as young gods were her children. Happiness, wealth, and fair children the gods had given Niobe, yet the daughter of Tantalus was not grateful to them. One day, the daughter of the blind seer Tiresias, the prophetic Manto, passing through the streets of 7-gated Thebes, called all the Theban women to offer sacrifices to Leto and her twin children, golden-haired, far-shooting Apollo and the virgin Artemis. Obedient to the call of Manto, the Theban women went to the altars of the gods, having adorned their heads with laurel wreaths. Niobe alone, proud of her power and of the happiness sent her by the gods, would not go to offer sacrifices to Leto. The words of Niobe, full of pride, troubled the Theban women. Yet still they performed the sacrifices. Humbly the women of Thebes entreated the great Leto not to be angry. The goddess Leto heard the haughty speeches of Niobe. She called her children Apollo and Artemis, and, lamenting over Niobe, said, "The proud daughter of Tantalus has grievously insulted me, your mother. She does not believe that I am a goddess. Niobe does not acknowledge me, though only to the great wife of Zeus, Hera, do I yield in power and glory. Will you, children, not avenge this insult? For if you leave Niobe unavenged, men will cease to honor me as a goddess, and will destroy my altars. For you also the daughter of Tantalus has insulted. She equates you, immortal gods, with her mortal children. She is as haughty as her father Tantalus." The far-shooting Apollo interrupted his mother. "Oh, finish quickly, say nothing more, for by your complaints you delay the punishment." "Enough, say no more," cried also the angry Artemis. Wrapped in a cloud, the angry brother and sister swiftly raced from the summit of Cynthus to Thebes. The golden arrows rang ominously in their quivers. They raced to seven-gated Thebes. Apollo, invisible, stopped upon the level field by the city walls where the Theban youths were exercising in warlike games. When the far-shooting Apollo, wrapped in a cloud, stood by the Theban walls, two sons of Niobe, Ismenus and Sipylus, were racing upon fiery horses, clothed in purple cloaks. Suddenly Ismenus cried out. A golden arrow of Apollo pierced his breast. He let go the golden reins and fell dead to the earth. Sipylus heard the dread ring of the string of Apollo's bow. He wishes to save himself upon his swift horse from the dread danger. Sipylus races at full speed over the field as a sailor races over the sea, having spread all the sails upon his ship, fleeing from a threatening cloud. The deadly arrow overtook the son of Niobe. It sank into his back at the very neck. The sons of Niobe, Phaedimus and Tantalus, were wrestling, tightly clasping one another with their arms. An arrow flashed in the air and pierced both. With a groan they fell. Death simultaneously extinguished in their eyes the light of life. Simultaneously they breathed their last. Their brother Alphenor hastens to them. He wishes to raise them. He embraces their cold bodies, but deep into his heart also an arrow of Apollo sank, and he fell lifeless upon the bodies of his brothers. Damasichthon Apollo struck in the thigh at the very knee. The son of Niobe wishes to tear the golden arrow from the wound. Suddenly with a whistle another arrow sinks into his throat. The last of the sons of Niobe, young Ilioneus, raised his hands to heaven. He entreats the gods. "O Olympian gods, spare, spare." His prayer touched the dread Apollo. But too late. Already the golden arrow has flown from the string. It cannot be recalled. It pierced the heart also of the last son of Niobe. Swiftly, the rumor of the great misfortune reached Niobe. With tears the servants and Amphion are told of the destruction of his sons. Amphion could not bear their loss. He himself pierced his breast with a sharp sword. Bowed over the bodies of her sons and husband, Niobe weeps. She kisses their cold lips. The heart of Niobe is torn with suffering. In despair, the unhappy one stretches out her hands to heaven. But she does not entreat for mercy. Grief has not softened her heart. Angrily she cries, "Rejoice, cruel Leto! Be merry until your heart is satiated with my sorrow. You have conquered, rival. Oh no, what am I saying? You have not conquered. I, the unhappy one, still have more children than you, the happy one. And though many lifeless bodies of my children lie around me, still I have conquered you. Still more children remain to me than to you." No sooner had Niobe fallen silent than the dread ring of a bowstring was heard. Terror seized all. Niobe alone remained calm. Misfortune had given her courage. Not in vain did the string of the bow of Artemis ring. One of the daughters of Niobe, who stood in deep sorrow around the bodies of their brothers, falls, struck by an arrow. Again the string rings, and another daughter of Niobe falls. 6 golden arrows, one after another, flew from the string of the bow of Artemis, and lifeless lie the 6 fair, young daughters of Niobe. Only the youngest daughter remained. She threw herself upon her mother and hid in her knees, in the folds of her garment. Grief broke the proud heart of Niobe. "Leave me at least the youngest daughter, great Leto," Niobe entreats, full of sorrow. "Leave me at least one." But the goddess did not take pity, and the arrow of Artemis pierces also the youngest daughter. Niobe stands, surrounded by the bodies of her daughters, sons, and husband, as if she has grown numb with grief. The wind does not stir her hair. In her face there is not a drop of blood. Her eyes do not shine with life. Her heart does not beat in her breast. Only tears of sorrow flow from her eyes. Cold stone has clothed her limbs. A stormy whirlwind rose and carried Niobe to her homeland, to Lydia. There, high upon Mount Sipylus, Niobe stands turned to stone and forever sheds tears of sorrow. Heracles. The myths of Heracles are told according to the tragedies of Sophocles, the Trachiniae, and Euripides, Heracles, and also according to the tales mentioned in Pausanias' description of Greece. The birth and rearing of Heracles. In Mycenae ruled King Electryon. The Typhians, under the leadership of the sons of King Tereus, carried off his herds. The Typhians killed the sons of Electryon when they tried to recover what had been stolen. King Electryon then declared that he would give the hand of his beautiful daughter Alcmene to the man who should recover his herds and avenge the death of his sons. The hero Amphitryon succeeded in recovering the herds for Electryon without a battle, for the king of the Typhians, Tereus, had entrusted the stolen herds to the king of Elis, Polyxenus, and the latter gave them to Amphitryon. Amphitryon returned Electryon's herds to him and received the hand of Alcmene. Not long did Amphitryon remain in Mycenae. During the wedding feast, in a quarrel over the herds, Amphitryon killed Electryon, and he had to flee from Mycenae with his wife Alcmene. Alcmene followed her young husband into a foreign land only on the condition that he avenge upon the sons of Tereus the murder of her brothers. Therefore, arriving in Thebes to King Creon, with whom Amphitryon found refuge, he set out with an army against the Taphians. In his absence, Zeus, captivated by the beauty of Alcmene, came to her, taking the form of Amphitryon. Soon Amphitryon also returned. And so from Zeus and Amphitryon 2 twin sons were to be born to Alcmene. On the day when the great son of Zeus and Alcmene was to be born, the gods gathered upon high Olympus. Rejoicing that a son would soon be born to him, Aegis-bearing Zeus said to the gods, "Hear, gods and goddesses, what I shall say to you. My heart bids me say this. Today a great hero will be born. He will rule over all his kinsmen, who trace their race from my son, the great Perseus." But the wife of Zeus, the royal Hera, angry that Zeus had taken the mortal Alcmene as his wife, resolved by craft to deprive the son of Alcmene of power over all the Perseids. Already before his birth, she hated the son of Zeus. Therefore, hiding her craft deep in her heart, Hera said to Zeus, "You speak untruth, great thunderer. Never will you fulfill your word. Give me the great, inviolable oath of the gods, that he who was born first today in the race of the Perseids shall rule over his kinsmen." The goddess of deceit, Ate, took possession of the mind of Zeus, and not suspecting the craft of Hera, the thunderer gave the inviolable oath. At once Hera left bright Olympus, and in her golden chariot raced to Argos. There she hastened the birth of a son to the godlike wife of the Perseid Sthenelus, and on that day in the race of Perseus, a weak, sickly child was born, the son of Sthenelus, Eurystheus. Swiftly Hera returned to bright Olympus and said to the great cloud-gatherer Zeus, "O Father Zeus, who hurl the lightning, hear me! Just now in glorious Argos, a son, Eurystheus, has been born to the Perseid Sthenelus. He was the firstborn today and must rule over all the descendants of Perseus." Great Zeus was grieved. Only now did he understand all the cunning of Hera. He grew angry with the goddess of deceit Ate, who had taken possession of his mind. In anger, Zeus seized her by the hair and cast her down from bright Olympus. The Lord of gods and men forbade her to appear upon Olympus. From that time the goddess of deceit Ate lives among men. Zeus lightened the fate of his son. He concluded with Hera an inviolable agreement that his son should not spend his whole life under the power of Eurystheus. Only 12 great labors should he perform at the command of Eurystheus, and afterwards he should not only be freed from his power, but even receive immortality. The Thunderer knew that many great dangers his son would have to overcome, Therefore he commanded his beloved daughter Athena Pallas to help the son of Alcmene. Often afterwards Zeus had to grieve when he saw how his son bore great toils in the service of the weak, cowardly Eurystheus. Yet he could not break the oath he had given to Hera. On the same day as the birth of the son of Sthenelus, twins were born also to Alcmene, the elder, the son of Zeus, named at birth Alcides, and the younger, the son of Amphitryon, named Iphicles. Alcides was the greatest son of Greece. He was later named by the prophetess, the Pythia, Heracles. Under this name he became famous, received immortality, and was received into the host of the bright gods of Olympus. Hera began to persecute Heracles from the very first day of his life. Learning that Heracles had been born and lay, wrapped in swaddling clothes, with his brother Iphicles, she, to destroy the newborn hero, sent 2 serpents. It was already night when the serpents, flashing their eyes, crawled into the chamber of Alcmene. Quietly they crawled to the cradle where the twins lay, and were already about to wind themselves around the body of little Heracles and strangle him when the son of Zeus awoke. He stretched out his little hands to the serpents, seized them by the necks, and squeezed with such force that he at once strangled them. In terror, Alcmene leapt from her bed. Seeing the serpents in the cradle, the women who were in the chamber cried out loudly. All rushed to the cradle of Alcides. At the cry of the women, Amphitryon ran with drawn sword. All surrounded the cradle and saw an extraordinary wonder. The little newborn Heracles held 2 vast strangled serpents which still weakly writhed in his tiny hands. Astonished at the strength of his foster son, Amphitryon summoned the seer Tiresias and questioned him concerning the fate of the newborn. Then the prophetic elder told how many great labors Heracles would accomplish, and prophesied that at the end of his life he would attain immortality. Learning what great glory awaited the elder son of Alcmene, Amphitryon gave him an upbringing worthy of a hero. Not only for the development of the strength of Heracles did Amphitryon care, he cared also for his education. He was taught to read, write, sing, and play upon the cithara. But far from such success did Heracles show in learning and music as he showed in wrestling, archery, and the skill of handling weapons. Often the teacher of music, the brother of Orpheus Linus, had to grow angry with his pupil and even punish him. One day during a lesson, Linus struck Heracles, irritated by his unwillingness to learn. Angry Heracles seized the cithara and struck Linus with it upon the head. The young Heracles did not calculate the force of the blow. The blow of the cithara was so strong that Linus fell dead on the spot. Heracles was summoned to judgment for this killing. Defending himself, the son of Alcmene said, "For does not the most just of judges, Rhadamanthus, say that everyone who is struck may answer blow with blow?" The judges acquitted Heracles, but his stepfather Amphitryon, fearing that something similar might happen again, sent Heracles to wooded Citharon to pasture the herds. Heracles in Thebes. Heracles grew up in the forests of Citharon and became a mighty youth. In stature he was a whole head taller than all, and his strength far surpassed the strength of a man. At the first glance one could recognize in him the son of Zeus, especially by the eyes which shone with some extraordinary, divine light. No one equaled Heracles in skill in warlike exercises, and he handled bow and spears so skillfully that he never missed. While still a youth, Heracles killed the dread Citharonian lion that lived upon the summits of the mountains. The young Heracles attacked it, killed it, and stripped off its skin. This skin he put upon himself, throwing it like a cloak over his mighty shoulders. With the paws he tied it upon his breast, and the skin from the head of the lion served him as a helmet. Heracles made himself a vast club from a hard as iron ash tree, which he had torn up by the roots in the Nemean grove. Hermes gave Heracles a sword, Apollo a bow and arrows, Hephaestus made him a golden breastplate, and Athena herself wove a garment for him. Having come to manhood, Heracles conquered the king of Orchomenus Erginus, to whom Thebes paid a great yearly tribute. He killed Erginus in battle and imposed upon Mignon Orchomenus a tribute that was twice as great as that which Thebes had paid. For this deed the king of Thebes, Creon, gave Heracles his daughter Megara as wife, and the gods sent him 3 fair sons. Happily Heracles lived in 7-gated Thebes. But the great goddess Hera still burned with hatred for the son of Zeus. She sent upon Heracles a terrible disease. The great hero lost his reason. Madness took possession of him. In a fit of frenzy, Heracles killed all his children and the children of his brother Iphicles. When the fit passed, deep sorrow took possession of Heracles. Having purified himself from the stain of the involuntary killing he had committed, Heracles left Thebes and set out for sacred Delphi to question the god Apollo what he should do. Apollo commanded Heracles to go to the homeland of his ancestors in Tiryns, and for 12 years to serve Eurystheus. Through the mouth of the Pythia, the son of Leto prophesied to Heracles that he would receive immortality if he performed 12 great labors at the command of Eurystheus. The labors of Heracles. Heracles settled in Tiryns and became the servant of the weak, cowardly Eurystheus. Eurystheus feared the mighty hero and did not admit him into Mycenae. All his commands he transmitted to the son of Zeus in Tiryns through his herald Copreus. The Nemean lion, the first labor. Heracles did not long have to wait for the first charge of King Eurystheus. He charged Heracles with killing the Nemean lion. This lion, born of Typhon and Echidna, was of monstrous size. It lived near the city of Nemea and laid waste all the surrounding country. Heracles boldly set out upon the dangerous labor. Arriving in Nemea, he at once went into the mountains to seek the lair of the lion. It was already noon when the hero reached the slopes of the mountains. Nowhere was a single living soul to be seen, neither shepherds nor husbandmen. All living things had fled from these places in fear of the terrible lion. Long Heracles sought upon the wooded slopes of the mountains and in the gorges the lair of the lion. At last, when the sun was already declining toward the west, Heracles found the lair in a gloomy gorge. It was in a vast cave that had 2 exits. Heracles blocked one of the exits with vast stones and began to wait for the lion, hidden behind the stones. Quite toward evening, when twilight was already falling, the monstrous lion with a long, shaggy mane appeared. Heracles drew the string of his bow and sent one arrow after another at the lion, but the arrows bounced from its hide. It was hard as steel. The lion roared dreadfully. Its roaring rolled like thunder over the mountains. Looking around on every side, the lion stood in the gorge and sought with eyes burning with fury him who had dared to shoot arrows at it. But then it saw Heracles and flung itself with a vast leap upon the hero. Like lightning, the club of Heracles flashed, and with a thunderous blow fell upon the head of the lion. The lion fell to the earth, stunned by the terrible blow. Heracles flung himself upon the lion, clasped it with his mighty arms and strangled it. Throwing the slain lion upon his mighty shoulders, Heracles returned to Nemea, offered sacrifice to Zeus, and instituted the Nemean Games in memory of his first labor. When Heracles brought the lion he had slain to Mycenae, Eurystheus grew pale with fear looking upon the monstrous lion. The king of Mycenae understood what superhuman strength Heracles possessed. He forbade him even to approach the gates of Mycenae. When Heracles brought proofs of his labors, Eurystheus looked upon them with horror from the high Mycenaean walls. The Lernaean Hydra, the second labor. After the first labor, Eurystheus sent Heracles to kill the Lernaean Hydra. This was a monster with the body of a serpent and 9 heads of a dragon. Like the Nemean lion, the Hydra was born of Typhon and Echidna. The Hydra lived in a swamp near the city of Lerna and, crawling from its lair, destroyed whole herds and laid waste all the surrounding country. The struggle with the 9-headed Hydra was dangerous because one of its heads was immortal. Heracles set out upon the way to Lerna with the son of Iphicles, Iolaus. Arriving at the swamp by the city of Lerna, Heracles left Iolaus with the chariot in a nearby grove, and himself went to seek the Hydra. He found it in a cave surrounded by the swamp. Heating his arrows red hot, Heracles began to shoot them one after another at the Hydra. The arrows of Heracles drove the Hydra into a rage. It crawled, winding its body covered with shining scales. From the darkness of the cave rose dreadfully upon its vast tail, and was already about to fling itself upon the hero, but the son of Zeus set his foot upon its body and pressed it to the earth. With its tail, the Hydra wound itself around the legs of Heracles and tried to overthrow him. Like an unshakable rock, the hero stood and with swings of his heavy club struck off one after another the heads of the Hydra. Like a whirlwind, the club whistled in the air. The heads of the Hydra flew off, yet the Hydra was still alive. Then Heracles noticed that in place of each head struck off, two new ones grew upon the Hydra. Help also came to the Hydra. From the swamp, a monstrous crab crawled and seized with its claws the leg of Heracles. Then the hero called his friend Iolaus to his aid. Iolaus killed the monstrous crab, set fire to part of the nearby grove, and with the burning trunks of trees cauterized the necks of the Hydra, from which Heracles struck off the heads with his club. New heads ceased to grow upon the Hydra. Ever more weakly it resisted the son of Zeus. At last the immortal head also flew from the Hydra. The monstrous Hydra was conquered and crashed dead to the earth. Deeply the victor Heracles buried its immortal head and piled a vast rock upon it, so that it might not come forth again into the light. Then the great hero cut open the body of the Hydra and dipped his arrows into its poisonous gall. From that time, wounds from the arrows of Heracles became incurable. With great triumph, Heracles returned to Tiryns. But there a new charge of Eurystheus already awaited him. Stymphalian birds, the third labor. Eurystheus charged Heracles with destroying the Stymphalian birds. These birds had almost turned all the surrounding country of the Arcadian city of Stymphalus into a desert. They attacked both animals and men and tore them with their bronze claws and beaks. But the most terrible thing was that the feathers of these birds were of hard bronze, and the birds, flying up, could drop them like arrows upon anyone who thought to attack them. It was difficult for Heracles to fulfill this charge of Eurystheus. To his aid came the warrior Athena Pallas. She gave Heracles 2 bronze tympana which the god Hephaestus had forged, and commanded Heracles to stand upon a high hill by the forest where the Stymphalian birds nested, and to strike the tympana, when the birds flew up, to shoot them with the bow. Thus Heracles did. Mounting the hill, he struck the tympana, and such a deafening noise arose that the birds in a vast flock flew up above the forest and began in terror to circle over it. They poured their sharp as arrows feathers like rain upon the earth, but the feathers did not strike Heracles, who stood upon the hill. The hero seized his bow and began to strike the birds with deadly arrows. In fear, the Stymphalian birds rose beyond the clouds and vanished from the eyes of Heracles. The birds flew far beyond the bounds of Greece, to the shores of the Euxine Pontus, and never again returned to the surrounding country of Stymphalus. Thus Heracles fulfilled this charge of Eurystheus and returned to Tiryns, but at once he had to set out upon a still more difficult labor. The Ceryneian hind, the fourth labor. Eurystheus knew that in Arcadia there lived a wondrous Ceryneian hind sent by the goddess Artemis in punishment upon men. This hind laid waste the fields. Eurystheus sent Heracles to catch it and ordered him to bring the hind alive to Mycenae. This hind was extraordinarily beautiful. Its horns were golden and its legs bronze. Like the wind, it raced over the mountains and valleys of Arcadia, never knowing fatigue. For a whole year, Heracles pursued the Ceryneian hind. It raced through mountains, through plains, leapt over precipices, swam across rivers. Ever farther and farther north the hind fled. The hero did not lag behind it. He pursued it, not letting it out of sight. At last, Heracles, in the pursuit of the hind, reached the farthest north, the land of the Hyperboreans and the sources of the Ister. Here the hind stopped. The hero wished to seize it, but it slipped away and like an arrow raced back to the south. Again the pursuit began. Only in Arcadia did Heracles succeed in overtaking the hind. Even after so long a pursuit, it had not lost its strength. Despairing of catching the hind, Heracles resorted to his arrows that never miss. He wounded the golden-horned hind with an arrow in the leg, and only then did he succeed in catching it. Heracles threw the wondrous hind upon his shoulders and was already about to carry it to Mycenae when the angry Artemis stood before him and said, "Did you not know, Heracles, that this hind is mine? Why have you insulted me by wounding my favorite hind? Do you not know that I do not forgive insults? Or do you think that you are mightier than the Olympian gods?" With reverence, Heracles bowed before the fair goddess and answered, "O great daughter of Leto, do not blame me. Never have I insulted the immortal gods who dwell upon bright Olympus. Always I have honored the dwellers in heaven with rich sacrifices, and never have I considered myself equal to them, though I myself am the son of Zeus the Thunderer. Not of my own will did I pursue your hind, but at the command of Eurystheus. The gods themselves have commanded me to serve him, and I dare not disobey Eurystheus." Artemis forgave Heracles his guilt. The great son of Zeus the Thunderer brought the Cyrenian hind alive to Mycenae and gave it to Eurystheus. The Erymanthian boar, and the battle with the centaurs, the fifth labor. After the hunt of the bronze-footed hind that had lasted a whole year, Heracles did not rest long. Eurystheus again gave him a charge. Heracles was to kill the Erymanthian boar. This boar, possessing monstrous strength, lived upon Mount Erymanthus and laid waste the surrounding country of the city of Sophis. It gave no quarter even to men and killed them with its huge tusks. Heracles set out for Mount Erymanthus. On the way, he visited the wise centaur Pholus. With honor, Pholus received the great son of Zeus and arranged a feast for him. During the feast, the centaur opened a large vessel of wine to entertain the hero the better. Far spread the fragrance of the wondrous wine. The other centaurs also heard this fragrance. They grew terribly angry with Pholus because he had opened the vessel. The wine belonged not to Pholus alone, but was the property of all the centaurs. The centaurs rushed to the dwelling of Pholus and attacked him and Heracles unawares, while the two of them were merrily feasting, having adorned their heads with wreaths of ivy. Heracles was not frightened of the centaurs. He swiftly leapt from his couch and began to throw vast smoking brands at the attackers. The centaurs turned to flight, and Heracles wounded them with his poisonous arrows. The hero pursued them as far as Malea. There the centaurs took refuge with the friend of Heracles, Chiron, the wisest of the centaurs. Following them into the cave, Heracles also burst. In anger he drew his bow, an arrow flashed in the air and sank into the knee of one of the centaurs. Not an enemy did Heracles strike, but his friend Chiron. Great sorrow seized the hero when he saw whom he had wounded. Heracles hastens to wash and bind the wound of his friend, but nothing can help. Heracles knew that a wound from an arrow poisoned with the gall of the Hydra is incurable. Chiron also knew what a tormenting death threatened him. That he might not suffer from the wound, he afterwards voluntarily went down into the gloomy realm of Hades. In deep sorrow, Heracles left Chiron and soon reached Mount Erymanthus. There, in a dense forest, he found the dread boar and drove it with a cry from the thicket. Long Heracles pursued the boar, and at last drove it into deep snow upon the summit of the mountain. The boar stuck in the snow, and Heracles, flinging himself upon it, bound it and carried it alive to Mycenae. When Eurystheus saw the monstrous boar, from fear he hid himself in a large bronze vessel. The cattle yard of King Augeas, the sixth labor. Soon Eurystheus gave a new charge to Heracles. He was to cleanse of dung the whole cattle yard of Augeas, king of Elis, son of the radiant Helios. The god of the sun had given his son countless riches. Especially numerous were the herds of Augeas. Among his herds were 300 bulls with legs white as snow, 200 bulls were red as Sidonian purple, 12 bulls dedicated to the god Helios were white as swans, and 1 bull of extraordinary beauty shone like a star. Heracles proposed to Augeas to cleanse in one day his whole vast cattle yard, if he would agree to give him a 10th part of his herds. Augeas agreed. It seemed to him impossible to perform such work in one day. But Heracles broke down the wall surrounding the cattle yard on 2 opposite sides and diverted into it the water of 2 rivers, the Alpheus and the Peneus. The water of these rivers in one day carried away all the dung from the cattle yard, and Heracles again built up the walls. When the hero came to Augeas to demand the reward, the proud king did not give him the promised 10th part of the herds, and Heracles had to return empty-handed to Tiryns. Terribly the great hero avenged himself upon the king of Elis. Several years later, already freed from service to Eurystheus, Heracles invaded Elis with a great army, conquered Augeas in a bloody battle, and killed him with his deadly arrow. After the victory, Heracles gathered the army and all the rich booty by the city of Pisa, offered sacrifices to the Olympian gods, and instituted the Olympic Games, which from that time were celebrated by all the Greeks every 4 years upon the sacred plain, planted by Heracles himself, with olives dedicated to the goddess Athena Pallas. Heracles avenged himself also upon all the allies of Augeas. Especially did the king of Pylos Neleus pay. Heracles, coming with an army to Pylos, took the city and killed Neleus and 11 of his sons. Even the son of Neleus, Periclymenus, to whom the lord of the sea Poseidon had given the gift of turning into a lion, a serpent, and a bee, did not escape. Heracles killed him when, turned into a bee, Periclymenus settled upon one of the horses harnessed to the chariot of Heracles. Only the son of Neleus, Nestor, remained alive. Afterwards, Nestor became famous among the Greeks for his deeds and great wisdom. Cretan Bull, the 7th labor. To fulfill the 7th charge of Eurystheus, Heracles had to leave Greece and set out for the island of Crete. Eurystheus charged him with bringing the Cretan bull to Mycenae. This bull the earth-shaker Poseidon had sent to the king of Crete Minos, son of Europa. Minos was to offer the bull in sacrifice to Poseidon. But Minos was reluctant to sacrifice so fair a bull. He left it in his herd and offered in sacrifice to Poseidon one of his own bulls. Poseidon grew angry with Minos and sent madness upon the bull that had come from the sea. Over the whole island the bull raced and destroyed everything in its path. The great hero Heracles caught the bull and tamed it. He sat upon the broad back of the bull and swam upon it across the sea from Crete to the Peloponnese. Heracles brought the bull to Mycenae, but Eurystheus feared to leave the bull of Poseidon in his herd and set it free. Sensing freedom again, the mad bull raced through the whole Peloponnese to the north, and at last ran to Attica upon the Marathonian plain. There the great Athenian hero Theseus killed it. The horses of Diomedes, the 8th labor. After the taming of the Cretan bull, Heracles, at the charge of Eurystheus, had to set out for Thrace to the king of the Bistones, Diomedes. This king had horses of wondrous beauty and strength. They were chained with iron chains in their stalls, for no bonds could hold them. King Diomedes fed these horses upon human flesh. He threw to them for food all strangers who, driven by storm, put in to his city. To this Thracian king Heracles came with his companions. He took possession of the horses of Diomedes and led them to his ship. Upon the shore, Diomedes himself with his warlike Bistones overtook Heracles. Entrusting the guard of the horses to his favorite Abderus, the son of Hermes, Heracles entered into battle with Diomedes. Few were the companions of Heracles, yet still Diomedes was conquered and fell in battle. Heracles returned to the ship. How great was his despair when he saw that the wild horses had torn to pieces his favorite Abderus. Heracles arranged a splendid funeral for his favorite, heaped a high mound upon his grave, and beside the grave founded a city and named it in honor of his favorite Abdera. The horses of Diomedes Heracles brought to Eurystheus, and the latter ordered them to be set free. The wild horses fled to the mountains of Lycaon covered with dense forest, and were there torn to pieces by wild beasts. Heracles at Admetus, told mainly according to the tragedy of Euripides' Alcestis. When Heracles was sailing by ship over the sea to the shores of Thrace for the horses of King Diomedes, he resolved to visit his friend King Admetus, for the way lay past the city of Pherae, where Admetus ruled. A heavy time for Admetus did Heracles choose. Great sorrow reigned in the house of the king of Pherae. His wife Alcestis was to die. Once the goddesses of fate, the great Moirae, at the request of Apollo, had determined that Admetus might escape death if in the last hour of his life someone should consent voluntarily to go down in his place into the gloomy realm of Hades. When the hour of death came, Admetus asked his aged parents that one of them should consent to die in his place, but the parents refused. No one among the inhabitants of Pherae either consented to die voluntarily for King Admetus. Then the young, fair Alcestis resolved to sacrifice her life for her beloved husband. On the day when Admetus was to die, his wife prepared herself for death. She washed her body and put on funeral garments and ornaments. Approaching the household hearth, Alcestis turned to the goddess Hestia, who gives happiness in the house, with a fervent prayer. "O great goddess, for the last time I bend my knees before you here. I entreat you, protect my orphaned children, for today I must go down into the realm of gloomy Hades. Oh, do not let them die as I die untimely. Let their life here in their homeland be happy and rich." Then Alcestis went round all the altars of the gods and adorned them with myrtle. At last she went into her chambers and fell in tears upon her couch. Her children came to her, a son and a daughter. Bitterly they wept upon their mother's breast. The maidservants of Alcestis also wept. In despair, Admetus embraced his young wife and begged her not to leave him. Already Alcestis is ready for death. Already the god of death, Thanatos, hated by gods and men, approaches with inaudible steps the palace of the king of Pherae to cut with his sword a lock of hair from the head of Alcestis. Golden-haired Apollo himself begged him to delay the hour of death of the wife of his favorite Admetus, but Thanatos is inexorable. Alcestis feels the approach of death. In terror she cries out, "Oh, already the two-oared boat of Chiron draws near to me, and the ferryman of the souls of the dead cries to me sternly, guiding the boat, 'Why do you delay? Make haste, make haste! Time does not wait. Do not detain us.' All is ready. Make haste then. Oh, let me go. My legs grow weak. Death draws near. Black night covers my eyes. Oh, children, children, your mother is already no longer alive. Live happily. Admetus, your life was dearer to me than my own. Better that the sun shine for you than for me. Admetus, you love our children no less than I. Oh, do not take into the house a stepmother for them, lest she ill-treat them." The unhappy Admetus suffers. "You carry away with you all the joy of life, Alcestis," he cries. "All my life now I shall mourn for you. O gods, gods, what a wife you take from me." Scarcely audibly, Alcestis says, "Farewell, already forever my eyes have closed. Farewell, children, now I am nothing. Farewell, Admetus. Oh, look yet once more, do not leave the children. Oh, let me also die," Admetus cried with tears. The eyes of Alcestis closed, her body grows cold, she has died. Inconsolably Admetus weeps over the dead woman and bitterly laments his fate. He commands that a splendid funeral be prepared for his wife. For 8 months he commands all in the city to mourn Alcestis, the best of women. The whole city is full of sorrow, for all loved the good queen. Already they were preparing to carry the body of Alcestis to her tomb when Heracles comes to the city of Myrae. He goes to the palace of Admetus and meets his friend at the gates of the palace. With honor, Admetus received the great son of Aegis-bearing Zeus. Not wishing to sadden his guest, Admetus tries to hide his grief from him. But Heracles at once noticed that his friend was deeply sorrowful and asked the cause of his sorrow. Admetus gives an unclear answer to Heracles, and he decides that a distant relative of Admetus has died, whom the king had taken into his house after the death of her father. Admetus commands his servants to lead Heracles into a guest chamber and arrange a rich feast for him, and to lock the doors to the women's quarter so that the groans of sorrow may not reach the hearing of Heracles. Not suspecting what misfortune has overtaken his friend, Heracles feasts merrily in the palace of Admetus. Cup after cup he drinks. It is hard for the servants to wait upon the merry guest, for they know that their beloved mistress is already no longer alive. However they try, by the command of Admetus, to hide their grief, still Heracles notices tears in their eyes and sorrow on their faces. He calls one of the servants to feast with him, says that wine will give him forgetfulness and smooth the wrinkles of sorrow from his brow, but the servant refuses. Then Heracles guesses that a heavy grief has overtaken the house of Admetus. He begins to question the servant what has happened to his friend, and at last the servant says to him, "O stranger, the wife of Admetus has gone down today into the realm of Hades." Heracles was grieved. It pained him that he had feasted in a wreath of ivy and sung in the house of a friend overtaken by so great a sorrow. Heracles resolved to repay the noble Admetus for the fact that, despite the grief that had overtaken him, he had nevertheless received him so hospitably. Quickly, the great hero formed the resolve to take from the gloomy god of death Thanatos his prey, Alcestis. Learning from the servant where the tomb of Alcestis is, he hastens thither as quickly as possible. Hidden behind the tomb, Heracles waits until Thanatos flies to drink the sacrificial blood at the grave. Now the beating of the black wings of Thanatos is heard. A grave cold breath is felt. The gloomy god of death has flown to the tomb and greedily pressed his lips to the sacrificial blood. Heracles leapt from ambush and flung himself upon Thanatos. He clasped the god of death with his mighty arms, and a terrible struggle began between them. Straining all his strength, Heracles wrestles with the god of death. Thanatos compresses the breast of Heracles with his bony arms. He breathes upon him with his freezing breath, and from his wings the cold of death breathes upon the hero. Yet still, the mighty son of Zeus the Thunderer conquered Thanatos. He bound Thanatos and demanded as ransom for freedom that the god of death restore Alcestis to life. Thanatos granted Heracles the life of the wife of Admetus, and the great hero led her back to the palace of her husband. Admetus, returning to the palace after the funeral of his wife, bitterly mourned his irreplaceable loss. It was hard for him to remain in the emptied palace. Whither was he to go? He envies the dead. Life is hateful to him. He calls upon death. All his happiness Thanatos has stolen and carried into the realm of Hades. What can be heavier for him than the loss of a beloved wife? Admetus regrets that Alcestis did not allow him to die with her. Then death would have united them. Two souls faithful to one another, Hades would have received instead of one. Together these souls would have crossed the Acheron. Suddenly, before the sorrowful Admetus, Heracles appeared. He leads by the hand a woman covered with a veil. Heracles asks Admetus to leave this woman, whom he has obtained after a heavy struggle, in the palace until his return from Thrace. Admetus refuses. He begs Heracles to take the woman to someone else. It is hard for Admetus to see in his palace another woman when he has lost her, whom he loved so much. Heracles insists and even wishes that Admetus himself introduce the woman into the palace. He does not allow the servants of Admetus to touch her. At last Admetus, being unable to refuse his friend, takes the woman by the hand to lead her into his palace. Heracles says to him, "You have taken her, Admetus, so guard her then. Now you may say that the son of Zeus is a faithful friend. Look upon the woman. Does she not resemble your wife Alcestis? Cease to mourn, be again content with life." "O great gods!" cried Admetus, lifting the veil of the woman. "My wife Alcestis! Oh no, this is only her shade. She stands silent, she has uttered not a word." "No, this is not a shade," answered Heracles. "This is Alcestis. I obtained her in a heavy struggle with the Lord of Souls Thanatos. She will be silent until she is freed from the power of the underworld gods by offering them expiatory sacrifices. She will be silent until night has thrice succeeded day. Only then will she speak. Now farewell, Admetus. Be happy, and always observe the great custom of hospitality, sanctified by my father Zeus himself." "O great son of Zeus, you have given me again the joy of life," cried Admetus. "How am I to repay you? Remain with me as a guest. I will command that throughout all my domains your victory be celebrated. I will command that great sacrifices be offered to the gods. Remain with me." Heracles did not remain with Admetus. A labor awaited him. He had to fulfill the charge of Eurystheus and obtain for him the horses of King Diomedes. The belt of Hippolyta, the ninth labor. The ninth labor of Heracles was his expedition to the land of the Amazons for the belt of Queen Hippolyta. This belt the god of war Ares had given to Hippolyta, and she wore it as a sign of her power over all the Amazons. The daughter of Eurystheus, Admete, priestess of the goddess Hera, desired above all to possess this belt. To fulfill her wish, Eurystheus sent Heracles for the belt. Gathering a small detachment of heroes, the great son of Zeus set out upon the long journey upon a single ship. Though the detachment of Heracles was not large, many glorious heroes were in this detachment. Among them was also the great hero of Attica, Theseus. A long path lay before the heroes. They had to reach the farthest shores of the Euxine Pontus, for there lay the land of the Amazons, with its capital Themyscira. On the way, Heracles put in with his companions to the island of Paros, where the sons of Minos ruled. Upon this island, the sons of Minos killed 2 companions of Heracles. Heracles, angered by this, at once began war with the sons of Minos. Many of the inhabitants of Paros he slew, others he drove into the city and held under siege, until the besieged sent envoys to Heracles, and began to entreat him to take 2 of them in place of the slain companions. Then Heracles raised the siege, and in place of the slain took the grandsons of Minos, Alcaeus, and Sthenelus. From Paros Heracles arrived in Mysia to King Lycus, who received him with great hospitality. Unexpectedly, the king of the Bebryces attacked Lycus. Heracles with his detachment conquered the king of the Bebryces and destroyed his capital, and all the land of the Bebryces he gave to Lycus. King Lycus named this land in honor of Heracles Heraclea. After this deed, Heracles set out farther, and at last arrived at the city of the Amazons, Themyscira. The fame of the deeds of the son of Zeus had long since reached the land of the Amazons. Therefore, when the ship of Heracles put into Themyscira, the Amazons with their queen came out to meet the hero. They looked with wonder upon the great son of Zeus, who stood out like an immortal god among his companion heroes. Queen Hippolyta asked the great hero Heracles, "Glorious son of Zeus, tell me what has brought you to our city. Do you bring us peace or war?" Thus Heracles answered the queen, "Queen, not of my own will have I come hither with an army, having accomplished a long journey over the stormy sea. The ruler of Mycenae, Eurystheus, has sent me. His daughter Admete wishes to possess your belt, the gift of the god Eros. Eurystheus has charged me to obtain your belt." Hippolyta was unable to refuse Heracles anything. She was already ready to give him the belt voluntarily, but the great Hera, wishing to destroy the hated Heracles, took the form of an Amazon, mixed with the throng, and began to persuade the warriors to attack the army of Heracles. "Heracles speaks untruth," Hera said to the Amazons. "He has come to you with a crafty design. The hero wishes to carry off your queen Hippolyta and take her as a slave to his house." The Amazons believed Hera. They seized their arms and attacked the army of Heracles. At the head of the army of the Amazons raced swift as the wind Aia. First, she attacked Heracles like a stormy whirlwind. The great hero repelled her onset and put her to flight. Aila thought to save herself from the hero by swift flight. All her swiftness did not help her. Heracles overtook her and struck her with his flashing sword. Proto also fell in battle. 7 heroes from among the companions of Heracles she struck down with her own hand, yet she did not escape the arrow of the great son of Zeus. Then 7 Amazons attacked Heracles at once. They were companions of Artemis herself. None equaled them in the art of handling the spear. Covered by their shields, they sent their spears at Heracles, but the spears this time flew past. All of them the hero struck down with his club. One after another they crashed to the earth, flashing with their armor. The Amazon Melanippe, who led the army into battle, Heracles took captive, and with her he also captured Antiope. The dread warriors were conquered. Their army turned to flight. Many of them fell by the hands of the pursuing heroes. The Amazons concluded peace with Heracles. Hippolyta bought the freedom of the mighty Melanippe at the price of her belt. Antiope the heroes carried away with them. Heracles gave her as a reward to Theseus for his great courage. Thus Heracles obtained the belt of Hippolyta. Heracles saves Hesione, daughter of Laomedon. On the return journey to Tiryns from the land of the Amazons, Heracles arrived by ship with his army at Troy. A heavy sight presented itself to the eyes of the heroes when they put in to the shore not far from Troy. They saw the fair daughter of the king of Troy Laomedon, Hesione, chained to a rock by the very edge of the sea. She was doomed, like Andromeda, to be torn by a monster that came from the sea. This monster Poseidon had sent in punishment upon Laomedon for refusing to pay him and Apollo the wage for the building of the walls of Troy. The proud king, to whom by the judgment of Zeus both gods were to serve, even threatened to cut off their ears if they should demand payment. Then the angry Apollo sent upon all the domains of Laomedon a terrible plague, and Poseidon a monster that laid waste, sparing no one, the surrounding country of Troy. Only by sacrificing the life of his daughter could Laomedon save his land from the terrible disaster. Against his will he had to chain his daughter Hesione to a rock by the sea. Seeing the unhappy maiden, Heracles offered to save her, and for the saving of Hesione he demanded of Laomedon as reward those horses which Zeus the Thunderer had given the king of Troy as ransom for his son Ganymede. Him the eagle of Zeus had once carried off and borne to Olympus. Laomedon agreed to the demands of Heracles. The great hero commanded the Trojans to heap up a mound upon the shore of the sea and hid himself behind it. No sooner had Heracles hidden behind the mound than from the sea the monster swam forth and, opening its vast jaws, flung itself upon Hesione. With a loud cry, Heracles ran out from behind the mound, flung himself upon the monster, and drove his two-edged sword deep into its breast. Heracles saved Hesione. When the son of Zeus demanded of Laomedon the promised reward, the king was reluctant to part with the wondrous horses. He did not give them to Heracles, and even drove him with threats from Troy. Heracles left the domains of Laomedon, hiding deep in his heart his anger. For the present he could not avenge himself upon the king who had deceived him, for his army was too small and the hero could not hope soon to take impregnable Troy. To remain long under Troy the great son of Zeus could not. He had to hasten with the belt of Hippolyta to Mycenae. The cattle of Geryon, the 10th labor. Soon after his return from the expedition to the land of the Amazons, Heracles set out upon a new labor. Eurystheus charged him with driving to Mycenae the cattle of the great Geryon, son of Chrysaor, and the Oceanid Calliro. Long was the path to Geryon. Heracles had to reach the very western edge of the earth, those places where the radiant god of the sun Helios descends from the sky at sunset. Heracles set out alone upon the long journey. He passed through Africa, through the barren deserts of Libya, through the countries of wild barbarians, and at last reached the limits of the earth. Here he raised on both sides of the narrow sea strait 2 gigantic stone pillars as an eternal monument of his labor. Still, much did Heracles have to wander afterwards until he reached the shores of grey Oceanus. In thought, the hero sat upon the shore by the ever-roaring waters of Oceanus. How was he to reach the island of Erythea where Geryon pastured his herds? The day was already declining toward evening. Now the chariot of Helios appeared, descending to the waters of Oceanus. The bright rays of Helios blinded Heracles, and an unbearable, scorching heat seized him. In anger, Heracles leapt up and seized his dread bow, but the bright Helios did not grow angry. He smiled graciously upon the hero. The extraordinary courage of the great son of Zeus pleased him. Helios himself offered Heracles passage to Erythea in the golden boat, in which every evening the god of the sun with his horses and chariot sailed from the western to the eastern edge of the earth to his golden palace. The rejoicing hero boldly leapt into the golden boat and swiftly reached the shores of Erythea. No sooner had he put into the island than the dread 2-headed dog Orthrus sensed him, and with barking flung itself upon the hero. With a single blow of his heavy club, Heracles killed it. Not Orthrus alone guarded the herds of Geryon. Heracles had still to fight with the herdsmen of Geryon, the giant Eurytion. Swiftly the son of Zeus dealt with the giant and drove the cattle of Geryon to the shore of the sea where the golden boat of Helios stood. Geryon heard the lowing of his cattle and went to the herd. Seeing that his dog Orthrus and the giant Eurytion were killed, he pursued the stealer of the herd and overtook him upon the shore of the sea. Geryon was a monstrous giant. He had 3 bodies, 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs. With 3 shields he covered himself in battle. 3 vast spears he cast at once at his opponent. With such a giant, Heracles had to contend, but the great warrior Athena helped him. No sooner did Heracles see him than at once he sent at the giant his deadly arrow. The arrow sank into the eye of one of the heads of Geryon. After the first arrow flew a second, after it a third. Dreadfully Heracles swung his all-crushing club. Like lightning the hero struck Geryon with it, and the 3-bodied giant fell lifeless to the earth. Heracles transported the cattle of Geryon from Erythea in the golden boat of Helios across the stormy Oceanus, and returned the boat to Helios. Half the labor was finished. Many toils still lay ahead. He had to drive the cattle to Mycenae. Through all Spain, through the Pyrenees, through Gaul and the Alps, through Italy, Heracles drove the cattle. In the south of Italy, near the city of Rhegium, one of the cows broke from the herd and swam across the strait to Sicily. There King Eryx, son of Poseidon, saw it and took the cow into his herd. Long Heracles sought the cow. At last he asked the god Hephaestus to guard the herd, and himself crossed to Sicily, and there found his cow in the herd of King Eryx. The king would not return it to Heracles. Relying upon his strength, he challenged Heracles to single combat. The reward of the victor was to be the cow. Such an opponent as Heracles was beyond the strength of Eryx. The son of Zeus clasped the king in his mighty embrace and strangled him. Heracles returned with the cow to his herd and drove it farther. Upon the shores of the Ionian Sea, the goddess Hera sent madness upon the whole herd. The mad cattle fled in all directions. Only with great labor did Heracles catch the greater part of the cattle already in Thrace, and at last drove them to Eurystheus in Mycenae. Eurystheus offered them in sacrifice to the great goddess Hera. Cerberus, the 11th labor. No sooner had Heracles returned to Tiryns than Eurystheus again sent him upon a labor. This was already the 11th labor that Heracles was to perform in the service of Eurystheus. Incredible difficulties Heracles had to overcome during this labor. He was to descend into the gloomy, horror-filled underworld realm of Hades and bring to Eurystheus the guardian of the underworld realm, the terrible hellhound Cerberus. 3 heads Cerberus had. Upon his neck snakes writhed. His tail ended in the head of a dragon with a vast mouth. Heracles set out for Laconia, and through a gloomy chasm at Taenarum, descended into the darkness of the underworld realm. At the very gates of the realm of Hades, Heracles saw the heroes Theseus and Perithous, king of Thessaly, grown fast to a rock. The gods had punished them thus because they had wished to carry off from Hades his wife Persephone. Theseus prayed to Heracles, "O great son of Zeus, free me! You see my torments. You alone are able to deliver me from them." Heracles stretched out his hand to Theseus and freed him. When he wished to free also Perithous, the earth trembled, and Heracles understood that the gods did not wish his liberation. Heracles submitted to the will of the gods and went farther into the darkness of eternal night. Into the underworld realm Hermes, the messenger of the gods, the guide of the souls of the dead, led Heracles, and the companion of the great hero was the beloved daughter of Zeus herself, Athena Pallas. When Heracles entered the realm of Hades, the shades of the dead fled in terror. Only the shade of the hero Meleager did not flee at the sight of Heracles. With entreaty it turned to the great son of Zeus. "O great Heracles, of one thing I entreat you in memory of our friendship. Take pity upon my orphaned sister, the fair Deianira. Defenseless she has remained after my death. Take her as wife, great hero, be her protector." Heracles promised to fulfill the request of his friend, and went farther after Hermes. Toward Heracles rose the shade of the terrible Gorgon Medusa. She dreadfully stretched out her bronze arms and beat her golden wings. Upon her head the snakes stirred. The fearless hero seized his sword, but Hermes stopped him with the words, "Do not seize the sword, Heracles, for this is only a bodiless shade. It does not threaten you with destruction." Many horrors Heracles saw upon his path. At last he stood before the throne of Hades. With rapture the lord of the realm of the dead and his wife Persephone looked upon the great son of Zeus the Thunderer, who had fearlessly descended into the realm of darkness and sorrows. He, majestic, calm, stood before the throne of Hades, leaning upon his vast club in the lion's skin thrown over his shoulders, and with the bow upon his shoulders. Hades graciously greeted the son of his great brother Zeus, and asked what had forced him to leave the light of the sun and descend into the realm of darkness. Bowing before Hades, Heracles answered, "O Lord of the souls of the dead, great Hades, do not be angry with me for my request, all-powerful one. You know that not of my own will have I come into your realm, not of my own will shall I ask of you. Permit me, Lord Hades, to lead to Mycena your 3-headed dog Cerberus. Eurystheus, whom I serve by the command of the bright Olympian gods, has ordered me to do this." Hades answered the hero, "I will fulfill, son of Zeus, your request, but you must without weapons tame Cerberus. If you tame him, then I will permit you to lead him to Eurystheus." Long Heracles sought Cerberus through the underworld realm. At last he found him upon the shores of the Acheron. Heracles clasped with his arms, strong as steel, the neck of Cerberus. Dreadfully the dog of Hades howled. All the underworld realm was filled with his howling. He tried to tear himself from the embrace of Heracles, but only more tightly did the mighty arms of the hero compress the neck of Cerberus. Cerberus wound his tail around the legs of the hero. The head of the dragon sank its teeth into his body, but all in vain. Mighty Heracles compressed his neck ever more strongly. At last, the half-strangled dog of Hades fell at the feet of the hero. Heracles tamed him and led him from the realm of darkness to Mycenae. Cerberus was frightened of the light of day. He was covered all over with cold sweat. Poisonous foam dripped from his 3 mouths to the earth. Everywhere where even a drop of the foam fell, poisonous herbs grew. Heracles led Cerberus to the walls of Mycenae. Horror seized the cowardly Eurystheus at the mere sight of the terrible dog. Almost upon his knees, he begged Heracles to lead Cerberus back to the realm of Hades. Heracles fulfilled his request and returned to Hades his terrible guardian, Cerberus. The apples of the Hesperides, the 12th labor. The most difficult labor of Heracles in the service of Eurystheus was his last, the 12th labor. He was to set out to the great Titan Atlas, who holds upon his shoulders the vault of heaven, and obtain from his gardens, which the daughters of Atlas the Hesperides tended, 3 golden apples. These apples grew upon a golden tree raised by the goddess of the earth Gaia as a gift to the great Hera on the day of her wedding with Zeus. To accomplish this labor, it was necessary first of all to learn the path to the gardens of the Hesperides, guarded by a dragon that never closed its eyes in sleep. No one knew the path to the Hesperides in Atlas. Long Heracles wandered through Asia and Europe. He passed also through all the countries which he had passed before on the way for the cattle of Geryon. Everywhere Heracles asked concerning the path, but no one knew it. In his search he came to the farthest north, to the river Eridanus that forever rolls its stormy, boundless waters. Upon the shores of the Eridanus, the fair nymphs received the great son of Zeus with honor and gave him counsel how to learn the path to the gardens of the Hesperides. Heracles was to fall unawares upon the prophetic sea elder Nereus when he should come ashore from the depths of the sea and learn from him the path to the Hesperides. Besides Nereus, no one knew this path. Long Heracles sought Nereus. At last he succeeded in finding Nereus upon the shore of the sea. Heracles fell upon the sea god. Difficult was the struggle with the sea god. To free himself from the iron embrace of Heracles, Nereus took all possible forms, yet still the hero did not release him. At last he bound the exhausted Nereus, and the sea god had, to obtain freedom, to reveal to Heracles the secret of the path to the gardens of the Hesperides. Having learned this secret, the son of Zeus released the sea elder and set out upon the long journey. Again he had to go through Libya. Here he met the giant Antaeus, son of Poseidon, god of the seas, and of the goddess of the earth Gaia, who had borne, nourished, and reared him. Antaeus forced all travelers to wrestle with him, and all whom he conquered in wrestling he killed without mercy. The giant demanded that Heracles also wrestle with him. No one could conquer Antaeus in single combat, not knowing the secret whence the giant received during the struggle ever new strength. The secret was this: when Antaeus felt that he was beginning to lose strength, he touched the earth, his mother, and his strength was renewed. He drew it from his mother, the great goddess of the earth. But it was only necessary to tear Antaeus from the earth and raise him into the air for his strength to vanish. Long Heracles wrestled with Antaeus. Several times he threw him to the earth, but only the strength of Antaeus increased. Suddenly during the struggle, mighty Heracles raised Antaeus high into the air. The strength of the son of Gaia failed, and Heracles strangled him. Further Heracles went and came to Egypt. There, exhausted by the long journey, he fell asleep in the shade of a small grove upon the bank of the Nile. The king of Egypt, son of Poseidon, and of the daughter of Epaphus Lysianassa, Busiris, saw the sleeping Heracles and commanded that the sleeping hero be bound. He wished to offer Heracles in sacrifice to his father Zeus. For 9 years there had been a failure of crops in Egypt. The seer Thrasius, who had come from Cyprus, had prophesied that the failure of crops would cease only if Busiris should yearly offer a stranger in sacrifice to Zeus. Busiris commanded that the seer Thrasius be seized, and first offered him in sacrifice. From that time the cruel king offered in sacrifice to the thunderer all strangers who came to Egypt. Heracles also was led to the altar, but the great hero tore the ropes with which he was bound and killed at the altar Busiris himself and his son Amphidamas. Thus the cruel king of Egypt was punished. Still many dangers Heracles had to meet upon his path until he reached the edge of the earth where the great Titan Atlas stood. In amazement the hero gazed upon the mighty Titan, who held upon his broad shoulders the whole vault of heaven. "O great Titan Atlas!" Heracles addressed him. "I am the son of Zeus, Heracles." Eurystheus, king of Mycenae rich in gold, has sent me to you. Eurystheus has commanded me to obtain from you 3 golden apples from the golden tree in the gardens of the Hesperides. I will give you 3 apples, son of Zeus, answered Atlas. But while I go for them, you must stand in my place and hold upon your shoulders the vault of heaven. Heracles agreed. He stood in the place of Atlas. An incredible weight settled upon the shoulders of the son of Zeus. He strained all his strength and held the vault of heaven. Terribly the weight pressed upon the mighty shoulders of Heracles. He bent under the weight of the sky, his muscles swelled like mountains. Sweat covered his whole body from the strain, yet the superhuman strength and the help of the goddess Athena enabled him to hold the vault of heaven until Atlas returned with the 3 golden apples. Returning, Atlas said to the hero, "Here are 3 apples, Heracles. If you wish, I myself will carry them to Mycenae, and you hold the vault of heaven until my return. Afterwards I will stand again in your place." Heracles understood the craft of Atlas. He understood that the Titan wished to free himself entirely from his heavy labor, and against craft he applied craft. "Very well, Atlas, I agree," answered Heracles. "Only permit me first to make myself a cushion. I will lay it upon my shoulders so that the vault of heaven may not press them so terribly." Atlas stood again in his place and took upon his shoulders the weight of the sky. Heracles took up his bow and quiver of arrows, took his club and the golden apples and said, "Farewell, Atlas. I held the vault of heaven while you went for the apples of the Hesperides. Forever to bear upon my shoulders the whole weight of the sky I do not wish." With these words Heracles left the Titan, and again Atlas had to hold as before upon his mighty shoulders the vault of heaven. Heracles returned to Eurystheus and gave him the golden apples. Eurystheus gave them to Heracles, and he gave the apples to his protectress, the great daughter of Zeus, Athena Pallas. Athena returned the apples to the Hesperides, that they might remain forever in the gardens. After his 12th labor, Heracles was freed from service to Eurystheus. Now he could return to 7-gated Thebes. But not long did the son of Zeus remain there. New labors awaited him. He gave his wife Megara as wife to his friend Iolaus, and himself went again to Tiryns. Yet not victories alone awaited him. Heavy misfortunes also awaited Heracles, for the great goddess Hera still persecuted him as before. Heracles and Eurytus. Upon the island of Euboea in the city of Oechalia ruled King Eurytus. Far throughout all Greece spread the fame of Eurytus as the most skillful archer. The far-shooting Apollo himself had been his teacher. He had even given him a bow and arrows. Once in youth, Heracles also had learned archery from Eurytus. This king declared throughout all Greece that he would give his fair daughter Iole as wife to the hero who should conquer him in a contest of archery. Heracles, who had only just finished his service to Eurystheus, set out for Oechalia, where many heroes of Greece had gathered, and took part in the contest. Heracles easily conquered King Eurytus and demanded that he give him his daughter Iole as wife. But Eurytus did not fulfill his promise. Forgetting the sacred custom of hospitality, he began to mock the great hero. He said that he would not give his daughter to one who had been the slave of Eurystheus. At last, Eurytus and his haughty sons drove the tipsy Heracles from the palace and even from Oechalia. Heracles left Oechalia. Full of deep sadness, he left Euboea, for the great hero had fallen in love with the fair Iole. Hiding in his heart anger against Eurytus, who had insulted him, he returned to Tiryns. After some time, the craftiest of the Greeks, Autolycus, son of Hermes, stole a herd from Eurytus. Eurytus accused Heracles of this theft. The king of Oechalia thought that the hero had stolen his herds, wishing to avenge the insult. Only Hephaestus, the eldest son of Eurytus, would not believe that the great Heracles could have stolen the herds of his father. Hephaestus even offered to seek the herds, if only to prove the innocence of Heracles, with whom the closest friendship bound him. During the search, Hephaestus came to Tiryns. Heracles received his friend hospitably. One day, when the two of them were standing upon the high walls of the fortress of Tyrans built upon a high rock, suddenly a furious anger, sent upon him by the great goddess Hera, took possession of Heracles. In anger, Heracles remembered the insult which Eurytus and his sons had offered him. No longer master of himself, he seized Hephaestus and threw him from the wall of the fortress. The unhappy Hephaestus was smashed to death. By this killing, committed against his will, Heracles angered Zeus, for he had violated the sacred custom of hospitality and the sanctity of the bonds of friendship. In punishment, the great thunderer sent upon his son a heavy disease. Long Heracles suffered. At last, exhausted by the disease, he set out for Delphi to question Apollo how he might be delivered from this punishment of the gods. But the prophetess the Pythia gave him no answer. She even drove Heracles from the temple as one polluted by killing. Angered by this, Heracles stole from the temple the tripod from which the Pythia gave oracles. By this he angered Apollo. The golden-haired god appeared to Heracles and demanded of him the return of the tripod, but Heracles refused him. A cruel struggle began between the sons of Zeus, the immortal god Apollo, and the mortal, the greatest of heroes, Heracles. Zeus did not wish the destruction of Heracles. He cast from Olympus his flashing lightning between his sons and, separating them, ended the struggle. The brothers were reconciled. Then the Pythia gave Heracles this answer: "You will receive healing only when you are sold into slavery for 3 years. The money obtained for you give to Eurytus as ransom for his son Hephaestus, whom you have killed." Again, Heracles had to lose his freedom. He was sold into slavery to the queen of Lydia, daughter of Uranus, Omphale. Hermes himself carried to Eurytus the money obtained for Heracles. But the proud king of Oechalia did not accept it. He remained as before the enemy of Heracles. Heracles and Deianira. After Eurytus had driven Heracles from Oechalia, the great hero came to Calydon, a city of Aetolia. There, Oeneus ruled. Heracles came to Aeneas to ask for the hand of his daughter Deianira, for he had promised in the realm of shades Meleager to marry her. In Calydon, Heracles met a dread rival. Many heroes sought the hand of the fair Deianira, and among them the river god Achelous. At last, Oeneus decided that the hand of Deianira should be given to him, who should emerge victor in the struggle. All the suitors refused to wrestle with the mighty Achelous. Heracles alone remained. He had to wrestle with the god of the river. Seeing the resolve of Heracles to measure his strength with him, Achelous said to him, "You say that you were born of Zeus and Alcmene. You lie that Zeus is your father." And Achelous began to mock the great son of Zeus and to blacken his mother Alcmene. Knitting his brows, Heracles looked sternly upon Achelous. His eyes flashed with the fire of anger, and he said, "Achelous, my hands serve me better than my tongue. Be victor in words. I will be victor in deeds." With firm step, Heracles approached Achelous and clasped him with his mighty arms. Firmly stood the huge Achelous. The great Heracles could not overthrow him. Vain were all his efforts. Thus stood Achelous as stands an unshakable rock, and the sea waves do not shake it, beating against it with thunderous noise. Breast to breast Heracles and Achelous wrestle, like two bulls locked by their curved horns. 3 times Heracles attacked Achelous. The 4th time, tearing himself from the arms of Achelous, the hero clasped him from behind. Like a heavy mountain, he pressed the river god to the very earth. Achelous could scarcely, gathering all his strength, free his arms covered with sweat. However he strained his strength, ever more strongly Heracles pressed him to the earth. With a groan, Achelous bent, his knees bent, and with his head he touched the very earth. To avoid being conquered, Achelous resorted to craft. He turned into a serpent. No sooner had Achelous turned into a serpent and slipped from the arms of Heracles than, laughing, Heracles cried out, Already in the cradle I learned to wrestle with serpents. True, you surpass other serpents, Achilles, but you cannot equal the Lernaean Hydra. Though in place of a cut-off head 2 new ones grew upon it, still I conquered it. Heracles seized with his hands the neck of the serpent and compressed it as with iron tongs. Achilles tried to tear himself from the arms of the hero, but could not. Then he turned into a bull and again attacked Heracles. Heracles seized the bull Achilles by the horns and threw him to the earth. With such terrible force, Heracles threw him that he broke off one of his horns. Achilles was conquered and gave Deianira as wife to Heracles. After the wedding, Heracles remained in the palace of Aeneas, but not long did he stay with him. One day during a feast, Heracles struck the son of Architeles, Eunomus, because the boy had poured upon his hands water prepared for the washing of feet. The blow was so strong that the boy fell dead. Heracles was grieved, and although Architeles forgave him the involuntary killing of his son, still the hero left Calydon and set out with his wife Deianira for Tiryns. During the journey, Heracles came with his wife to the river Evenus. Across this stormy river, the centaur Nessus ferried travelers for a fee upon his broad back. Nessus offered to carry Deianira to the other bank, and Heracles set her upon the back of the centaur. The hero himself threw his club and bowed to the other side and swam across the stormy river. No sooner had Heracles come ashore than suddenly he heard the loud cry of Deianira. She called her husband to help. The centaur, captivated by her beauty, wished to carry her off. Sternly the son of Zeus cried to Nessus, "Whither do you run? Do you think that your legs will save you? No, you will not be saved. However swiftly you race, my arrow will still overtake you." Heracles drew his bow, and an arrow flew from the taut string. The deadly arrow overtook Nessus. It sank into his back, and its point came out through the breast of the centaur. Nessus, mortally wounded, fell upon his knees. In a stream, the blood mixed with the poison of the Lernaean Hydra pours from his wound. Nessus did not wish to die unavenged. He gathered his blood and gave it to Deianira, saying, "O daughter of Aeneas, you are the last whom I have carried across the stormy waters of the Evenus. Take then my blood and keep it. If Heracles should cease to love you, this blood will restore his love to you, and no woman will be dearer to him than you. Only rub his garment with it." Deianira took the blood of Nessus and hid it. Nessus died. Heracles with Deianira arrived in Tiryns and lived there until the involuntary killing by Heracles of his friend Hephaestus forced them to leave the glorious city. Heracles and Omphale. For the killing of Hephaestus, Heracles was sold into slavery to the queen of Lydia, Omphale. Never yet had Heracles experienced such hardships as in the service of the proud Lydian queen. The greatest of heroes endured from her constant humiliations. It seemed that Omphale found pleasure in mocking the son of Zeus. Clothing Heracles in women's garments, she forced him to spin and weave with her maidservants. The hero who had struck with his heavy club the Lernaean Hydra, the hero who had brought from the realm of Hades the terrible Cerberus, who had strangled with his hands the Nemean lion and held upon his shoulders the weight of the vault of heaven, the hero at the mere name of whom his enemies trembled, had to sit bent over a loom or spin wool, with hands accustomed to handle a sharp sword, draw the string of a taut bow, and strike enemies with a heavy club. And Omphale, having put upon herself the lion's skin of Heracles, which covered her entirely and dragged upon the ground behind her, in his golden breastplate, girt with his sword, and with difficulty throwing upon her shoulder the heavy club of the hero, stood before the son of Zeus and mocked him, her slave. Omphale seemed to have set herself the aim of extinguishing in Heracles all his invincible strength. Heracles had to endure all, for he was in complete slavery to Omphale, and this was to last 3 long years. Only rarely did Omphale release the hero from her palace. One day, having left the palace of Omphale, Heracles fell asleep in the shade of a grove in the surrounding country of Ephesus. During sleep, the dwarf Cercopes crept up to him and wished to steal his weapons, but Heracles awoke just at the time when the Cercopes had seized his bow and arrows. The hero caught them and bound their hands and feet. Heracles thrust a large pole between the bound legs of the Cercopes and carried them to Ephesus. But the Cercopes so amused Heracles with their grimacing that the great hero released them. During his slavery to Omphale, Heracles came to Aulis to King Celeus, who forced all strangers who came to him to work like slaves in the vineyards. He forced Heracles also to work. The angered hero tore up all the vines of Celeus and killed the king himself, who did not honor the sacred custom of hospitality. During his slavery to Omphale, Heracles took part in the expedition of the Argonauts. But at last, the term of punishment ended, and again the great son of Zeus was free. Heracles takes Troy. No sooner was Heracles freed from slavery to Omphale than at once he gathered a great army of heroes and set out upon 18 ships to Troy to avenge himself upon the king Laomedon who had deceived him. Arriving at Troy, he entrusted the guard of the ships to Oikles with a small detachment, and himself with the whole army moved to the walls of Troy. No sooner had Heracles gone with the army from the ships than Laomedon attacked Oikles, killed Oikles, and slew almost his whole detachment. Hearing the noise of battle at the ships, Heracles returned, put Laomedon to flight, and drove him into Troy. Not long did the siege of Troy last. The heroes, mounting the high walls, burst into the city. First into the city entered the hero Telamon. Heracles, the greatest of heroes, could not endure that anyone should surpass him. Drawing his sword, he flung himself upon Telamon, who had outstripped him. Seeing that inevitable destruction threatened him, Telamon quickly bent down and began to gather stones. Heracles was astonished and asked, "What are you doing, Telamon?" "O greatest son of Zeus, I am raising an altar to Heracles the victor," answered the crafty Telamon, and by his answer he calmed the anger of the son of Zeus. During the taking of the city, Heracles killed with his arrows Laomedon and all his sons. Only the youngest of them, Podarces, did the hero spare. The fair daughter of Laomedon, Hesione Heracles, gave his wife to Telamon, who had distinguished himself by his courage, and permitted her to choose one of the captives and set him free. Hesione chose her brother Podarces. "He of all the captives must first become a slave," cried Heracles. "Only if you give a ransom for him will he be set free." Hesione took the veil from her head and gave it as ransom for her brother. From that time, Podarces began to be called Priam, that is, the purchased one. Heracles gave him power over Troy, and himself set out with his army upon new labors. When Heracles was sailing over the sea with his army, returning from under Troy, the goddess Hera, wishing to destroy the hated son of Zeus, sent a great storm. And that Zeus might not see what danger threatened his son, Hera begged the god of sleep Hypnos to put Aegis-bearing Zeus to sleep. The storm carried Heracles to the island of Kos. The inhabitants of Kos took the ship of Heracles for a pirate ship and, throwing stones at it, would not let it put in to the shore. At night Heracles landed upon the island, conquered the inhabitants of Kos, killed their king, the son of Poseidon Eurypylus, and laid waste to the whole island. Zeus grew terribly angry when, waking, he learned what danger his son Heracles had undergone. In anger he bound Hera in golden unbreakable bonds and hung her between earth and sky, fastening to her feet 2 heavy anvils. Every one of the Olympians who wished to come to the aid of Hera the Thunderer in his anger cast down from high Olympus. Long he sought also Hypnos. He would have cast him also from Olympus, the lord of gods and mortals, had not the goddess Night sheltered the god of sleep. Heracles fights with the gods against the giants. To the island of Kos Zeus, the father sent his beloved daughter Athena Pallas to summon the great hero to their aid in the struggle with the giants. The giants the goddess Gaia had born from the drops of blood of Uranus overthrown by Cronus. These were monstrous giants with serpents instead of legs, with shaggy long hair upon head and beard. The giants possessed terrible strength, They were proud of their power and wished to take from the bright Olympian gods power over the world. They entered into battle with the gods upon the Phlegrean fields that lay upon the Chalcidian peninsula of Pallene. The gods of Olympus were not terrible to them. The mother of the giants, Gaia, had given them a healing means that made them invulnerable to the weapons of the gods. Only a mortal could kill the giants. From the weapons of mortals, Gaia had not protected them. Over the whole world, Gaia sought the healing herb that was to protect the giants also from the weapons of mortals, but Zeus forbade the goddesses of dawn Eos and of the moon Selene, and the radiant god of the sun Helios to shine, and himself cut the healing herb. Not fearing death by the hand of the gods, the giants rushed into battle. Long the battle lasted. The giants threw at the gods vast rocks and burning trunks of age-old trees. Over the whole world the thunder of the battle resounded. At last Heracles appeared with Athena Pallas. The string of the dread bow of the son of Zeus rang. An arrow flashed, steeped in the poison of the Lernaean hydra, and sank into the breast of the mightiest of the giants, Alcyoneus. The giant crashed to the earth. Death could not overtake him upon Pallene. Here he was immortal. Falling to the earth, he rose after a time still more mighty than before. Heracles swiftly threw him upon his shoulders and carried him from Pallene. Beyond its bounds, the giant died. After the destruction of Alcyoneus, the giant Porphyrion attacked Heracles and Hera. He tore from Hera her veil and was already about to seize her, but Zeus cast him to the earth with his lightning, and Heracles deprived him of life with his arrow. Apollo pierced with his golden arrow the left eye of the giant Ephialtes, and Heracles killed him, striking him with an arrow in the right eye. The giant Eurytus Dionysus struck with his thyrsus, the giant Clytius Hephaestus, casting at him a whole mass of red-hot iron. Athena Pallas piled upon the giant Enceladus, who had turned to flight the whole island of Sicily. The giant Polybotes, fleeing by sea from the pursuit of the dread earth-shaker Poseidon, fled to the island of Cos. Poseidon, with his trident, broke off a part of Cos and piled it upon Polybotes. Thus the island of Niceros was formed. Hermes struck the giant Hippolytus, Artemis Gratian, the great Moirae, the giants Agrius and Thun, who fought with bronze clubs. All the remaining giants Zeus the Thunderer struck with his flashing lightning, but death he sent to them all the great Heracles with his arrows that never miss. The death of Heracles and his acceptance into the host of Olympian gods. When Heracles for the killing of Hephaestus was sold into slavery to Omphale, Deianira with the children had to leave Tyrannus. The wife of Heracles was given refuge by King Ceyx of the Thessalian city of Trachis. Already 3 years and 3 months had passed since Heracles had left Deianira. The wife of Heracles was anxious concerning the fate of her husband. There was no news from Heracles. Deianira did not even know whether her husband was still alive. Heavy presentiments tormented Deianira. She called her son Hylas and said to him, "O beloved son, it is a shame that you do not seek your father. Already 15 months have passed since he has given no word of himself." "If one may believe rumors," answered Hylas to his mother, "they say that after the father had been 3 years a slave to Omphale, when the term of his slavery ended, he set out with an army to Euboea, to the city of Ochalia, to avenge King Eurytus for the insult." "My son," the mother interrupted Hylas, "your father Heracles never left me before, going upon great labors, in such anxiety as the last time. He even left me at parting a tablet with an old prophecy written upon it, given him at Dodona. It is said there that if 3 years and 3 months Heracles remains in a foreign land, either death has overtaken him or, returning home, he will lead a joyful and peaceful life. Leaving me, Heracles left me also a disposition that of the lands of his fathers, in case of his death, his children should receive the inheritance. The fate of my husband troubles me. For he said to me concerning the siege of Oechalia that either he would perish under the city or, taking it, he would live happily. No, my son, go, I entreat you, seek your father." Hylas, obedient to the will of his mother, set out upon the long journey to Euboea, to Ochalia, to seek his father. Some time after Hylas had left Trachis, a messenger runs to Deianira. he announces to her that immediately a messenger Lichas will come from Heracles. Joyful news Lichas will bring. Heracles is alive. He has conquered Uranus, taken and destroyed the city of Ochalia, and will soon return to Trachis in the glory of victory. Following the messenger, Lichas also comes to Deianira. He leads captives, and among them Iole, daughter of Eurytus. Joyfully, Deianira meets Lichas. The messenger of Heracles tells her that Heracles is as before, mighty and healthy. He is preparing to celebrate his victory and is preparing to offer rich sacrifices before he leaves Euboea. Deianira looks upon the captives, noticing among them a fair woman. She asks Lichas, "Tell me, Lichas, who is this woman? Who are her father and mother?" More than all she grieves. Is she not the daughter of Eurytus himself? But Lichas answers the wife of Heracles, "I do not know, queen, who she is. Surely this woman belongs to a noble Euboean race. Not a word has she spoken during the journey. She sheds tears of sorrow ever since she left her native city." "Unhappy one," cried Deianira, "to this grief I will not add new sufferings for you. Lead Lichas the captives into the palace. I will come immediately after you." Lichas went with the captives into the palace. No sooner had he gone than a servant approached Deianira and said to her, "Wait, queen, hear me. Not all the truth has Lichas told you. He knows who this woman is. This is the daughter of Eurytus, Iole. Out of love for her, Heracles once contended with Eurytus in archery. The proud king did not give him, the victor, his daughter as wife, as he had promised. Insulting him, he drove the great hero from the city. For the sake of Iole, Heracles has now taken Oechalia and killed King Uranus. Not as a slave has the son of Zeus sent Iole hither. He wishes to take her as wife." Deianira was grieved. She reproaches Lichas because he has hidden the truth from her. Lichas confesses that indeed Heracles, captivated by the beauty of Iole, wishes to marry her. Deianira grieves. Heracles has forgotten her during the long separation. Now he loves another. What is she, the unhappy one, to do? She loves the great son of Zeus and cannot give him to another. The grief-stricken Deianira remembers the blood which the centaur Nessus once gave her and what he said to her before death. Deianira resolves to resort to the blood of the centaur. For he said to her, "Rub my blood upon the garment of Heracles, and forever he will love you. No woman will be dearer to him than you." Deianira fears to resort to the magic means, but love for Heracles and fear of losing him at last conquer her apprehensions. She takes out the blood of Nessus, which she has so long kept in a vessel that no ray of the sun might fall upon it, that the fire in the hearth might not warm it. Deianira rubs with it a splendid cloak, which she has woven as a gift for Heracles, lays it in a tightly closing box, calls Lichas and says to him, "Make haste, Lichas, to Euboea, and take to Heracles this box. In it lies a cloak. Let Heracles put on this cloak when he offers sacrifice to Zeus. Tell him that no mortal is to put on this cloak except himself, that even a ray of the bright Helios is not to touch the cloak before he puts it on. Make haste then, Lichas." Lichas went with the cloak. After his departure, anxiety took possession of Deianira. She went into the palace, and, to her horror, sees that the wool with which she rubbed the cloak with the blood of Nessus has decayed. Deianira threw this wool upon the floor. A ray of the sun fell upon the wool and warmed the blood of the centaur, poisoned with the poison of the Lernaean hydra. Together with the blood, the poison of the hydra was warmed and turned the wool to ashes, and upon the floor where the wool lay poisonous foam appeared. Horror seized Deianira. She fears that Heracles will perish, putting on the poisoned cloak. Ever more strongly the presentiment of irreparable disaster torments the wife of Heracles. A little time has passed since Lichas went to Euboea with the poisoned cloak. Into the palace enters Hylas, who has returned to Trachis. He is pale, His eyes are full of tears. Looking upon his mother, he cries out, "Oh, how I would wish to see one of three things, either that you were not alive, or that another called you mother and not I, or that better reason were yours than now. Know that you have destroyed your own husband, my father." "Oh, woe!" Deianira cried in terror. "What do you say, my son? Which of men has told you this? How can you accuse me of such a crime? I myself have seen the sufferings of my father, not from men have I learned this." Hylas tells his mother what happened upon Mount Sinaeum, near the city of Ochelia. Heracles, having raised an altar, was already preparing to offer sacrifices to the gods, and first of all to his father Zeus, when Lichas came with the cloak. The son of Zeus put on the cloak, the gift of his wife, and proceeded to the sacrifice. First, he offered 12 chosen bulls in sacrifice to Zeus. In all, the hero sacrificed 100 victims to the Olympian gods. Brightly the flame flared upon the altars. Heracles stood, reverently raising his hands to heaven, and invoked the gods. The fire that burned hotly upon the altars warmed the body of Heracles, and sweat appeared upon the body. Suddenly, the poisoned cloak clung to the body of the hero. Convulsions ran through the body of Heracles. He felt a terrible pain. Suffering terribly, the hero called Lichas and asked him why he had brought this cloak. What could the innocent Lichas answer him? He could only say that Deianira had sent him with the cloak. Heracles, conscious of nothing from the terrible pain, seized Lichas by the leg and struck him against a rock around which the sea waves roared. Lichas was smashed to death. Heracles fell to the earth. He writhed in unspeakable torments. His cry rang far over Euboea. Heracles cursed his marriage with Deianira. The great hero called his son, and with a heavy groan said to him, "Oh, my son, do not leave me in misfortune. Even if death should threaten you, do not leave me. Raise me, carry me from here, carry me where no mortal would see me. Oh, if you feel compassion for me, do not let me die here." They raised Heracles, laid him upon a litter, carried him to a ship to transport him to Trachis. This is what Hylas told his mother, and ended the tale with these words. "Now you will all see here the great son of Zeus, perhaps still alive, and perhaps already dead. Oh, may the stern Erinyes and the avenger Dike punish you, mother. You have destroyed the best of men whom the earth has ever borne. Never will you see a hero like him." In silence Deianira went into the palace, uttering not a single word. There in the palace she seized a two-edged sword. The old nurse saw Deianira. She calls Hylas quickly. Hylas hastens to his mother, but already she has pierced her breast with the sword. With a loud weeping, the unhappy son threw himself upon his mother. He embraces her and covers with kisses her cold body. At this time the dying Heracles is brought to the palace. He has fallen into a sleep during the journey, but when they set the litter upon the ground at the entrance to the palace, Heracles awoke. From the terrible pain the great hero was conscious of nothing. "O great Zeus," he cries, "in what land am I? Oh, where are you, men of Greece? Help me! For your sake, I cleanse the earth and the sea of monsters and evil. Now none of you wishes to deliver me by fire or sharp sword from heavy sufferings. O you, brother of Zeus, great Hades, put me to sleep. Put me to sleep, the unhappy one, put me to sleep, with swiftly flying death. Father, hear me, I entreat you." Hylas begs with tears. "Involuntarily has my mother committed this crime. Why do you thirst for vengeance? Learning that she herself is the cause of your destruction, she has pierced her heart with the point of a sword. O gods, she is dead, and I could not avenge myself upon her. Not by my hand has the crafty Deianira perished." "Father, she is not guilty," says Hylas. "Seeing in her house Iole, daughter of Eurytus, my mother wished by a magic means to restore your love. She rubbed the cloak with the blood of the centaur Nessus, whom you struck with your arrow, not knowing that this blood is poisoned with the poison of the Lernaean Hydra. "Oh, whoa, whoa," cries Heracles. "So this is how the prophecy of my father Zeus has been fulfilled. He said to me that I should not die by the hand of a living being, that it is allotted to me to perish by the wiles of one who has gone down into the gloomy realm of Hades. So this is how Nessus, whom I struck, has destroyed me. So this is the rest the oracle at Dodona promised me, the rest of death. Yes, true, the dead have no cares. Fulfill then my last will, Hylas. Carry me with my faithful friends to high Oeta. Upon its summit build a funeral pyre. Lay me upon the pyre and set it on fire. Do this quickly, end my sufferings. Oh, take pity, father, do you force me to be your murderer? Hylas entreats his father. No, not a murderer will you be, but a healer of my sufferings. I have still a desire. Fulfill it, Heracles begs his son. Take his wife, the daughter of Eurytus, Iole. But Hylas refuses to fulfill the request of his father and says, No, father, I cannot take as wife her who was the cause of the destruction of my mother. Oh, submit to my will, Hylas. Do not call forth in me again the quieted sufferings. Let me die calmly. Heracles persistently entreats his son. Hylas submitted and obediently answers his father. Very well, father. I will be obedient to your dying will. Heracles hastens his son. He begs him quickly to fulfill his last request. Make haste then, my son. Make haste to lay me upon the pyre before these unbearable torments begin again. Carry me. Farewell, Hylas. The friends of Heracles and Hylas raised the litter and carried Heracles to high Oeta. There they built a vast pyre and laid upon it the greatest of heroes. The sufferings of Heracles grow ever stronger. Ever deeper the poison of the Lernaean hydra penetrates into his body. Heracles tears from himself the poisoned cloak. It has clung tightly to the body. Together with the cloak, Heracles tears off pieces of skin, and still more intolerable become the terrible torments. One only salvation from these superhuman torments is death. Easier to perish in the flame of the pyre than to endure them, but none of the friends of the hero dares to set the pyre on fire. At last, Philoctetes came to Oeta. Heracles persuaded him to set the pyre on fire, and in reward for this gave him his bow and arrows poisoned with the poison of the hydra. Philoctetes set the pyre on fire. Brightly the flame of the pyre flared, but still more brightly the lightnings of Zeus flashed. Thunders rolled across the sky. Upon a golden chariot, Athena Pallas with Hermes raced to the pyre, and raised to bright Olympus the greatest of heroes, Heracles. There the great gods met him. Heracles became an immortal god. Hera herself, forgetting her hatred, gave Heracles as wife her daughter, the eternally young goddess Hebe. From that time upon bright Olympus in the host of the great immortal gods lives Heracles. This was his reward for all his great labors upon the earth, for all his great sufferings. The Heraclids. After the death of Heracles, his children and his mother Alcmene lived in Tiryns with the eldest son of Heracles, Hylas. Not long did they live there. From hatred of Heracles, Eurystheus drove the children of the greatest hero from the domains of their father, and pursued them wherever they tried to take refuge. The children of Heracles long wandered throughout all Greece. At last, the aged Iolaus, the nephew and friend of Heracles, gave them shelter. Even with him, the hatred of Eurystheus overtook the unhappy ones, and they had to flee with Iolaus to Athens, where the son of Theseus Demophon then ruled. Learning that the children of Heracles had taken refuge in Athens, Eurystheus sent his herald Coprius to demand of Demophon the surrender of the Heraclids. Demophon refused Coprius. Even the threat that Eurystheus with a great army would attack Athens and destroy the city did not frighten him. Demophon would not violate the custom of hospitality. Soon Eurystheus invaded Attica with a great army. A battle with numerous enemies lay before the Athenians. They questioned the gods concerning the outcome of the battle, and the gods revealed to them that the Athenians would conquer only if a maiden were offered in sacrifice to the gods. Macaria, the eldest daughter of Heracles and Deianira, voluntarily doomed herself as a sacrifice to the gods. She resolved to sacrifice her life for the saving of her brothers and sisters. The two armies met upon the field of battle. Hylas also came with a detachment of warriors. He had found help against Eurystheus. Before the beginning of the battle, Myriae was offered in sacrifice. Cruel and bloody was the fight. The Athenians conquered. Eurystheus turned to flight, and Hylas flung himself in a chariot to pursue the enemy of his father. Iolaus saw this. He begged Hylas to yield him the chariot. The aged comrade of Heracles himself wished to avenge all the misfortunes which Eurystheus had caused his friend. Iolaus swiftly raced in the chariot in pursuit. He had almost overtaken Eurystheus. Then Iolaus prayed to the Olympian gods. He begged them to restore to him for one day only his youth and his former strength. The gods heard the prayer of Iolaus. Two bright stars fell from the sky. A dark cloud descended upon the chariot of Iolaus. When the cloud parted, Iolaus stood upon the chariot in all the brilliance of his youth, mighty and fair. Iolaus overtook Eurystheus and took him captive. Iolaus in triumph brought the bound Eurystheus to Athens. Into a furious rage, the mother of Heracles, Alcmene, fell when she saw the enemy of her great son. Despite the fact that both Hylas and Demophon wished to protect Eurystheus, Alcmene with her own hands tore out the eyes of Eurystheus and killed him. Thus Eurystheus perished. The Athenians did not leave the conquered enemy without burial. He was buried in Attica by the sanctuary of Athena of Pallene. Cecrops, Erichthonius and Erechtheus. The founder of Great Athens and of its Acropolis was Cecrops, born of the earth. The earth bore him half man, half serpent. His body ended in a vast serpent's tail. Cecrops founded Athens in Attica at the time when the Earthshaker, the god of the sea Poseidon, and the warrior goddess Athena, the beloved daughter of Zeus, contended for power over the whole land. To decide this dispute, all the gods gathered, headed by the great thunderer Zeus himself, upon the Athenian Acropolis. To the judgment the Lord of gods and men summoned also Cecrops, that he might decide to whom power in Attica should belong. The snake-footed Cecrops appeared at the judgment. The gods decided to give power over Attica to him who should bring the land the most valuable gift. The earth-shaker Poseidon struck the rock with his trident, and from it a spring of salt sea-water gushed forth. Athena drove her flashing spear into the earth, and from the earth a fruitful olive grew. Then Cecrops said, "Bright gods of Olympus, everywhere the salt waters of the boundless sea roar, but nowhere is there an olive that gives rich fruits. To Athena belongs the olive. It will give wealth to the whole land, and will urge the inhabitants to the labor of husbandmen and the cultivation of the fertile soil. Athena has given a great blessing to Attica. Let power over the whole land belong to her." The Olympian gods awarded to Athena Pallas power over the city founded by Cecrops and over all Attica. From that time, the city of Cecrops began to be called Athens in honor of the beloved daughter of Zeus. Cecrops founded in Athens the first sanctuary to the goddess Athena, protectress of the city, and to her father Zeus. The daughters of Cecrops were the first priestesses of Athena. Cecrops gave laws to the Athenians and ordered the whole state. He was the first king of Attica. The successor of Cecrops was Erichthonius, son of the god of fire Hephaestus. Like Cecrops, he also was born of the earth. Full of mystery is his birth. When he was born, the goddess Athena took him under her protection, and he grew up in her sanctuary. Athena laid the newborn Erichthonius in a woven basket with a tightly closed lid. 2 serpents were to guard Erichthonius. The daughters of Cecrops also guarded him. Athena strictly forbade them to lift the lid from the basket. They were not to see the mysteriously born child of the earth. Curiosity tormented the daughters of Cecrops. They wished at least once to look upon Erichthonius. One day, Athena left her sanctuary upon the Acropolis to bring from Pallene a mountain which she had resolved to set by the Acropolis for its protection. When the goddess was carrying the mountain to Athens, a crow flew to meet her and said that the daughters of Cecrops had opened the basket with Erichthonius and had seen the mysterious infant. Terribly, Athena grew angry. She threw down the mountain and in an instant appeared in her sanctuary upon the Acropolis. Athena strictly punished the daughters of Cecrops. Madness seized them. They ran from the sanctuary, in madness flung themselves from the sheer cliffs of the Acropolis, and were smashed to death. From that time, Athena herself guarded Erichthonius. The mountain which Athena had thrown remained in the place where the crow had told the goddess of the fault of the daughters of Cecrops. Afterwards, this mountain began to be called Lycabettus. Erichthonius, having come to manhood, became king of Athens, where he ruled for long years. By him were instituted the most ancient festivals in honor of Athena, the Panathenaea. Erichthonius was the first to yoke horses to a chariot and the first to introduce chariot races in Athens. A descendant of Erichthonius was the king of Athens, Erechtheus. He had to wage a heavy war with the city of Eleusis, to which the son of the Thracian king Eumolpus, Imaratus, came to help. Unhappy was this war for Erechtheus. Ever more and more Imaratus and the Thracians pressed him. At last, Erechtheus resolved to turn to the oracle of Apollo at Delphi to learn at what price he might attain victory. A terrible answer the Pythia gave. She said to Erechtheus that only if he offered one of his daughters in sacrifice to the gods would he conquer Imaratus. Erechtheus returned from Delphi with a terrible answer. The young daughter of the king, Chthoniia, full of love for her homeland, learning the answer of the Pythia, declared that she was ready to sacrifice her life for her native Athens. Deeply grieving for the fate of his daughter, Erechtheus offered her in sacrifice to the gods. Only the desire to save Athens forced him to resolve upon such a sacrifice. Soon after Chthoniia had been offered in sacrifice, the battle took place. In the heat of battle, Erechtheus and Imaratus met and entered into single combat. Long the heroes fought. They yielded to one another neither in strength, nor in skill in handling weapons, nor in courage. At last, Erechtheus conquered and struck Imaratus to death with his spear. The father of Imaratus, Eumolpus, was grieved. He begged the god Poseidon to avenge Erechtheus for the death of his son. Swiftly, Poseidon raced upon his chariot over the stormy waves of the sea to Attica. He swung his trident and killed Erechtheus. Thus Erechtheus perished, defending his homeland. All the children of Erechtheus also perished. Only one daughter of his, Creusa, remained alive. Her alone evil fate spared. Cephalus and Procris. Cephalus was the son of the god Hermes and of the daughter of Cecrops, Herse. Far throughout all Greece, Cephalus was renowned for his wondrous beauty. He was renowned also as an untiring hunter. Early, even before the rising of the sun, he left his palace and his young wife Procris and set out to hunt in the mountains of Hymettus. One day the rosy-fingered goddess of dawn Eos saw the fair Cephalus, carried him off, and bore him far from Athens, to the very edge of the earth. Cephalus loved Procris alone. Only of her he thought. Her name did not leave his lips. He pined in separation from his wife, and begged the goddess Eos to release him back to Athens. Eos grew angry and said to Cephalus, "Very well, return to Procris. Cease to complain of fate. Some day you will regret that Procris is your wife. You will even regret that you knew her. Oh, I foresee that this will happen." Eos released Cephalus. Parting with him, she persuaded him to test the fidelity of his wife. The goddess changed the appearance of Cephalus, and he returned unrecognized by anyone to Athens. By craft, Cephalus entered his house and found his wife in deep sorrow. Even in sorrow, Procris was fair. Cephalus spoke with his wife and long tried to persuade her to forget her husband, to leave him and become his wife. Procris did not recognize her husband. Long she would not even listen to the stranger and kept repeating, "Cephalus alone I love, and will remain faithful to him." Wherever he may be, alive or dead, I will forever remain faithful to him." At last, Cephalus shook her with rich gifts, and she was already ready to yield to his entreaties. Then, taking his true form, Cephalus cried out, "Faithless one, I am your husband, Cephalus. I myself am the witness of your unfaithfulness." Not a word did Procris answer her husband. Bowing her head low from shame, she left the house of Cephalus and went into the forest-covered mountains. There she became a companion of the goddess Artemis. From the goddess Procris received as a gift a wondrous spear that always struck its mark and returned of itself to him who had thrown it, and the dog Lelaps from which no wild beast could escape. Not long was Cephalus able to live in separation from Procris. He sought out his wife in the forests and persuaded her to return. Procris returned to her husband, and long they lived happily. Her wondrous spear and the dog Lelaps Procris gave to her husband, who, as before dawn went out to hunt. Alone, without attendants, Cephalus hunted. He needed no helpers, for with him were the wondrous spear and Lelaps. One day from early morning Cephalus was hunting. At noon, when the scorching heat came, he began to seek protection in the shade from the heat. Slowly Cephalus walked and sang, "O sweet coolness, come more quickly to me, fan my open breast, more quickly approach me, coolness full of bliss, and dispel the scorching heat. O heavenly one, you are my delight, you revive and strengthen me. O let me breathe your sweet breath." Someone of the Athenians heard the singing of Cephalus, and, not understanding the meaning of his song, said to Procris that he had heard how her husband called in the forest some nymph coolness. Procris was grieved. She decided that Cephalus already no longer loved her, that he had forgotten her for another. Once, when Cephalus was hunting, Procris went secretly into the forest, and hidden in the thickly grown bushes, began to wait until her husband should come. Now Cephalus appeared among the trees. Loudly he sang, "O coolness full of tenderness, come and drive away my weariness." Suddenly Cephalus stopped. He thought he heard a heavy sigh. Cephalus listened, but all is quiet in the forest. Not a single leaf stirs in the midday heat. Again Cephalus sang, "Make haste then to me, desired coolness." No sooner had these words sounded than something quietly rustled in the bushes. Cephalus, thinking that some wild beast had hidden in them, threw into the bushes the spear that never misses. Loudly Procris cried out, struck in the breast. Cephalus recognized her voice. He flung himself to the bushes and found in them his wife. All her breast was bathed in blood, the terrible wound was mortal. Cephalus hastens to bind the wound of Procris, but all in vain. Procris is dying. Before death she said to her husband, "O Cephalus, I adjure you by the sanctity of our marriage bonds, by the gods of Olympus and the underworld gods to whom I now go, I adjure you also by my love, do not allow to enter our house her whom you called just now." From the words of the dying Procris, Cephalus understood what had led her into error. He hastens to explain to Procris her mistake. Procris grows weak. Her eyes are clouded by death. Smiling tenderly upon Cephalus, she died in his arms. With the last kiss, her soul flew off into the gloomy realm of Hades. Long was Cephalus inconsolable. As one who had committed a killing, he left his native Athens and withdrew to seven-gated Thebes. Here he helped Amphitryon in the hunt of the elusive Tumesian fox. Poseidon had sent it in punishment upon the Thebans. Every month a boy was offered to the fox in sacrifice, to appease its fury somehow. Cephalus set his dog Lelaps upon the fox. Forever would Lelaps have pursued the fox if Zeus the Thunderer had not turned both the fox and Lelaps into two stones. After the hunt of the Tumesian fox, Cephalus took part in the war of Amphitryon with the Taphians, and, thanks to his courage, attained power over the island of Cephallenia, named so after him. There he lived until his death. Procne and Philomela. The king of Athens, Pandion, a descendant of Aristonius, waged war with the barbarians who had besieged his city. It would have been difficult for him to defend Athens from the numerous barbarian army if the king of Thrace, Tereus, had not come to his aid. He conquered the barbarians and drove them from the bounds of Attica. As a reward for this, Pandion gave Tereus his daughter Procne as wife. Tereus returned with his young wife to Thrace. There soon a son was born to Tereus and Procne. It seemed that the Moirae promised happiness to Tereus and his wife. 5 years passed from the day of the marriage of Tereus. One day Procne began to beg her husband, "If you still love me, then let me go to see my sister, or else bring her to us." "Go to Athens for my sister. Ask my father to let her go and promise that she will soon return. To see my sister will be for me the greatest happiness." Tereus prepared the ships for the long voyage and soon sailed from Thrace. Safely he reached the shores of Attica. With joy, Pandion met his son-in-law and led him into his palace. Tereus had not yet spoken of the reason for his coming to Athens when Philomela, the sister of Procne, entered, equal in beauty to the fair nymphs. The beauty of Philomela struck Tereus, and he burned with passionate love for her. He began to beg Pandion to let Philomela go to visit her sister Procne. Love for Philomela made the speeches of Tereus still more persuasive. Philomela herself, not knowing what danger threatened her, also begged her father to let her go to Procne. At last, Pandion agreed. Letting his daughter go to distant Thrace, he said to Tereus, "To you I entrust my daughter, Tereus. By the immortal gods I adjure you, protect her as a father. More quickly send Philomela back, for she is the only comfort of my old age." Pandion begged also Philomela, "My daughter, if you love your old father, return more quickly, do not leave me alone." With tears Pandion parted from his daughter. Although heavy presentiments oppressed him, still he could not refuse Tereus and Philomela. The fair daughter of Pandion mounted the ship. United the rowers struck with their oars. Swiftly the ship raced into the open sea, ever farther the shore of Attica. Tereus triumphs. Rejoicing, he cried out, "I have conquered. With me here upon the ship is the chosen of my heart, the fair Philomela." Tereus does not take his eyes from Philomela and does not leave her during the whole journey. Now, the shore of Thrace, the journey is ended. The king of Thrace does not lead Philomela into his palace. He leads her by force into a dark forest, into a shepherd's hut, and holds her there in captivity. Neither her tears nor her entreaties move him. Philomela suffers in captivity. Often she calls her sister and father. Often she invokes the great Olympian gods, but vain are her entreaties and complaints. Philomela tears her hair in despair, wrings her hands and laments her fate. "Oh, harsh barbarian," she cries. "Neither the prayers of my father, nor his tears, nor the cares of my sister for me moved you. You have not preserved the sanctity of your household hearth. Take then, Tereus, my life, but know, the great gods have seen your crime, and if they still have power, you will bear the deserved punishment. I myself will tell of all that you have done. I myself will go to the people. And if the forests that are here around will not let me leave, I will fill them all with my complaints. Let the eternal ether of heaven hear my complaints. Let the gods hear them." Terrible anger took possession of Tereus when he heard the threats of Philomela. He drew his sword, seized Philomela by the hair, bound her, and cut out her tongue, that the unhappy daughter of Pandion might tell no one of his crime. Tereus himself returned to Procne. She asked her husband where her sister was, but Tereus said to his wife that her sister had died. Long Procne mourned the supposedly dead Philomela. A whole year passed. Philomela languishes in captivity. She cannot let either her father or her sister know where Tereus holds her shut up. At last she found a way to inform Procne. She sat at the loom, wove upon a coverlet her whole terrible story, and sent this coverlet secretly to Procne. Procne unfolded the coverlet and, to her horror, saw upon it the terrible story of her sister woven. Procne does not weep, As if in a trance, she wanders like one mad through the palace and thinks only of how to avenge herself upon Tereus. It was just those days when the women of Thrace celebrated the festival of Dionysus. With them, Procne also went into the forests. Upon the slopes of the mountains, in the dense forest, she found the hut in which her husband held Philomela in captivity. Procne freed her sister and brought her secretly into the palace. "It is not the time for tears now, Philomela," said Procne. "Tears will not help us. Not with tears, but with the sword must we act. I am ready for the most terrible crime, if only to avenge both for you and for myself upon Tereus. I am ready to deliver him to the most terrible death." At the time when Procne was saying this, her son entered to her. "Oh, how like you are to your father," Procne cried, looking upon her son. Suddenly she fell silent, sternly knitting her brows. A terrible crime Procne planned. To this crime the anger that boiled in her breast drove her. And the son trustingly approached her. He embraced his mother with his little arms and stretched toward her to kiss her. For a moment pity awoke in the heart of Procne. Tears came to her eyes. She hastily turned away from her son, and from the sight of her sister the furious anger again flared in her breast. Procne seized her son by the hand and led him into a distant chamber of the palace. There she took a sharp sword and, turning away, drove it into the breast of her son. Procne and Philomela cut the body of the unhappy boy into pieces. Part of it they boiled in a cauldron, part they roasted upon a spit, and prepared for Tereus a terrible meal. Procne herself waited upon Tereus, and he, suspecting nothing, ate the dish prepared from the body of his beloved son. During the meal, Tereus remembered his son and commanded that he be called. But Procne, rejoicing in her vengeance, answered him, "He whom you call is within you yourself." Tereus did not understand her words. He began to insist that his son be called. Then suddenly Philomela came out from behind the curtain and threw into the face of Tereus the blood-stained head of his son. Tereus shuddered with horror. He understood how terrible his meal had been. He cursed his wife and Philomela. Thrusting the table from him, he leapt from his couch and, drawing his sword, pursued Procne and Philomela to avenge with his own hands the killing of his son, but he cannot overtake them. Wings grow upon them. They are turned into two birds, Philomela into a swallow and Procne into a nightingale. Upon the breast of the swallow Philomela there remained a bloody spot from the blood of the son of Tereus. Tereus himself was turned into a hoopoe, with a long beak and a large crest upon his head. As upon the helmet of the warlike Tereus, so upon the head of the hoopoe a crest of feathers waves. Boreas and Erythea. Dread is Boreas, the god of the untamable, stormy north wind. Frenzied, he races over lands and seas, calling forth by his flight all-destroying storms. One day Boreas, racing over Attica, saw the daughter of Erechtheus Erythea and fell in love with her. Boreas begged Erythea to become his wife and allow him to carry her off with him to his kingdom in the far north. Erythea did not consent. She feared the dread, harsh god. The father of Erythea, Erechtheus, also refused Boreas. No prayers, no entreaties of Boreas helped. The dread god grew angry and cried out, "I myself have deserved such humiliation. I have forgotten my dread frenzied strength. Does it become me to entreat anyone humbly? Only by force must I act. I drive thunderclouds across the sky. I raise upon the sea waves like mountains. I tear up by the roots, like dry blades of grass, age-old oaks. I scourge the earth with hail and turn water into hard as stone ice, and I entreat like a powerless mortal. When I race in frenzied flight over the earth, the whole earth trembles and even the underworld realm of Hades shudders. And I entreat Erechtheus as if I were his servant. I must not beg that Erythea be given me as wife, but take her by force." Boreas beat his mighty wings. A storm raged over the whole earth. Like reeds, the age-old forests swayed. Dread foam-covered rollers moved over the sea, Dark clouds covered the whole sky. Higher than the mountains, the dark cloak of Boreas spread, and from it the freezing cold of the north breathed. Destroying everything in his path, Boreas raced to Athens, seized Orythia, rose and flew with her to the north. There Orythia became the wife of Boreas. She bore him 2 twin sons, Zetes and Calais. Both were winged like their father. Great heroes were the sons of Boreas. Both of them took part in the expedition of the Argonauts for the Golden Fleece to Colchis and accomplished many great deeds. Daedalus and Icarus. The greatest artist, sculptor, and architect of Athens was Daedalus, a descendant of Erechtheus. Of him it was told that he carved from snow-white marble such wondrous statues that they seemed alive. It seemed that the statues of Daedalus looked and moved. Many tools Daedalus invented for his work. By him were invented the axe and the drill. Far spread the fame of Daedalus. This great artist had a nephew Talos, the son of his sister Perdix. Talos was the pupil of his uncle. Already in early youth he astonished, all by his talent and inventiveness. One could foresee that Talos would far surpass his teacher. Daedalus envied his nephew and resolved to kill him. One day Daedalus stood with his nephew upon the high Athenian Acropolis at the very edge of the cliff. No one was to be seen around. Seeing that they were alone, Daedalus pushed his nephew from the cliff. The artist was sure that his crime would remain unpunished. Falling from the cliff, Talos was smashed to death. Daedalus hastily descended from the Acropolis, raised the body of Talos, and was already about to bury it secretly in the earth, but the Athenians found Daedalus when he was digging the grave. The crime of Daedalus was discovered. The Areopagus condemned him to death. Fleeing from death, Daedalus fled to Crete, to the mighty king Minos, son of Zeus and Europa. Minos willingly took under his protection the great artist of Greece. Many wondrous works of art Daedalus made for the king of Crete. He built for him also the famous palace, the Labyrinth, with such tangled passages that once having entered it, one could not find the way out. In this palace, Minos shut up the son of his wife Pasiphae, the terrible Minotaur, a monster with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Many years Daedalus lived with Minos. The king would not let him leave Crete. He alone wished to enjoy the art of the great artist. Like a captive, Minos held Daedalus upon Crete. Long Daedalus thought how he might escape, and at last found a way to free himself from Cretan captivity. "If I cannot," cried Daedalus, "save myself from the power of Minos either by land or by sea, yet the sky is open for flight. This is my path. Minos possesses all, only the air he does not possess." Daedalus set to work. He gathered feathers, fastened them with linen threads and wax, and began to make from them 4 large wings. While Daedalus worked, his son Icarus played about his father. Now he caught the down that flew up from the breath of the breeze. Now he crushed the wax in his hands. The boy played carelessly. His father's work amused him. At last Daedalus finished his work. The wings were ready. Daedalus bound the wings behind his back, thrust his arms into the loops fastened to the wings, beat them, and rose smoothly into the air. In amazement Icarus looked upon his father, who soared in the air like a vast bird. Daedalus descended to the earth and said to his son, "Listen, Icarus, now we shall fly from Crete. Be careful during the flight. Do not descend too low to the sea, lest the salt spray of the waves wet your wings. Do not rise too near the sun either. The heat may melt the wax, and the feathers will fly apart. Fly after me, do not lag behind me." Father and son put the wings upon their arms and easily raced away. Those who saw their flight high above the earth thought that 2 gods were racing across the azure of heaven. Often Daedalus turned to look how his son was flying. Already they had passed the islands of Delos, Paros, and fly ever farther and farther. The swift flight amuses Icarus. Ever more boldly he beats his wings. Icarus forgot the instructions of his father. He no longer flies after him. Strongly beating his wings, he rose high under the very sky, nearer to the radiant sun. The scorching rays melted the wax that fastened the feathers of the wings. The feathers fell out and flew far through the air, driven by the wind. Icarus waved his arms, but there are no longer wings upon them. Headlong he fell from a terrible height into the sea and perished in its waves. Daedalus turned, looks around. There is no Icarus. Loudly he began to call his son. "Icarus! Icarus! Where are you? Answer!" There is no answer. Daedalus saw upon the sea waves feathers from the wings of Icarus and understood what had happened. How Daedalus hated his art, how he hated that day when he resolved to escape from Crete by the aerial path. And the body of Icarus long was carried upon the waves of the sea, which began to be called after the perished Icarus the Icarian. At last the waves drove it to the shore of an island. There Heracles found it and buried it. Daedalus continued his flight and at last flew to Sicily. There he settled with King Cocalus. Minos learned where the artist had hidden, set out with a great army to Sicily, and demanded that Cocalus surrender Daedalus to him. The daughters of Cocalus did not wish to lose such an artist as Daedalus. They devised a craft. They persuaded their father to agree to the demands of Minos and to receive him as a guest in the palace. When Minos was taking a bath, the daughters of Cocalus poured upon his head a cauldron of boiling water. Minos died in terrible torments. Long Daedalus lived in Sicily. The last years of his life he spent in his homeland, in Athens. There he became the ancestor of the Daedalids, the glorious race of Athenian artists. Theseus. The birth and rearing of Theseus. The son of Pandion, Aegeus ruled in Athens after he with his brothers had driven from Attica his kinsmen, the sons of Metsion, who had seized power not by right. Long Aegeus ruled happily. One thing only grieved him. He had no children. At last, Aegeus set out to the oracle of Apollo at Delphi, and there questioned the radiant god why the gods did not send him children. The oracle gave Aegeus an unclear answer. Long he thought, trying to unravel the hidden meaning of the answer, but he could not unravel it. At last Aegeus resolved to set out to the city of Troezen, to the wise king of Argolis Pythias, that he might unravel for him the secret of the answer of Apollo. At once Pythias unraveled the meaning of the answer. He understood that a son was to be born to Aegeus, who would be the greatest hero of Athens. Pythias wished that the honor of being the homeland of the great hero should belong to Troezen. He therefore gave his daughter Aethra as wife to Aegeus. And so a son was born to Aethra when she became the wife of Aeus, but this was the son of the god Poseidon, not of Aeus. The newborn was given the name Theseus. Soon after the birth of Theseus, King Aegeus had to leave Troezen and return to Athens. Leaving, Aegeus took his sword and sandals, laid them under a rock in the mountains by Troezen, and said to Aethra, "When my son Theseus is able to move this rock and take my sword and sandals, then send him with them to me in Athens. I will recognize him by my sword and sandals." Until the age of 16, Theseus was reared in the house of his grandfather Pythias. Famous for his wisdom, Pythias cared for the upbringing of his grandson and rejoiced seeing that his grandson surpassed in all things his companions. But now Theseus reached the age of 16. Already then no one could equal him either in strength or in skill or in the handling of weapons. Fair was Theseus, tall, slender, with the clear glance of fair eyes, dark curls that fell in luxuriant rings to his shoulders. In front, upon the forehead, the curls were cut, for he had dedicated them to Apollo. The young, muscular body of the hero clearly spoke of his mighty strength. The deeds of Theseus upon the way to Athens. When Aethra saw that her son surpassed in strength all his companions, she led him to the rock under which lay the sword and sandals of Aegeus and said, "My son, here under this rock lie the sword and sandals of your father, the lord of Athens, Aegeus. Move the rock and take the sword and sandals. They will be the sign by which your father will recognize you." Theseus pushed the rock and easily moved it from its place. He took the sword and sandals, parted from his mother and grandfather, and set out upon the long journey to Athens. Theseus did not heed the prayers of his mother and grandfather to choose the safer sea path. He resolved to go to Athens by land, through the isthmus. Difficult was this path. Many dangers Theseus had to overcome during the journey, many deeds he had to accomplish. Already upon the border of Troezen and Epidaurus, the hero met the giant Periphetes, son of the god Hephaestus. Like the god Hephaestus himself, his son the giant Periphetes was lame, but mighty were his arms and vast his body. Dread was Periphetes. No traveler passed through those mountains in which Periphetes lived, all of them the giant killed with his iron club, but Theseus easily conquered Periphetes. This was the first deed of the hero, and as a sign of his victory he took the iron club of the Periphetes he had killed. Farther, as far as the isthmus itself, Theseus went without meeting dangers. Upon the isthmus, in a pine grove dedicated to Poseidon, Theseus met the bender of pines Sinis. This was a fierce robber. He delivered all travelers to a terrible death. Bending 2 pines so that they touched with their tops, Sinis bound the unhappy traveler to the pines and released them. With terrible force, the pines straightened and tore the body of the unhappy one. Theseus avenged all whom Sinis had destroyed. He bound the robber, bent with his mighty arms 2 vast pines, bound Sinis to them and released the pines. The fierce robber perished by that same death by which he destroyed innocent travelers. The path through the isthmus was now free. Afterwards, in memory of his victory, Theseus instituted upon the place where he conquered Sinis the Isthmian Games. The further path of Theseus lay through Crommyon. All the surrounding country was laid waste by a vast wild sow, born of Typhon and Echidna. The inhabitants of Crommyon begged the young hero to deliver them from this monster. Theseus overtook the sow and struck it with his sword. Theseus set out farther. In the most dangerous place of the isthmus, by the borders of Megara, where sheer cliffs rose high to the sky, at the foot of which foam-covered sea rollers roared dreadfully, Theseus met a new danger. Upon the very edge of the cliff lived the robber Sciron. He forced all who passed by to wash his feet. No sooner did the traveler bend to wash the feet of Sciron than the cruel robber, with a strong thrust of his foot, threw the unhappy one from the cliff into the stormy waves of the sea, where he was smashed to death upon the sharp stones jutting from the water, and his body was devoured by a monstrous turtle. Theseus, when Sciron wished to push him also, seized the robber by the leg and threw him himself into the sea. Not far from Eleusis, Theseus had to enter into struggle with Cercyon, just as Heracles had to wrestle with Antaeus. Mighty Cercyon destroyed many, but Theseus, clasping Cercyon with his arms, compressed him as in iron tongs and killed him. By this Theseus also freed the daughter of Cercyon, Alope. The power over the land of Cercyon Theseus gave to the son of Alope and Poseidon, Hippothune. Having passed Eleusis, and approaching already the valley of the river Cephisus in Attica, Theseus came to the robber Damastes, who was ordinarily called Procrustes, the stretcher. This robber had devised a specially tormenting torture for all who came to him. Procrustes had a bed. Upon it, he forced those who fell into his hands to lie. If the bed was too long, Procrustes stretched the unhappy one until the feet of the victim touched the edge of the bed. If the bed was short, then Procrustes cut off the legs of the unhappy one. Theseus threw Procrustes himself upon the bed, but the bed, of course, proved too short for the giant Procrustes, and Theseus killed him, as the villain killed travelers. This was the last deed of Theseus upon the way to Athens. Theseus did not wish to come to Athens stained with the blood of Sinis, Sciron, Procrustes, and others. He asked the Fatalidae by special religious ceremonies to purify him at the altar of Zeus Milikios. Hospitably, as a guest, the Fatalidae received the young hero. They fulfilled his request and purified him from the stain of shed blood. Now Theseus could go to Athens, to his father Aegeus. Theseus in Athens. In a long Ionian garment shining with beauty, Theseus walked through the streets of Athens. Luxuriant curls fell upon his shoulders. The young hero in his long garment was more like a maiden than a hero who had accomplished so many great deeds. Theseus had to pass by the building temple of Apollo, upon which the workmen were already raising the roof. The workmen saw the hero, took him for a maiden, and began to mock him. Laughing, the workmen cried, "Look, there wanders through the city alone, without attendants, some maiden. Look how she has let down her hair for show, and with her long garment she sweeps the street dust." Angered by the mockery of the workmen, Theseus ran to a cart, yoked to oxen, unyoked the oxen, seized the cart, and threw it so high that it flew over the heads of the workmen standing upon the roof of the temple. Horror seized the workmen who had mocked Theseus when they saw that this was not a maiden, but a young hero possessing terrible strength. They expected that the hero would cruelly avenge their mockery, but Theseus calmly continued his path. At last, Theseus came to the palace of Aegeus. He did not at once reveal to his aged father who he was, but said that he was a stranger seeking protection. Aegeus did not recognize his son, but the sorceress Medea recognized him. She, having fled from Corinth to Athens, had become the wife of Aegeus. The crafty Medea, having promised Aegeus to restore his youth by magic, ruled in the house of the king of Athens, and Aegeus himself submitted to her in all things. At once the power-loving Medea understood what danger threatened her if Aegeus should learn who the fair stranger was whom he had received in his palace. That she might not lose power, Medea resolved to destroy the hero. She persuaded Aegeus to poison Theseus, assuring the old king that the youth was a spy sent by enemies. The decrepit, weak Aegeus, fearing that someone might deprive him of power, agreed to this crime. During the feast, Medea set before Theseus a cup of poisoned wine. Just at that moment, Theseus for some reason drew out his sword. Aegeus at once recognized the sword which he himself 16 years before had laid under the rock by Troezen. He looked upon the feet of Theseus and saw upon them his sandals. Now he understood who this stranger was. Overturning the cup of poisoned wine, Aegeus embraced Theseus, his son. Medea was driven from Athens and fled with her son Medon to Media. Solemnly, Aegeus announced to all the Athenian people the arrival of his son, and told of his great deeds accomplished during the journey from Troezen to Athens. The Athenians rejoiced with Aegeus, and with loud cries greeted their future king. The rumor that the son of Aegeus had come to Athens reached also the sons of Pallas, the brother of Aegeus. With the arrival of Theseus, their hope of ruling in Athens after the death of Aegeus fell, for now he had a legitimate heir. The harsh Pallantidae did not wish to lose power in Athens. They resolved to take Athens by force. At the head of their father, all 50 Pallantidae moved against Athens. Knowing the mighty strength of Theseus, they devised the following craft. Part of the Pallantidae openly approached the walls of Athens. Part already hid in ambush to attack Aegeus unexpectedly. But the herald of the Pallantidae, Leos, revealed their plan to Theseus. The young hero quickly decided how he must act. He attacked the Pallantidae hidden in ambush and slew them all. Neither strength nor courage saved them. When the Pallantidae, standing under the walls of Athens, learned of the destruction of their brothers, such fear took possession of them that they turned to shameful flight. Now Aegeus could calmly rule in Athens under the protection of his son. Theseus did not remain living inactive in Athens. He resolved to free Attica from the wild bull that laid waste the surrounding country of Marathon. This bull, Heracles, by the command of Eurystheus, had brought from Crete to Mycenae and set free there. The bull fled to Attica, and from that time was a great evil for all husbandmen. Fearlessly, Theseus set out upon this new deed. In Marathon, he met an old woman, Hecale. She received the hero as a guest and advised him before the new deed to offer sacrifice to Zeus the Savior, that Zeus might protect him during the dangerous fight with the monstrous bull. Theseus heeded the advice of Hecale. Soon, Theseus found the bull. The bull flung itself upon the hero, but he seized it by the horns. The bull strained but could not tear itself from the mighty arms of Theseus. Theseus pressed the head of the bull to the earth, bound it, tamed it, and led it to Athens. Upon the return path, Theseus did not find the old Hecate alive. She had already died. Theseus honored the dead with great honors for the advice and hospitality which Hecate had shown him so recently. Bringing the bull to Athens, Theseus offered it in sacrifice to the god Apollo. The journey of Theseus to Crete. When Theseus came to Athens, all Attica was plunged in deep sorrow. Already for the third time envoys arrived from Crete, from the mighty king Minos for tribute. Heavy and shameful was this tribute. The Athenians had every 9 years to send to Crete 7 youths and 7 maidens. There they were shut in the vast palace the Labyrinth, and they were devoured by the terrible monster the Minotaur, with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Minos had imposed this tribute upon the Athenians because they had killed his son Androgeus. Now, for the third time, the Athenians had to send to Crete the terrible tribute. They had already equipped a ship with black sails in sign of sorrow for the young victims of the Minotaur. Seeing the general sorrow, the young hero Theseus resolved to set out with the Athenian youths and maidens to Crete, to free them and to end the payment of this terrible tribute. To end the payment was possible only by killing the Minotaur. Therefore, Theseus resolved to enter into battle with the Minotaur, and either to kill it or to perish. The aged Aegeus would not even hear of the departure of his only son, but Theseus insisted upon his own. He offered sacrifice to Apollo Delphinius, the protector of sea journeys, and from Delphi just before the departure, an oracle was given him that he should choose as protectress in this deed the goddess of love Aphrodite. Invoking Aphrodite to his aid and offering her sacrifice, Theseus set out for Crete. The ship safely arrived at the island of Crete. The Athenian youths and maidens were led to Minos. The mighty king of Crete at once turned his attention to the fair young hero. His daughter Ariadne also noticed him, and the protectress of Theseus, Aphrodite, kindled in the heart of Ariadne a strong love for the young son of Aegeus. The daughter of Minos resolved to help Theseus. She could not even think that the young hero would perish in the labyrinth, torn by the Minotaur. Before setting out to the fight with the Minotaur, Theseus had to accomplish still another deed. Minos insulted one of the Athenian maidens. Theseus stood up for her, but, proud of his origin, the king of Crete began to mock Theseus. He grew angry that some Athenian dared to oppose him, the son of Zeus. Theseus proudly answered the king, "You pride yourself upon your origin from Zeus, but I also am not the son of a simple mortal. My father is the great earth-shaker, the god of the sea Poseidon. If you are the son of the god Poseidon, then prove it and take a ring from the depths of the sea," answered Minos to Theseus and threw a golden ring into the sea. Invoking his father Poseidon, Theseus fearlessly flung himself from the steep shore into the sea waves. High the salt spray flew, and the waves of the sea hid Theseus. All with fear looked upon the sea that had swallowed the hero, and were sure that he would not return. Full of despair stood Ariadne. She also was sure that Theseus had perished. And Theseus, no sooner had the sea waves closed over his head, was caught by the god Triton, and in an instant carried to the undersea palace of Poseidon. Poseidon with joy greeted in his magic undersea palace his son and gave him the ring of Minos, and the wife of Poseidon, Amphitrite, delighted by the beauty and courage of the hero, set upon the luxuriant curls of Theseus a golden wreath. Triton again caught Theseus and carried him from the depths of the sea to the shore, to the place from which the hero had flung himself into the sea. Theseus proved to Minos that he was the son of Poseidon, the lord of the sea. The daughter of Minos, Ariadne, rejoiced that Theseus had returned unharmed from the depths of the sea. But a still more dangerous deed lay ahead. It was necessary to kill the Minotaur. Here Ariadne came to the aid of Theseus. she gave Theseus secretly from her father a sharp sword and a ball of thread. When Theseus and all doomed to be torn were led into the labyrinth, Theseus tied at the entrance to the labyrinth the end of the thread of the ball and went through the tangled, endless passages of the labyrinth from which it was impossible to find the way out. Gradually, he unwound the ball so that he might find by the thread the return path. Ever farther Theseus went, and at last came to the place where the Minotaur was. With a dread roar, lowering its head with vast, sharp horns, the Minotaur flung itself upon the young hero, and a terrible fight began. The Minotaur, full of fury, several times flung itself upon Theseus, but he repelled it with his sword. At last, Theseus seized the Minotaur by the horn and drove his sharp sword into its breast. Having killed the Minotaur, Theseus, by the thread of the ball, came out of the labyrinth and led out all the Athenian youths and maidens. At the exit, Ariadne met them. She joyfully greeted Theseus. The youths and maidens saved by Theseus rejoiced. Adorned with wreaths of roses, praising the hero and his protectress Aphrodite, they led a merry dance. Now it was necessary to care also for escape from the anger of Minos. Theseus quickly equipped his ship and, cutting the bottoms of all the ships of the Cretans drawn up upon the shore, swiftly set out upon the return journey to Athens. Ariadne followed Theseus, whom she loved. Upon the return journey, Theseus landed upon the shore of Naxos. When Theseus and his companions rested from the journey, the god of wine Dionysus appeared to Theseus in a dream and told him that he must leave Ariadne upon the deserted shore of Naxos, for the gods had appointed her as wife to him, the god Dionysus. Theseus awoke and, full of sadness, quickly prepared for the journey. He dared not disobey the will of the gods. Ariadne became a goddess, the wife of the great Dionysus. Loudly, the companions of Dionysus greeted Ariadne and praised with song the wife of the great god. And the ship of Theseus raced swiftly upon its black sails over the azure sea. Now in the distance the shore of Attica appeared. Theseus, grieved by the loss of Ariadne, forgot the promise given to Aegeus to replace the black sails with white if he, having conquered the Minotaur, should happily return to Athens. Aegeus awaited his son. Fixing his eyes upon the sea distance, he stood upon a high rock by the shore of the sea. Now in the distance a black point appeared. It grows, approaching the shore. This is the ship of his son. Ever nearer it comes. Aegeus looks, straining his sight. What sails are upon it? No, white sails do not glitter in the sun. The sails are black. Therefore, Theseus has perished. In despair, Aegeus flung himself from the high rock into the sea and perished in the sea waves. Only his lifeless body the waves threw upon the shore. From that time, the sea in which Aegeus perished is called the Aegean. And Theseus put into the shores of Attica and was already offering thanksgiving sacrifices to the gods, when suddenly, to his horror, he learned that he had become the involuntary cause of the death of his father. With great honors, the grief-stricken Theseus buried the body of his father, and after the funeral took power over Athens. Theseus and the Amazons. Theseus wisely ruled in Athens. But he did not live calmly in Athens. He often left them to take part in the deeds of the heroes of Greece. Thus, Theseus took part in the Caledonian hunt, in the expedition of the Argonauts for the Golden Fleece, and in the expedition of Heracles against the Amazons. When the city of the Amazons Themyscira was taken, Theseus led away with him to Athens as a reward for courage the queen of the Amazons Antiope. In Athens, Antiope became the wife of Theseus. Splendidly, the hero celebrated his wedding with the queen of the Amazons. The Amazons resolved to avenge the Greeks for the destruction of their city and decided to free Queen Antiope from the heavy, as they thought, captivity with Theseus. A great army of Amazons invaded Attica. The Athenians were forced to take refuge from the onset of the warlike Amazons behind the city walls. The Amazons even burst into the city itself and forced the inhabitants to hide behind the impregnable Acropolis. The Amazons pitched their camp upon the hill of the Areopagus and held the Athenians under siege. Several times the Athenians made sorties, trying to drive out the dread warriors. At last a decisive battle took place. Antiope herself fought beside Theseus against those very Amazons whom formerly she had commanded. Antiope would not leave the hero husband whom she passionately loved. In this dread battle, destruction awaited Antiope. A spear thrown by one of the Amazons flashed in the air. Its deadly point sank into the breast of Antiope, and she fell dead at the feet of her husband. In horror, both armies looked upon, Antiope struck to death. Theseus bent in grief over the body of his wife. The bloody fight was interrupted. Full of sorrow, the Amazons and the Athenians buried the young queen. The Amazons left Attica and returned to their distant homeland. Long sorrow reigned in Athens for the untimely perished fair Antiope. Theseus and Perithous. In Thessaly lived the tribe of the warlike Lapiths. Over them ruled the mighty hero Perithous. He had heard of the great courage and strength of the invincible Theseus, and wished to measure his strength with him. To challenge Theseus to battle, Perithous set out to Marathon, and there upon the rich pastures stole a herd of bulls belonging to Theseus. No sooner did Theseus learn of this than at once he set out in pursuit of the stealer and swiftly overtook him. The two heroes met. Clothed in shining armor, they stood opposite one another like dread, immortal gods. Both were struck by the greatness of one another. Both were equally filled with courage. Both were mighty. Both were fair. They threw down their weapons and, stretching out their hands to one another, concluded between themselves a bond of close, inviolable friendship and exchanged weapons in sign of this. Thus two great heroes, Theseus and Perithous, became friends. Soon after this meeting, Theseus set out to Thessaly for the wedding of his friend Perithous with Hippodamia. Splendid was this wedding. Many glorious heroes gathered for it from all ends of Greece. The wild centaurs, half men, half horses, were also invited to the wedding. Rich was the wedding feast. The whole royal palace was full of guests reclining at the banquet tables, and part of the guests, since in the palace there was not sufficient place for all gathered for the wedding, feasted in a large, cool grotto. Fragrances smoked, wedding hymns and music rang out, loud the merry cries of the feasters resounded. All the guests praised the bridegroom and the bride who shone among all with her beauty like a heavenly star. Merrily the guests feasted. Wine flowed in a river. Ever louder the banquet cries rang. Suddenly the mightiest and wildest of the centaurs, Eurytus, leapt up, intoxicated with wine, and flung himself upon the bride. He seized her with his mighty arms and wished to carry her off. Seeing this, the other centaurs also flung themselves upon the women who were at the feast. Each wished to seize prey. Theseus, Perithous, and the Greek heroes leapt from the banquet tables and flung themselves to the defense of the women. The feast was interrupted. A furious battle began. Not with weapons did the heroes fight with the centaurs. Unarmed they had come to the feast. Everything served as a weapon in this battle. Heavy cups, large vessels for wine, legs of broken tables, tripods upon which fragrances had just smoked. Everything was put to use. Step by step the heroes press the wild centaurs from the banquet hall, but outside the hall also the battle continues. Now the Greek heroes fight with weapons in their hands covered by shields. The centaurs tear up trees by the roots. Whole rocks they throw at the heroes. In front of the heroes fight Theseus, Perithous, Peleus, and Nestor, the son of Peleus. A bloody hill of the bodies of centaurs piles ever higher about them. One after another the stricken centaurs fall. At last they wavered, turned to flight, and hid in the forests of high Pelion. The heroes of Greece conquered the wild centaurs. Few of them escaped from the terrible battle. The carrying off of Helen. Theseus and Pirithous resolved to carry off Persephone. The death of Theseus. Not long lived the fair wife of Pirithous Hippodamia. She died in the full bloom of her beauty. The widowed Pirithous, having mourned his spouse, after some time resolved to marry again. He set out to his friend Theseus in Athens, and there they resolved to carry off the fair Helen. She was still quite a young maiden, but the fame of her beauty rang far throughout all Greece. Secretly, the friends arrived in Laconia, and there carried off Helen when she was merrily dancing with her companions during the festival of Artemis. Theseus and Pirithous seized Helen and swiftly bore her to the mountains of Arcadia, and from there through Corinth and the Isthmus brought her to Attica, to the fortress of Athens. The Spartans flung themselves in pursuit but could not overtake the stealers. Having hidden Helen in the city of Athens, in Attica, the friends cast lots to whom of them the wondrous beauty should belong. The lot fell to Theseus. But earlier the friends had given one another an oath that he of them to whom the fair-haired Helen should fall must help the other to obtain a wife. When Helen fell to Theseus, Pirithous demanded of his friend that he help him obtain his wife Persephone, the wife of the dread god Hades, the lord of the realm of the shades of the dead. Horror seized Theseus, but what could he do? He had given an oath. He could not break it. He had to accompany Pirithous to the realm of the dead. Through a gloomy cleft by the village of Colonus, near Athens, the friends descended into the underworld realm. There, in the realm of horrors, both friends stood before Hades and demanded of him that he give them Persephone. The gloomy lord of the realm of the dead grew angry but hid his anger and offered the heroes to sit upon a throne hewn in the rock at the very entrance to the realm of the dead. No sooner had both heroes sat upon the throne than they grew fast to it and could no longer move. Thus Hades punished them for their impious demand. While Theseus remained in the realm of Hades, the brothers of the fair Helen, Castor and Polydeuces, sought their sister everywhere. At last they learned where Theseus had hidden Helen. At once they besieged Athens, and the impregnable fortress did not stand. Castor and Polydeuces took it, freed their sister, and with her led into captivity the mother of Theseus, Aethra. The power over Athens and all Attica Castor and Polydeuces gave to Menestheus, the long-standing enemy of Theseus. Long Theseus remained in the realm of Hades. Heavy torments he endured there, but at last the greatest of heroes, Heracles, freed him. Theseus returned again to the light of the sun, but this return brought him no joy. Impregnable Athens was destroyed, Helen was freed, his mother was in heavy captivity in Sparta, the sons of Theseus, Demophon, and Acamas had been forced to flee from Athens, and all power was in the hands of the hated Menestheus. Theseus left Attica and withdrew to the island of Euboea, where he had domains. Misfortune accompanied Theseus now. The king of Skyros, Lycomedes, would not give Theseus his domains. He lured the great hero upon a high rock and pushed him into the sea. Thus perished by a treacherous hand the greatest hero of Attica. Only many years after the death of Menestheus, the sons of Theseus returned to Athens after the expedition under Troy. There, in Troy, the sons of Theseus found his mother Aethra. The son of King Priam, Paris, had brought her thither as a slave together with the fair Helen whom he had carried off. Meleager. The king of Calydon, Oeneus, the father of the hero Meleager, drew upon himself the anger of the great goddess Artemis. One day, celebrating the gathering of fruits in his gardens and vineyards, he offered rich sacrifices to the Olympian gods, and only to Artemis alone he did not offer sacrifice. For this Artemis punished Oeneus. She sent upon the land a dread boar. Fierce, vast, the boar laid waste all the surrounding country of Calydon. With its monstrous tusks it tore up by the roots whole trees, destroyed vineyards and apple trees covered with tender blossoms. The boar did not spare men either if they met it. Sorrow reigned in the surrounding country of Calydon. Then the son of Aeneas, Meleager, seeing the general sorrow, resolved to arrange a hunt and kill the boar. He gathered for this dangerous hunt many heroes of Greece. Taking part in the hunt were Castor and Polydeuces, who had come from Sparta, Theseus from Athens, King Admetus from Pherae, Jason from Iolcus, Iolaus from Thebes, Pirithous from Thessaly, Peleus from Phthia, Telamon from the island of Salamis, and many other heroes. From Arcadia also came Atalanta, swift in running as the swiftest deer. She had been reared in the mountains. Her father commanded that she be carried into the mountains immediately after birth, for he did not wish to have daughters. There, in a gorge, a she-bear nourished Atalanta, and she grew up among hunters. As a huntress, Atalanta was equal to Artemis herself. For 9 days the gathered heroes feasted with the hospitable Oeneus. At last they set out upon the hunt for the boar. The surrounding mountains resounded with the loud barking of numerous packs of dogs. The dogs raised the vast boar and drove it. Now the boar, racing like a whirlwind, appeared, driven by the dogs. The hunters flung themselves upon it. Each of them hastened to strike the boar with his spear, but heavy was the struggle with the monstrous boar. More than one of the hunters experienced the force of its terrible tusks. To death the boar struck with its tusks the fearless hunter, the Arcadian Ancaeus, when he, swinging his two-edged axe, wished to kill the boar. Then Atalanta drew her taut bow and sent a sharp arrow at the boar. At that moment Meleager also came up. With a mighty blow of his spear he killed the vast boar. The hunt was ended. All rejoiced at the success. But to whom was the reward to be awarded? Many heroes took part in the hunt. Many of them struck the boar with their sharp spears. A dispute arose over the reward, and the goddess Artemis, angry with Meleager because he had killed her boar, still more strongly fanned the strife. This strife led at last to war between the Aetolians, the inhabitants of Calydon, and the Curetes, the inhabitants of the neighboring city of Pleuron. While the mighty hero Meleager fought in the ranks of the Aetolians, victory was on their side. One day, in the heat of battle, Meleager killed the brother of his mother Althea. Althea was grieved, learning of the destruction of her beloved brother. Into a furious rage she fell, learning that her brother had fallen by the hand of her son Meleager. In anger against her son, Althea prayed the gloomy king Hades and his wife Persephone to punish Meleager. In frenzy she invoked the avenging Erinyes to hear her prayers. Meleager grew angry, learning that his mother had invoked destruction upon him, her son, and withdrew from the battle. He sat sorrowful, bowing his head upon his arms, in the chamber of his wife, the fair Cleopatra. No sooner did Meleager cease to fight in the ranks of the Aetolians than victory ceased to accompany them. The Curetes began to conquer. They already besieged rich Calydon. Destruction threatened Calydon. In vain the elders of Calydon begged Meleager to return to the ranks of the army. They offered the hero a great reward, but the hero did not heed their prayers. The aged father of Meleager himself, Oeneus, came to the chamber of the wife of Meleager, Cleopatra. He knocked at the closed door and begged Meleager to forget his anger, for his native city of Calydon was perishing. Him also Meleager did not heed. His sister and mother and beloved friends also begged Meleager to help, but Meleager was inflexible. The Curetes, meanwhile, had already taken possession of the walls of Calydon. They were already setting fire to the city houses, wishing to deliver all to the flames. At last the walls of the chambers where Meleager was shook from blows. Then his young wife in terror flung herself upon her knees before him and began to beg her husband to save the city from destruction. She begged him to think of the evil fate that would overtake both the city and the conquered, to think that the conquerors would lead wives and children into heavy slavery. Did he wish such a fate to overtake her also? Mighty Meleager heeded the prayers of his wife. He swiftly clothed himself in shining armor, girt himself with a sword, took in his hands his vast shield and spear. Meleager rushed into battle, repelled the Curetes, and saved his native Calydon. But destruction awaited Meleager himself. The gods of the realm of the shades of the dead heard the prayers and curses of Althea. Meleager fell in battle, struck to death by the golden arrow of the far-shooting god Apollo, and the soul of Meleager flew off into the sorrowful realm of shades. Cyparissus. Upon the island of Ceos in the Carthian Valley there was a deer dedicated to the nymphs. Fair was this deer. Its branching horns were gilded. A pearl necklace adorned its neck, and from its ears precious ornaments hung. The deer had quite forgotten fear of men. It entered the houses of the peasants and willingly stretched out its neck to anyone who wished to stroke it. All the inhabitants loved this deer, but more than all the young son of the king of Ceos, Cyparissus, the beloved friend of the far-shooting Apollo, loved it. Cyparissus led the deer to meadows with juicy grass and to loudly murmuring streams. He adorned its mighty horns with wreaths of fragrant flowers. Often, playing with the deer, the young Cyparissus, laughing, leapt upon its back and rode upon it through the flowering Carthian valley. It was a hot summer noon, the sun scorched, all the air was full of heat. The deer hid in the shade from the midday heat and lay in the bushes. By chance there, where the deer lay, Cyparissus was hunting. He did not recognize his favorite deer, for the foliage covered it. He threw a sharp spear at it and struck it to death. Cyparissus was horrified when he saw that he had killed his favorite. In grief, he wishes to die with it. In vain Apollo consoled him. The grief of Cyparissus was inconsolable. He begs the silver-bowed god that the god grant him to sorrow forever. Apollo heeded him. The youth was turned into a tree. His curls became dark green needles. His body was clothed with bark. As a slender cypress tree, he stood before Apollo. Like an arrow, its summit rose into the sky. Sorrowfully Apollo sighed and said, "Forever will I mourn for you, fair youth. You also will mourn for another's grief. Be then always with those who sorrow." From that time, at the doors of a house where there is a dead person, the Greeks hung a branch of cypress. With its needles they adorned the funeral pyres upon which they burned the bodies of the dead, and planted cypresses by the graves. Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus in the underworld realm. The great singer Orpheus, son of the river god Oeagrus and the muse Calliope, lived in distant Thrace. The wife of Orpheus was the fair nymph Eurydice. Passionately, the singer Orpheus loved her. But not long did Orpheus enjoy a happy life with his wife. One day, soon after the wedding, the fair Eurydice was gathering with her young, playful companion nymphs, spring flowers, in a green valley. Eurydice did not notice in the thick grass a serpent and stepped upon it. The serpent stung the young wife of Orpheus in the foot. Loudly, Eurydice cried out and fell into the arms of her companions, who ran up. Eurydice grew pale, her eyes closed. The poison of the serpent cut short her life. Horror seized the companions of Eurydice, and far their sorrowful weeping resounded. Orpheus heard it. He hastens to the valley and there sees the cold body of his tenderly loved wife. Despair seized Orpheus. He could not be reconciled to this loss. Long he mourned his Eurydice, and all nature wept, hearing his sad singing. At last Orpheus resolved to descend into the gloomy realm of the souls of the dead, to entreat the lord Hades and his wife Persephone to restore his wife to him. Through the gloomy cave of Taenarum, Orpheus descended to the shores of the sacred river Styx. Orpheus stands upon the shore of the Styx. How is he to cross to the other bank, there where the gloomy realm of the lord Hades is? Around Orpheus the shades of the dead throng. Scarcely audible are their groans, like the rustle of falling leaves in the forest in late autumn. Now in the distance the plash of oars is heard. This is the boat of the ferryman of the souls of the dead, Charon, approaching. Charon put in to the shore. Orpheus asks to be ferried with the souls to the other bank, but the stern Charon refused him. However Orpheus entreats him, he hears always one answer from Charon, "No." Then Orpheus struck the strings of his golden cithara, and in a broad wave the sounds of its strings spread over the shore of the gloomy Styx. With his music, Orpheus enchanted Charon. He listens to the playing of Orpheus, leaning upon his oar. To the sounds of the music, Orpheus entered the boat. Charon pushed it with his oar from the shore, and the boat sailed across the gloomy waters of the Styx. Charon ferried Orpheus. He left the boat and, playing upon the golden cithara, went through the gloomy realm of the souls of the dead to the throne of the god Hades, surrounded by souls that had flown to the sounds of his cithara. Playing upon the cithara, Orpheus approached the throne of Hades and bowed before him. More strongly, he struck the strings of the cithara and sang. He sang of his love for Eurydice and of how happy his life with her had been in the bright, clear days of spring. But swiftly, the days of happiness passed. Eurydice perished. Of his grief, of the torments of shattered love, of his longing for the dead, one Orpheus sang. All the realm of Hades listened to the singing of Orpheus. All were enchanted by his song. Bowing his head upon his breast, the god Hades listened to Orpheus. Resting her head upon the shoulder of her husband, Persephone heeded the song. Tears of sorrow trembled upon her lashes. Enchanted by the sounds of the song, Tantalus forgot the hunger and thirst that tormented him. Sisyphus ceased his heavy, fruitless labor, sat upon the stone which he rolled up the mountain, and deeply, deeply pondered. Enchanted by the singing, the Danaids stood. They forgot their bottomless vessel. The dread, three-faced goddess Hecate herself covered her face with her hands, so that the tears in her eyes might not be seen. Tears shone also in the eyes of the Erinyes, who know no pity. Even them Orpheus touched with his song. But now ever more quietly the strings of the golden cithara sound, ever more quietly the song of Orpheus, and it died away like a scarcely audible sigh of sorrow. Deep silence reigned around. The god Hades broke this silence and asked Orpheus why he had come into his realm, what he wished to ask of him. Hades swore by the inviolable oath of the gods, the waters of the river Styx, that he would fulfill the request of the wondrous singer. Thus Orpheus answered Hades, "O mighty Lord Hades, all of us mortals you receive into your realm when the days of our life end. Not for this have I come hither to look upon those horrors that fill your realm, not for this to lead away, like Heracles, the guardian of your realm, the three-headed Cerberus. I have come hither to entreat you to release back to the earth my Eurydice. Restore her to life. You see how I suffer for her. Think, Lord, if they took from you your wife Persephone, you also would suffer. Not forever do you restore Eurydice. She will return again to your realm. Short is our life, Lord Hades. Oh, let Eurydice experience the joys of life, for she went down into your realm so young." The god Hades pondered, and at last answered Orpheus, "Very well, Orpheus, I will restore Eurydice to you. Lead her back to life, to the light of the sun. But you must fulfill one condition. You will go forward following the god Hermes. He will lead you, and after you, Eurydice will go. But during the path through the underworld realm, you must not look back. Remember, if you look back, at once Eurydice will leave you and return forever to my realm." To all Orpheus agreed. He hastens more quickly to go upon the return path. Swift as thought Hermes brought the shade of Eurydice. With rapture Orpheus looks upon her. Orpheus wishes to embrace the shade of Eurydice, but the god Hermes stopped him, saying, "Orpheus, for you embrace only a shade. Let us go more quickly. Difficult is our path." They set out upon the path. In front goes Hermes, after him Orpheus, and after him the shade of Eurydice. Swiftly they passed the realm of Hades. Charon ferried them across the Styx in his boat. Now is the path that leads to the surface of the earth. Difficult is the path. The path rises steeply upward, and all of it is obstructed with stones. Around, deep twilight. Scarcely does the figure of Hermes going in front stand out in them. But now, far ahead, a light has begun to dawn. This is the exit. Now around it has become as if lighter. If Orpheus turned, he would see Eurydice. And does she go after him? Has she not remained in the realm of the souls of the dead, full of darkness? Perhaps she has lagged behind, for the path is so difficult. Eurydice has lagged behind, and will be doomed forever to wander in the darkness. Orpheus slows his step, listens. Nothing is heard. Can the steps of a bodiless shade be heard? Ever more strongly anxiety for Eurydice seizes Orpheus. Ever more often he stops. Around it is ever lighter. Now, clearly, Orpheus would discern the shade of his wife. At last, forgetting all, he stopped and turned. Almost beside him he saw the shade of Eurydice. Orpheus stretched out his arms to her, but farther, farther the shade, and it sank into the darkness. As if turned to stone, Orpheus stood, seized by despair. He had to experience the second death of Eurydice, and the cause of this second death was he himself. Long Orpheus stood. It seemed that life had left him. It seemed that a marble statue stood. At last Orpheus stirred, took a step, another, and went back to the shores of the gloomy Styx. He resolved again to return to the throne of Hades, again to entreat him to restore Eurydice. But old Chiron would not ferry him across the Styx in his frail boat. In vain Orpheus entreated him. The entreaties of the singer did not move the inexorable Chiron. 7 days and nights the sorrowful Orpheus sat upon the shore of the Styx, shedding tears of sorrow, forgetting food, everything, lamenting the gods of the gloomy realm of the souls of the dead. Only on the 8th day did he resolve to leave the shores of the Styx and return to Thrace. The death of Orpheus. 4 years passed since the death of Eurydice, but Orpheus remained as before faithful to her. He wished marriage with no woman of Thrace. One day in early spring, when the first green was breaking upon the trees, the great singer sat upon a low hill. At his feet lay his golden cithara. The singer raised it, quietly struck the strings, and sang. All nature listened to the wondrous singing. Such force sounded in the song of Orpheus, so it subdued and drew to the singer, that around him, as if enchanted, wild beasts thronged that had left the surrounding forests and mountains. Birds flew to listen to the singer. Even trees moved from their places and surrounded Orpheus. Oak and poplar, slender cypresses, and broad-leaved planes, pines and firs thronged around and listened to the singer. Not a branch, not a leaf trembled upon them. All nature seemed enchanted by the wondrous singing and the sounds of the cithara of Orpheus. Suddenly in the distance loud cries, the ring of tympana and laughter were heard. These were the Ciconian women, celebrating the merry festival of the noisy Bacchus. Ever nearer the Bacchantes, now they saw Orpheus, and one of them loudly cried out, "There he is, the hater of women!" The Bacchante swung her thyrsus and threw it at Orpheus. But the ivy that wound the thyrsus protected the singer. Another Bacchante threw a stone at Orpheus, but the stone, conquered by the enchanting singing, fell at the feet of Orpheus, as if begging forgiveness. Ever louder around the singer the cries of the Bacchantes rang, louder the song sounded, and more strongly the tympana thundered. The noise of the festival of Bacchus drowned the singer. The Bacchantes surrounded Orpheus, falling upon him like a flock of birds of prey. Like hail, thyrsus and stones flew at the singer. In vain Orpheus begs for mercy, but him to whose voice trees and rocks obeyed the frenzied Bacchantes do not heed. Stained with blood, Orpheus fell to the earth, his soul flew off, and the Bacchantes with their blood-stained hands tore his body. The head of Orpheus and his cithara, the Bacchantes, threw into the swift waters of the river Hebrus. And, oh wonder, the strings of the cithara, carried by the waves of the river, quietly sound as if lamenting the destruction of the singer, and the shore answers them sorrowfully. All nature mourned Orpheus. The trees and flowers wept, the beasts and birds wept, and even the mute rocks wept, and the rivers became more full from the tears which they shed. The nymphs and dryads in sign of sorrow loosed their hair and put on dark garments. Ever farther and farther the Hebrus carried the head and the cithara of the singer to the broad sea, and the sea waves brought the cithara to the shores of Lesbos. From that time the sounds of wondrous songs ring upon Lesbos. The golden cithara of Orpheus the gods afterwards placed in the sky among the constellations. The soul of Orpheus went down into the realm of shades, and again saw those places where Orpheus had sought his Eurydice. Again the great singer met the shade of Eurydice, and clasped her with love in his embrace. From that time they could be inseparable. The shades of Orpheus and Eurydice wander over the dusky fields overgrown with asphodels. Now Orpheus without fear can turn to look whether Eurydice follows him. Hyacinth, the fair youth, equal to the Olympian gods themselves in his beauty, the young son of the king of Sparta, Hyacinth, was the friend of the far-shooting god Apollo. Often Apollo appeared upon the banks of the Eurotas in Sparta to his friend, and there spent time with him, hunting upon the slopes of the mountains in the densely grown forests, or amusing themselves with gymnastics in which the Spartans were so skillful. One day, when the hot noon was already approaching, Apollo and Hyacinth contended in the throwing of the heavy discus. Ever higher and higher the bronze discus flew to the sky. Now, straining his strength, the mighty god Apollo threw the discus. High to the very clouds the discus flew and, flashing like a star, fell to the earth. Hyacinth ran to the place where the discus was to fall. He wished more quickly to raise it and throw it to show Apollo that he, the young athlete, would not yield to him, the god, in the skill of throwing the discus. The discus fell to the earth, bounced from the blow, and with terrible force struck the head of the running Hyacinth. With a groan, Hyacinth fell to the earth. In a stream, scarlet blood poured from the wound and stained the dark curls of the fair youth. Frightened Apollo ran up. He bent over his friend, raised him, laid the blood-stained head upon his knees, and tried to stop the blood pouring from the wound. But all in vain. Hyacinth grows pale. The eyes of Hyacinth, always so clear, grow dim. His head bends powerless, like the corolla of a field flower withering in the scorching midday sun. In despair, Apollo cried out, "You are dying, my dear friend! Oh, woe, woe, you have perished by my hand. Why did I throw the discus? Oh, if I could expiate my guilt, and with you go down into the joyless realm of the souls of the dead. Why am I immortal? Why can I not follow you?" Firmly Apollo holds in his embrace the dying friend, and his tears fall upon the blood-stained curls of Hyacinth. Hyacinth died. His soul flew off into the realm of Hades. Apollo stands over the body of the dead and quietly whispers, "Forever will you live in my heart, fair Hyacinth. Let then the memory of you live forever also among men." And so by the word of Apollo from the blood of Hyacinth grew a scarlet fragrant flower, the hyacinth, and upon its petals was imprinted the groan of sorrow of the god Apollo. The memory of Hyacinth lives also among men. They honor him with festivals in the days of the Hyacinthia. Polyphemus, Acis, and Galatea. The fair Nereid Galatea loved the son of Symaethus, the young Acis, and Acis loved the Nereid. Not Acis alone was captivated by Galatea. The vast Cyclops Polyphemus one day saw the fair Galatea when she swam forth from the waves of the azure sea, shining with her beauty, and he burned with frenzied love for her. "Oh, how great is your power, golden Aphrodite, to the harsh Cyclops, to whom no one dared approach with impunity, who despised the Olympian gods. Even to him you inspired love." Polyphemus burns with the flame of love. He has forgotten his sheep and his caves. The wild Cyclops even began to care for his beauty. He combs his shaggy hair with a rake and cuts his tangled beard with a sickle. He even became not so wild and bloodthirsty. Just at this time the seer Telemus sailed to the shores of Sicily. He prophesied to Polyphemus, "Your only eye, which is in your forehead, the hero Odysseus will tear out. Roughly, Polyphemus laughed in answer to the seer and cried out, "Most foolish of seers, you have lied. Already another has taken possession of my eye." Far into the sea, a rocky hill jutted. It broke off steeply to the ever-roaring waves. Polyphemus often came with his flock to this hill. There he sat, laying at his feet a club which was the size of a ship's mast, took out his pipe made of 100 reeds, and began with all his strength to blow into it. The wild sounds of the pipe of Polyphemus spread far over the sea, over the mountains and valleys. They reached also Acis and Galatea, who often sat in a cool grotto upon the seashore not far from the hill. Polyphemus played upon the pipe and sang. Suddenly, like a mad bull, he leapt up. Polyphemus saw Galatea and Acis in the grotto upon the shore of the sea and cried with such a thunderous voice that upon Etna the echo answered, "I see you!" "Very well, this will be your last meeting." Galatea was frightened and flung herself more quickly into the sea. The native sea waves protected her from Polyphemus. In terror, Acis seeks salvation in flight. He stretches out his arms to the sea and cries, "Oh, help me, Galatea! Parents, save me, shelter me!" The Cyclops overtakes Acis. He tore from the mountain a whole rock, swung it, and threw it at Acis. Although only with the edge of the rock Polyphemus struck the unhappy youth, still he was entirely covered by this edge and crushed. In a stream from under the edge of the rock, the scarlet blood of Acis flowed. Gradually the scarlet color of the blood vanishes, ever lighter and lighter the stream becomes. Now it already resembles a river which a stormy downpour has muddied. Ever lighter and more transparent it is. Suddenly the rock that crushed Acis split. Green ringing reeds grew in the cleft, and from it a swift, transparent stream flows. From the stream a youth showed himself to the waist, with a bluish color of face in a wreath of reeds. This was Acis. He had become a river god. The Dioscuri, Castor, and Polydeuces. The wife of the king of Sparta, Tyndareus, was the fair Leda, daughter of the king of Aetolia, Thestius. Throughout all Greece, Leda was renowned for her wondrous beauty. Leda became the wife of Zeus, and she had by him 2 children, a daughter fair as a goddess, Helen, and a son, the great hero Polydeuces. By Tyndareus, Leda also had 2 children, a daughter, Clytemnestra, and a son, Castor. Polydeuces received from his father immortality, and his brother Castor was mortal. Both brothers were great heroes of Greece. No one could surpass Castor in the art of driving a chariot. He tamed the most untamable horses. Polydeuces was the most skillful fist fighter, knowing no equals. In many deeds of the heroes of Greece, the brothers, the Dioscuri, took part. Always they were together. The most sincere love bound the brothers. The Dioscuri had 2 cousins, Lynceus and Idas, the sons of the Messenian king Aphareus. A mighty fighter was Idas. His brother Lynceus possessed such sharp sight that it penetrated even into the depths of the earth. Nothing could hide from Lynceus. Many deeds the Dioscuri accomplished with their cousins. One day, during a bold raid, they drove from Arcadia a herd of bulls and resolved to divide the booty between themselves. Idas was to divide the herd. Idas wished to take possession with his brother of all the booty and resolved to resort to craft. Idas cut a bull into 4 equal parts, divided them between himself, his brother, and the Dioscuri, and proposed to give 1/2 of the herd to him who should eat his part first, and the other half to him who should eat second. Swiftly Idas ate his part and helped his brother Lynceus eat his part. Terribly Castor and Polydeuces grew angry seeing that Idas had deceived them, and resolved to avenge their cousins, with whom, until then, inseparable friendship had bound them. Castor and Polydeuces invaded Messenia and carried off not only the herd driven from Arcadia, but also part of the herd of Idas and Lynceus. With this, the Dioscuri were not satisfied. They carried off also the brides of their cousins. The Dioscuri knew that Idas and Lynceus would not forgive them this, and resolved to hide in the hollow of a large tree and wait until Idas and Lynceus should begin to pursue them. The brothers, the Dioscuri, wished to fall unawares upon them, for they feared to enter into battle with the mighty Idas, who once had even dared to struggle with Apollo himself when the silver-bowed god contended with him for the fair Marpessa. But the Dioscuri could not hide from the keen eyes of Lynceus. From high Taygetus, Lynceus saw the brothers in the hollow of the tree. Idas and Lynceus attacked the Dioscuri. Before they could come out of the ambush, Idas struck with his spear into the tree and pierced the breast of Castor. Polydeuces flung himself upon them. They could not withstand his onset and turned to flight. At the tomb of their father, Polydeuces overtook them. He killed Lynceus and began a mortal combat with Idas. But Zeus ended this duel. He cast a flashing lightning, and with it burned to ashes both Idas and the body of Lynceus. Polydeuces returned to the place where the mortally wounded Castor lay. Bitterly he wept, seeing that death was separating him from his brother. Then Polydeuces prayed to his father Zeus and begged that he also be allowed to die with his brother. The Thunderer appeared to his son and gave him the choice, either to live forever young in the host of the bright gods upon Olympus, or to live together with his brother one day in the gloomy realm of Hades, the other upon bright Olympus. Polydeuces would not part from his brother and chose a common lot with him. From that time the brothers one day wander over the gloomy fields of the realm of the shades of the dead, and the other day live together with the gods in the palace of aegis-bearing Zeus. The Greeks honor the brothers, the Dioscuri, as gods. They are the protectors of men in all dangers. They protect them during the journey, both in a foreign land and in the homeland. Atreus and Thyestes. The sons of the great hero Pelops were Atreus and Thyestes. Once Myrtilus, the charioteer of King Oenomaus, treacherously killed by Pelops, cursed Pelops, and by his curse doomed the whole race of Pelops to great crimes and destruction. The curse of Myrtilus weighed also upon Atreus and Thyestes. A series of crimes they committed. Atreus and Thyestes destroyed Chrysippus, the son of the nymph Axione and of their father Pelops. It was the mother of Atreus and Thyestes, Hippodamia, who persuaded them to kill Chrysippus. Having committed this crime, they fled from the kingdom of their father, fearing his anger, and took refuge with the king of Mycenae, Sthenelus, the son of Perseus, who was married to their sister Nisippe. When Sthenelus died, and his son Eurystheus, taken captive by Iolaus, perished by the hand of the mother of Heracles Alcmene, Atreus began to rule over the Mycenaean kingdom, for Eurystheus left no heirs after him. Thyestes envied his brother Atreus and resolved by whatever means to take power from him. He carried off from his brother with the help of the wife of Atreus, Eripe, the golden-fleeced ram given him by the god Hermes. Thyestes carried off this ram because it had been said by the gods, "He to whom the golden-fleeced ram belongs will rule over Mycenae." Having carried off the ram, Thyestes demanded also power over the kingdom, for the ram was with him. Zeus the Thunderer grew angry with Thyestes. By heavenly signs he made known to the inhabitants of Mycenae that by an impious path Thyestes was trying to seize power. The Mycenaeans refused to acknowledge Thyestes as king, and he, escaping the anger of his brother, was forced to flee from Mycenae. Avenging his brother, he secretly led from Mycena, the son of Atreus, Polysthenes. In a foreign land, Thyestes reared Polysthenes as his own son and inspired in him a great hatred of Atreus. The crafty Thyestes wished to use Polysthenes as an instrument of vengeance upon his brother. When Polysthenes grew up, Thyestes sent him to Mycenae, commanding him to kill Atreus. But the youth himself fell by the hand of his father. Horror seized Atreus, learning who the youth he had killed was. He swore to avenge his brother and devised a crafty and bestial plan. Atreus, to fulfill his plan, pretended that he was ready to be reconciled with Thyestes. He sent to his brother and called him to return to Mycenae. When Thyestes returned to Mycenae, he again, with the wife of Atreus, Eripe, began to plot against Atreus, thinking only of how to kill his brother. Atreus knew of this, and still more the resolve to avenge the crafty brother strengthened in him. He commanded secretly to seize the sons of Thyestes, the young Polysphenes and Tantalus, and to kill them. From their bodies, Atreus prepared a terrible meal for his brother. He invited Thyestes to a feast and set before him dishes of the flesh of his sons. The thunders of Zeus rolled across the sky. The thunderer grew angry with Atreus for his crime. Even the radiant god of the sun, Helios, shuddered with horror. He turned his chariot and drove his winged horses back to the east, that he might not see how a father would be satiated with the flesh of his sons. Thyestes, suspecting nothing, sat at the meal and calmly ate. Thyestes was satiated. Suddenly, a vague presentiment of a great misfortune took possession of him, and he asked Atreus about his sons. Atreus called the servants and commanded them to show Thyestes the heads and feet of Polysphenes and Tantalus. Thyestes wept, seeing that his sons had perished. He began to beg Atreus to give him the bodies of his sons to bury them. But Atreus answered his brother that the sons were already buried by himself, but not in the earth, but in him himself. In horror, Thyestes understood what dishes he had just eaten. He overturned the table and fell with a terrible cry to the floor. Mad with grief, he leapt up at last and, cursing Atreus and all his race, ran from the palace. Remembering nothing, seeing nothing, Thyestes fled from Mycenae and took refuge in the desert. Long he hid there. At last he came to the king of Epirus Thesprotus, who gave him shelter. The gods grew angry with Atreus for the crimes he had committed. To punish him, they sent a failure of crops upon Argolis. Nothing grew upon the rich fields. Hunger reigned in the domains of Atreus. By thousands the inhabitants perished. Atreus turned to the oracle to learn the cause of the misfortune. The oracle gave answer that the disaster would cease only when Thyestes was returned to Mycenae. Long throughout all Greece, Atreus sought his brother, but could not discover his refuge. At last he found his little son, Aegisthus. Atreus brought Aegisthus to his palace and reared him as a son. Many years passed. One day by chance, the sons of Atreus, Menelaus and Agamemnon, discovered where Thyestes was hiding. They succeeded in seizing Thyestes and bringing him to Mycenae. Atreus was not reconciled with his brother. He shut him in a dungeon and resolved to kill him. He summoned Aegisthus, gave him a sharp sword, commanded him to go into the dungeon and kill the prisoner there. Aegisthus did not know upon what terrible deed Atreus, whom he considered his father, was sending him. No sooner had Aegisthus entered the dungeon than at once Thyestes recognized in him his son. He revealed to him who he was, and father and son there in the dungeon formed a plan how to destroy Atreus. Aegisthus returned to the palace and said to Atreus that he had fulfilled his command and killed the prisoner. Atreus rejoiced that at last he had succeeded in destroying his brother. He hastened to the shore of the sea to offer sacrifice to the Olympian gods. Here, during the sacrifice, with a blow in the back, Aegisthus struck him to death with that same sword which Atreus had given him, that he might kill his father with it. Aegisthus freed Thyestes from the dungeon. Thyestes with his son took possession of power over Mycenae. The sons of Atreus, Menelaus and Agamemnon, were forced to save themselves by flight. They found protection with the king of Sparta, Tyndareus. There they married the daughters of Tyndareus, Menelaus the fair as the goddess Aphrodite Helen, and Agamemnon Clytemnestra. After some time Agamemnon returned to Mycenae, killed Thyestes, and began to rule where his father had once ruled. Menelaus, after the death of Tyndareus, became king of Sparta. Aeschylus and Hespere. Aeschylus was the son of the king of Troy, Priam, the brother of the great hero Hector. He was born upon the slopes of wooded Ida by the fair nymph Alexiro, daughter of the river god Granicus. Growing up in the mountains, Aeschylus did not love the city and avoided living in the luxurious palace of his father Priam. He loved the solitude of the mountains and shady forests. He loved the expanse of the fields. Rarely did Aeschylus appear in Troy and in the council of the Trojans. Despite the solitary life of Aeschylus, his character was not wild and rough. He was gracious, and his heart was open to the feeling of love. Often the young son of Priam met in the forests, and fields the fair nymph Hespere. Passionately he loved her. The nymph hid no sooner did she see Aesicus. One day upon the bank of the river, Sebron Aesicus found the beauty Hespere at the time when she was drying in the sun her luxuriant hair. The nymph saw the youth, was frightened, and flung herself to flee from him. Aesicus pursued her. Suddenly a serpent hidden in the grass stung the nymph in the foot, and the poison of the serpent's teeth remained in the wound. Together with life, the flight ended. Hespere fell into the arms of the running Aesicus. Embracing the dead, mad with grief, Aesicus cried out, "Oh, woe, woe, how hateful now is this pursuit to me! I did not think to conquer at such a dear price. We both have killed you, Hespere. The serpent inflicted the mortal wound upon you, and I am the cause of this. I shall be more crafty than the serpent if I do not expiate, with my death, your death." Aesicus flung himself from a high rock into the foaming waves of the sea that beat with noise against the rock. Thetis took pity upon the unhappy youth. She received him caressingly in the waves, and clothed him entirely with feathers when he plunged into the depths of the sea. Death, which he so desired, did not overtake the son of Priam. Aesicus swam forth already as a bird upon the surface of the sea. He is indignant that he must live against his will. He rises high upon his just-grown wings, and with a rush flings himself into the sea, but the feathers protect him in the fall. Again and again Aesicus flings himself into the sea. He wishes to find destruction in the depths of the sea. There is no destruction for him. He only dives in the waves of the sea. The body of Aesicus grows thin. His legs become dry and thin. His neck lengthens. He is turned into a diver.